Chapter 91. 7 Layers of Hell. Emond pounded his head hard. He immediately realized what the consequences of his actions would be. Killing Luthris or killing Luthris by dragon battle. This can only lead to 2 results. Rhaenyra was furious and started the dragon battle immediately without regard for the consequences. Dragonzor would also be furious. Wormithor, Silverwing, and Shadow Nightmare would also go north to fight at all costs. Then the Green Party would only be destroyed instantly. Viagar roared, and Emond immediately accelerated back to King's Landing. The dragon slowly landed in the wilderness outside the suburbs. Emond immediately took the warhorse from the servants who had been waiting nearby and galloped towards the Red Castle like flying. This wilderness was specially prepared for Viagar. It was vast and just on the side of the Red Castle. Emond quickly rushed into the gate of the Red Castle and watched the one-eyed prince hurriedly run to the upper room. The nobles and ladies on the road frowned. What happened? Emond quickly rushed into the meeting hall of the Red Keep, where Great Aegon was dealing with the replies from lords from all over the country in a meeting with his royal council. The result was still relatively optimistic. All the lords of the Westerlands announced their support for the legitimate king under the leadership of Duke Jason. The Hightower family, the Peake family, the Florent family, the Redwine family and several small families in the Reach all replied to support the legitimate rights of Great Aegon. Duke Loras of Highgarden. Unfortunately, he could not reply. The young duke fell off his horse shortly after receiving the letter from Great Aegon, broke his leg bone, and died soon after. Now the one who rules Highgarden is a swaddled baby, and his mother, Lady Janethia of the Fossoway family, is in charge of Highgarden. The lady immediately closed the gates of Highgarden and announced that she needed to take care of the young duke and was unable to join the melee. There was no reply from the north, nor from Dorne and the Vale, and there were a few scattered replies from the Riverlands. Aegon the Great and Alicent saw Emond, who looked wrong, rushing into the meeting room. Alicent immediately stood up. What's wrong? It's Duke Boros. I killed Luthris. No, it was Viagar who killed Luthris. Isn't this a good thing? Aegon the Great looked at his mother and the ministers who also looked different with some doubt. Brother, you killed a dragon of the bitch sister and her bastard strong. This is a great achievement. I will have a celebration banquet for you. 7 Layers of Hell. Alicent was horrified and pale. My son, how could you be so blind? You just lost an eye. Exchange an eye for a dragon. Your Majesty, we are in trouble. Tyrion Lannister immediately realized why Emond was pale. Rhaenyra is still on Dragonstone. As long as she receives the news of Prince Luthris's death, Sir Tyrion only hated why Otto was not there. His wisdom was enough to appease everyone, but he probably didn't expect Emond to be so impulsive and kill Luthris and his dragon directly. That bitch knows the 7 gods. Alicent fell on her chair with a thud. Great Aegon also realized that something was wrong and looked at everyone in a bit of a loss. And the Varese family, Prince, you can't be. Tyrion immediately thought of a possibility. Emond nodded heavily. The place where I accidentally killed Luthris is south of Storm's End. Your Majesty, we should immediately consider leaving King's Landing, or immediately train Queen Helena to fight and recall Prince Doran. Tyrion immediately stood up and said, Rhaenyra will summon dragon riders to raid King's Landing at any time. Dragonzel's dragons will also fly from the south at any time, and we must be prepared. Dragons can go anywhere. Emond thought for a while. The news will not reach Dragonstone until tomorrow at the earliest. Prince Vala will not attack without the order of Prince Longzal. We must seize this opportunity to make all preparations. Emond looked at Aegon the Great. Your Majesty, you are the king, you make this decision. Let my sister ride the dragon to fight immediately. With Dreamfire, we can have a better chance of winning. Okay, okay. Aegon the Great nodded repeatedly. He said that he would listen to everyone completely. There is another plan, Prince, Your Majesty. Tyrion said. As Prince Emond said, the dragon can go anywhere. We can leave King's Landing immediately. The gold in the treasury is empty, and even if Rhaenyra gets this city, it will be a hungry city. Tyrion stood up. What he didn't say was that there was actually another way. The Lannister family immediately announced that they would turn to the Black Party. Unfortunately, the furious Rhaenyra might not have the rationality to accept her surrender. Even if there are many black dragons, they can't find our dragons leaving King's Landing at the same time. Earl Jasper also stood up. The Wild family can only support the Green Party because Queen Rhaenyra will never forgive the nobles who opposed her after her son's death. What kind of king is a king who is not on the Iron Throne? Great Aegon was unhappy. I can persuade Helena to ride a dragon to fight, but you can't let us leave King's Landing. Then we can only concentrate all the dragons and cooperate with the defense of King's Landing, my brother. Aemon sighed. My Viagar is not stable against Wormithor. Can your Sunfire resist Korux, Melias, or Silverwing? Even with Dreamfire, Silverwing can contain it with one dragon. Are you sure you can defeat the Bloodworm and the Red Queen? This great Aegon was speechless. You are the one who put this crown on me. He touched the crown on his head. Your Majesty, let the children leave King's Landing first. Allison forced herself to calm down. Let the children go to Old Town or the Free Trade City. The Hightower family can protect them. Even if something happens to us, the children can survive. Your Majesty, the Queen Mother, as of now, the engagement with Prince Ray. Grand Bachelor Orville said cautiously. He would be merciful if he didn't kill Jaehaera. Aemon's voice was trembling. After all, it was him who caused the trouble. Mother, you also go with the children. When you get to Old Town, ask them to prepare a boat for the children to take refuge in the eastern continent. I want to stay. Allison said, after you ride the dragon and leave, King's Landing needs to keep a target. I am the best target. Rhaenyra will not let me go. The Queen Mother said resolutely. Then have we decided what to do now? Great Aegon asked cautiously. Aemond looked to the side at Criston Cole, the acting hand of the king. The White Knight had been deep in thought. White Knight, what do you think? Aemond was curious about what Criston Cole was thinking. Prince, I support your decision to transfer the target. But we must also consider how to transfer, and how to contain the bitch on Dragonstone Island while transferring. So your opinion is? Aemond's interest suddenly rose. Criston walked to the map beside the long table and pointed at the Riverlands. The only reason why we don't have support in the Riverlands is that someone got there first. Daemon. Tyrion knew who would arrive in the Riverlands so quickly to recruit the princes. The Riverlands is the place of the 4 wars. Soldiers and horses from the west have to pass through the Riverlands before they come out. Soldiers and horses from the Reach still have to pass through the edge of the Riverlands before they reach King's Landing. This place is even more important than the King's Land. Your Majesty, so my suggestion is that if we want to win, the Riverlands must be fought for. But Daemon is there. He only has 1 dragon. Sir Criston replied, although the Black Party has many dragons, as long as they don't gather on the same battlefield, then we have a chance. Lord Larys, tell me your intelligence. Larys, who had been silent, turned the orb in front of him and said slowly, according to my informants, Prince Longzell and Prince Jocaris left Dragonstone Island and headed north, and Prince Vala is still in the Dragon Nest. The city protects the family members of the Varese family, and he also needs to patrol the route every day. The same goes for Princess Rhaenys. She and her red dragon are cooperating with the Sea Serpent fleet to block the throat. Prince Daemon is in the Riverlands. Harrenhal raises his troops. So we have 2 plans. Your Majesty, the bitch on Dragonstone now only has 3 dragons that can fight. If Queen Helena can fight, we also have 3 dragons, enough to rush to Dragonstone immediately. There are wild dragons on Dragonstone. Aemond looked at the White Knight captain with one eye, as if he didn't understand why he had such a bad idea. After Rhaenys discovers that we are attacking, she can work with Rhaenyra to drive the wild dragons into the sky. Those beasts that don't know whether they are friends or foes are also a threat. The second option is for Queen Helena to ride a dragon to escort the princes and princesses to Old Town. Your Majesty and the prince will wait for an opportunity to ambush the Black Gang's lone dragon after they leave King's Landing. Except for Wormizor, I believe no dragon can defeat it. Survived the siege of Viagar and Sunfire. Yes, that's a good idea. Aemond nodded. Any more? I will lead the soldiers who are loyal to us in the garrison of King's Landing. The hand of the acting king said, the White Sword Tower has 200 guards with horses and armor. You also have hundreds of guards who are completely loyal to you and are well equipped. I can leave everything to you. Big Aegon nodded simply. I will lead troops north, recruit troops, and wait for an opportunity to invade the Riverlands. Criston drew a line on the map. After we leave, the bitch on Dragonstone will definitely be eager to enter King's Landing. Then 500,000 hungry people and an empty treasury are what she should consider. This is enough to hold back her dragon. He smiled next, I will arrange for Sir Alec Cargal to stay. The traitor beside the bitch princess is his twin brother. Sir Alec Cargal is willing to punish the traitor who soiled the white robe for the sake of the legitimate king. Sir Kristen looked at the map. As long as the Black Party's dragons don't gather in one place, we have a chance. I wonder what's going on with Otto? If he succeeds, victory will definitely belong to us. Chapter 92. That's settled. Emond tapped the map. We'll prepare to evacuate King's Landing immediately. I'll go and convince Helena. Great Aegon finally found something he could do. For the sake of the children, she will definitely fight for us. And the Queen can go to the south to protect Prince Durin. Talan sighed. Prince Durin only has one little dragon. If Dragonzell chooses to go to the south, one more dragon will give him a higher chance of winning. Sir Kristen, Sir Talan, you two will lead the army north, and His Majesty and I will ride dragons to cover you. Lord Jasper, Lord Lares, Lord Orwell, if Rhaenyra enters King's Landing, you should also evacuate as soon as possible. Emond sighed and made arrangements. The meeting hall fell into silence again. At Maegor's holdfast, Aegon the Great carefully walked into the room of his wife, whom he had not visited for a long time. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Helena packing her things. His 3 children were dressed. Jaehaerys stood beside his twin sister in a daze, holding his younger brother Meller in his arms, looking at his father who came in and his mother who had tied up the package with some bewilderment. Helena. I know everything. Helena glanced at Aegon the Great. Wars between blood relatives are the most hated by the gods, and so are wars between dragons. Emond is a kinslayer. Aegon, you are also responsible. Now is not the time to talk about this, Helena. Aegon the Great sat next to Helena. We need you in Dreamfire. The children need it too. Emond hopes you can fight for us. I want you to take the children to Old Town, which is safer than King's Landing, and Grandpa's family will also arrange for the children to go to a safer place. Helena looked into Aegon the Great's eyes quietly, but Aegon the Great did not dare to look at her. I won't let the Dreamfire burn innocent people. Helena said softly, I'm not a warrior either. I'll take the children to Old Town. The Queen ignored the king and picked up Jaehaerys. Aegon, I hope you and Emond can take responsibility for your actions. Aegon the Great was silent. The Vale, the Moon Gate. Duchess Jane did not take Dragonzell and Jaehaerys to the Eyrie. She knew that she could not stop the 2 dragon riders from flying to the Eyrie, so she just negotiated the terms here. Prince, I thank you for coming. Duchess Jane walked out of the Moon Gate with Artus Royce and stood in front of Wormysawr. She knew that the one who could really influence the negotiations was actually Dragonzell, who had absolute military power, not Jaehaerys who came on behalf of his mother. Your dragon has solved a big problem for me, Your Highness. The Golden Eagle of Seagull Town. Wormysawr slowly moved his body, revealing a pool of broken flesh under his feet. Longzil recognized the tattered Golden Eagle flag. I've heard of them, a branch of the Arryn family, rich and good at business. My family's merchant ships once traded with them. Jaehaerys jumped off from Womax and took out the letter. Duke Jane, I come on behalf of my mother, Queen Rhaenyra I of the Targaryen family. I know why you're here, Prince. Duchess Jane took the letter and didn't open the wax seal. You can see that my rule is not stable. My relatives have tried to challenge my inheritance and legal rights 3 times. My cousin Sir Arnold often says that women are too weak and unsuitable to rule. He has coveted my position for a long time. Unfortunately, now he can only be with the flying birds in the sky prison. I hope he can rule these lovely birds well. Duchess Jane walked to Jaehaerys. Prince Jaehaerys had grown taller than her, but the Virgin of the Valley had no interest in this child who was 21 years younger than her. She just looked at the prince's brown-black hair with interest. Of course, the prince accepted her gaze frankly. To be honest, I am not satisfied with your stepfather. He is not worthy of his first wife, so I dare not compliment your mother's taste in choosing men, but this does not affect my oath, Your Highness. Duke Jenny looked at Longzil on the dragon's back. Longzil also looked at this beautiful Virgin of the Vale who still retained her girlhood with interest. As the leader of the Vale, Jenny Arryn has no children. Her favorite heir is Sir Joffrey Arryn, but the inheritance of the Vale is not stable. Perhaps there will be more interesting variables. He couldn't help rubbing the handguard of the dragon saddle. It seems that he left a little regret for not coming to the Vale during the last grand tour. At this time, Artus Royce also walked to the side of Wormysawr. The dragon was too lazy to pay attention to the little bug, but Longzil was very interested in this young man. After all, this guy was able to pick Sebastian at the tournament, so he was considered to be quite capable. But it was obvious that it was not Ada's turn to speak in this situation. Rhaenyra is my legitimate queen. She is related to me by blood. We should help each other, especially in this man's world. Jenny looked at Longsel and said, I envy Lady Diana. After all, her man will not regard himself as a god just because he has a dragon, and treat her as a dispensable toy. Diana is my wife, please watch your words. Longsel replied, and the dragon under him snorted violently, but did not cause any damage. Duchess Jane finally smiled, it seems I was right. Lady Diana is far luckier than Rhea. The prince, the valley and the knights of the valley will support Her Majesty's cause, but we need time to raise troops and food. The Duchess continued, the valley can provide Her Majesty the Queen with an army of 20,000 people, including 5,000 knights, but we need time. Lord Addis can lead 1,500 cavalry into the Riverlands first. Tell me your conditions, sir. Longsel knew that everything Jenny was saying now was to prepare for the negotiation, so it was better to lay it out first. Your Highness, the valley needs a dragon knight to protect it. Jenny said, the valley is not afraid of the army. For thousands of years, both the wolves in the north and the kings of the Riverlands have fallen into the sand in front of the Blood Gate. The valley we are not afraid of the navy. Although the fleet in Seagull Town is small, it can protect itself by relying on the port. The valley is only afraid of the dragon. The Duchess looked at Longsel, we need the protection of a dragon knight. I hate the feeling of being powerless, and I don't want to end up like my cousin. We will send dragon knights to protect the valley. This is the king's obligation to his vassals. Jokeris immediately agreed, so Jenny knelt in front of the prince, and her vassals also knelt in front of the dragon. The long sword shows loyalty. The two dragons soon took off again. After meeting the Marquis of Sunderland in the Three Sisters Islands, the two immediately flew to Winterfell. They received the raven sent by Cregan Stark at the Sisters, and Lord Cregan was already gathering his subjects to prepare for winter and war. Winterfell is a huge, ancient castle. The thick walls protect this ancient castle that has stood here for 8,000 years, as well as the Godswood Forest and hot spring gardens in the city. The dragon is coming. The dragon is coming. The soldiers of Winterfell shouted loudly, calling for people to clear the place for the dragon to land. Vormithor landed with a roar, followed by Vormax. The people in the courtyard looked nervously at the two giant beasts, one of them was larger than most courtyards in Winterfell, and only this square could accommodate it. Huge were Mycele. Cregan Stark, Lord Manderley, and Lord Roderick Dustin stood beside the square, waiting for the two to get off the dragon's back. Duke Grijan, it seems that the news I heard in the south is true. Ronzel smiled and punched Grijan, who was already taller than him. You are stronger than I thought. More. We would also like to thank the Varese family for their trade. Cregan Stark, who had begun to grow a beard, twitched his lips in a rare move, at least this winter, our cellar is no longer so empty. Long's Prince, you are still so young. Duke, I represent my mother. Zyja, it goes without saying. Cregan Stark said, the North will never forget, and the North will always abide by its oath, so you don't have to worry about our position. The Duke motioned to the grey-haired Count Roderick Dustin to take a step forward. The Northern Territory needs to harvest quickly, otherwise many people will die in the winter, even with the cheap food shipped by Prince Longsel, so the Northern Territories the army will be late in moving south. As an apology, Count Roderick will lead 2,000 grey-bearded veterans with horses to fight for the Queen. The Duke's grey eyes were stained with blood, they have experienced hundreds of battles and are determined to die. Your Highness, they will die for the Queen, and my army will also go south soon. The traitors who betrayed their oaths will surely pay the price. Thank you for your loyalty, Lord Cregan. Jokeris nodded. Okay, now it's our time, Prince Longsel. Grijan stood in front of Longsel. When we last met, I wanted to ask for advice on the Prince's Valyrian steel sword. This time, I hope the Prince will grant my little wish. It's an honor. Chapter 93. The soldiers of Winterfell were excited and immediately formed a circle at the edge of the square. This group of veterans who were watching the excitement and were not afraid of trouble also wanted to see their young master who was invincible in the north and the man who was highly praised by his master. Which one is more powerful, the Dragon King? Cregan and Ronzel walked into that circle together. Cregan held the Stark family's clan sword, Ice, and Longsel also drew the silver blood. They were confident in their swordsmanship and did not use wooden swords for training. Prince, I've heard people talk about your swordsmanship. Krajin raised his giant sword slightly and slashed it down on his head. Please don't hold back. Long Zell dodged the slash sideways, and struck the ice with his sword, causing Krajin to stagger. Krajin's swordsmanship is very simple, simple slashes and circular cuts, no fancy moves, and every sword is solid. But Long Zell's swordsmanship is also of a similar style. He moves under Krajin's sword with ease. Every time he draws his sword, he will accurately deflect Krajin's slashes when his energy is exhausted, and strike at the right time. Withdrawing the long sword, every collision between the silver long sword and the simple giant sword would burst out sparks like a rainbow, but the result of every collision was that Krajin was retreating step by step. My brother won't be able to hold on any longer. Jokeris was startled when he suddenly heard a voice coming from behind him. After taking a closer look, he realized that it was a man who was somewhat similar to Krajin, and revealed a wildness. Beautiful girl. Sarah Snow. The girl did not shy away from her origins, but was somewhat proud of her identity, Your Highness. Hello. Prince Jokeris nodded and continued to watch the sword competition in the field. Krajin was gradually completely suppressed by Long Zell. Several times, his sword was suppressed by Long Zell before he even had time to lift it up. Finally, when the silver blood gently poked Krajin's heart, the young Duke Wolfgang threw down his giant sword and raised his hands to admit defeat. The rumors are true. He looked into Long Zell's deep purple eyes. Perhaps you will be the well-deserved #1 swordsman of the 7 kingdoms. If there is anyone in the world who can make me draw my sword. Long Zell said with a smile. He turned his head and looked at Jokeris and Sarah Snow, who stood out among the group of men. Is that your sister? Krajin nodded and allowed his sister to come over and punch him. You guys, you laughed as much as you did in a year today, didn't you? Why don't you treat your vassals like you did Prince Longzell? The smile of the running wolf is reserved for the strong. Krajin knew what his sister meant. Although Sarah Snow was an illegitimate daughter, in the depopulated north, people's attitude towards illegitimate children was not as positive as in the south. It's so bad that the illegitimate children of the Stark family are often entrusted with important tasks. Or serve as the right-hand man of the Duke of Winterfell, or put on black clothes and go to the Great Wall to serve as a senior general of the Night's Watch. Winter is coming. Only by being more severe than winter can we defeat winter. Krajin patted his sister on the shoulder. It's funny. My sister-in-law's style is more boyish. Prince, I have prepared a reception banquet for you. May our friendship last forever. Riverlands, Harrenhal. Prince Daemon hurriedly walked into the 100 Furnaces Hall of Harrenhal. This hall was said to be able to hold an entire army. It lived up to its good name when used. It was the core army of the Black Party in the Riverlands. It's all here. Lord Peter Piper followed Prince Daemon and whispered, Prince, our supplies are ready, but there is something wrong with the food for the dragons. A merchant from King's Landing bought our food. Sheep, only pigs can be guaranteed to be in supply now. It doesn't matter, Korakshiu likes to eat. Daemon continued to walk towards the crowd. He wanted to find Marquis Forrest Frey and Alexa Blackwood. After their father died in the war, Daemon and his uncle William Blackwood also assisted the 12-year-old Earl Benjacow Blackwood. How long will it take for our follow-up army to arrive? Daemon walked to Marquis Forrester. Your Majesty, it will take at least 2 weeks. Marquis Forrest said helplessly, now is the time to harvest wheat, and it is still too difficult to mobilize a large number of manpower. Just tell us how many people we can gather. 12,000. Marquis Forrester said, within 2 weeks, all the Riverland troops under the Queen's flag can gather around 12,000. If we are given another 2 weeks, we can still recruit 9,000 to 10,000 peasants and soldiers. The sooner the better. Daemon nodded. My informant came to report that the army of the western region has set out from Casterly Rock City, recruiting vassal troops along the way. They deliberately chose a route that is difficult for the dragon to find and attack. The prince sighed slightly. Has there been a reply to the raven letter sent to the north? Not yet. Ali's Anne adjusted the bowstring. A raven's flight also takes time, Your Majesty. Daemon nodded. How is Riverrun? Your lord still insists on supporting the traitors and usurpers. Your Majesty, perhaps it would be more appropriate for Sir Almon to come and tell you in person. Marquis Forrester said. Daemon looked at the crowd aside with some strangeness. Sure enough, a young man wearing a black cloak, hiding his coat of arms, was standing there. Lord Glover Tully of Riverrun was a determined and stubborn Green Party. When the raven flew, he immediately wanted to summon his vassals to fight for King Aegon, but unfortunately, aging defeated the Duke. He could only lie in bed and let his grandson Sir Elmont close the city gates and lower King Aegon's banner. Your Majesty, we are willing to support Her Majesty the Queen's legal rights. Elmon walked to Prince Daemon, but we are also afraid of the dragon's anger, so we will provide you with shelter. Daemon interrupted Elmon Tully's reasons before he could finish. I will remain in the Riverlands to lead the campaign, and Korakui will provide refuge to all the lords who support the Queen's rights. Riverrun thanks you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Elmon sighed, unfortunately, my grandfather is still dying, and the Duke of Riverrun is still loyal to the usurper. There is nothing I can do about it. I understand, child. If it were me 20 years ago, I would suggest you send your grandfather the last mercy. Daemon said with a smile, but now I understand your difficulties, go back, child, just run. If the city is not our enemy, we will not vent our anger at will. Elmon Tully nodded gratefully, called his attendants and prepared to return to Riverrun. At this time, Simon Strong suddenly ran in a panic. His old and fat body couldn't withstand his torment at all, and he almost fell down before he could reach Daemon. Your Highness, this is a letter from Stormland. Daemon's heart skipped a beat as he took the letter from Old Strong. Before he could read it, his body swayed and he could only force himself to steady himself. Eamon Marquis Forrester and Alexa both heard the prince's suppressed anger. Marquis Forrester glanced at the letter in the prince's hand and his eyes widened suddenly. This is parricide. This is a great crime despised by the gods. Marquis Forrester's face instantly turned red. The nobles from the Riverlands came over one after another, and they quickly learned the contents of the note. This is a heinous act. Sir William Blackwood commented, killing messengers and killing kin, Eamon's name will bring shame to the gods. This is just like Blackwood. The released Earl Humphrey Bracken said angrily, not caring that he was surrounded by Blackwood. Of course, Blackwood would not care about this either. Revenge. Earl Peter Piper and Earl Mallister of Seaside City both raised their swords. We want to avenge the innocent Prince Lascelles. We want to avenge the innocent Prince Lascelles. For a time, all the knights in the 100 Furnaces Hall, whether they knew it or not, raised their swords and shouted the same sentence. Even Elmon Tully, they all stood at the door and joined in the declaration of revenge. My stepson died as a warrior. Prince Daemon said with red eyes. The fishermen of Shipwreck Bay and the watchers of Storm's End witnessed his bravery in fighting the old whore fearlessly. His blood flowed on the battlefield. Blood, we must get it back for him on the battlefield. Revenge. 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 The 100 Furnaces Hall seemed to be trembling, and every sword was shouting for revenge. Every sword seems to say the name of Prince Lascelles. Raising the black flag in the north and swearing allegiance to the Black Party. The Hightowers in the south have begun preparing to march north. Erwin Peake was one of the first nobles of the Reach to openly declare to join the Green Party. This powerful nobleman who owned 3 castles led 4,500 warriors to join Lord Mondstadt's team. Along with them came the Reach nobles who support the Green Party assembled an army of 15,000 men, including 2,000 knights and cavalry, and joined the Hightower family's 6,000 strong army at the mouth of the Mead River. A larger Reach army still gathering. Their opponents were several other great nobles in the Reach. Lord Thaddeus Rowan of Golden Tree City raised the Queen's flag. Also raising the flag with him were the Caswell family of Bitterbridge, Hightower. Your vassals, the Codoan family and the Bisberry family, raised the Queen's flag at the same time. Alan, the acting patriarch of the Bisberry family, publicly sent ravens to King's Landing and Old Town, demanding that they immediately release Linman Bis, Earl of Berry. The poor young man did not yet know that his grandfather had become the first blood in this fight. Alan Bisberry resolutely raised troops when he received no reply and sent a request for help to Hornhill. That kid's guerrillas are really annoying. Erwin Peake slammed his helmet on the ground, and his sentinels were completely killed by Alan's guerrillas. Mond, they are waiting now. The armies of the Tully family and the Rowan family are arriving. When will the reinforcements from Old Town follow? Our biggest reinforcements have arrived. Count Mond pointed to the sky confidently. A sharp dragon roar penetrated the clouds, and the cobalt blue dragon fell from the sky and landed steadily beside the Green Party counts. My lord, you have fulfilled your mission. Prince Durin took off his helmet and jumped off the dragon's back. Blue Queen Tessarion hissed lazily. The soldiers of the Hightower family immediately brought sheep to feed the dragon. Enjoy! Look, Our real main force is here. Count Mon said with a smile. Chapter 94. Dragon's Stone. Rhaenyra stood blankly on the terrace of the castle, looking motionlessly in the direction of Storm's End. Her iron guards and ministers stood in the tower behind her, looking nervously at the lonely figure standing on the terrace. Of Queen. Black wings bring black news. The raven from Storm's End brought news of Lythris's death in battle. From the moment she received the letter, Queen Rhaenyra fell into the state of silence. Count Corlys Velaryon tried to step forward several times, but Rhaenys grabbed his arm and shook her head gently. She understood Rhaenyra's current mood very well. She was also in such hysterical silence when she saw Lanino's body and Lanner's ashes. She also liked the child Lucilis very much. He was obedient, kind, and considerate of his elders. At Lannel's funeral, Xylo told Rhaenys and Corlys that he did not want to be the Lord of the Tide, because it meant that he was deeply affected by the tide. All the beloved elders have passed away. At this moment, a silver-haired girl wearing a black dress squeezed out of the crowd and slowly walked to Queen Rhaenyra. Corlys could see the girl's suppressed emotions and red eyes, which were his granddaughter, Rhaena Targaryen, daughter of Prince Daemon and Lanner, fiancé of Lythris. Rhaenyra also noticed Rhaena walking to her side. The little girl gently took the queen's arm, and the queen naturally pulled the little girl into her arms. The queen's courtiers sighed and left, leaving only Earl Corlys and Princess Rhaenys. They stood quietly behind the queen and the girl, listening quietly to the extremely suppressed sobs. After an unknown amount of time, the queen patted Rhaena gently on the back and raised her head. The sea snake and the princess who stayed there could clearly see the anger in the queen's eyes. Good boy, my son died in battle as a true dragon knight. He did not live up to my bloodline. I will make Aemond pay the price. The queen said softly, but everyone could hear the tone in the queen's voice. Repressed pain and anger. She gently hugged Rhaena and asked her to wipe away her tears with her clothes, and then stood in front of Lord Corlys. Lord Corlys, I need to go to the Storm Lands. She said, I don't. My son's body will be left in a foreign land. Your Majesty. Corlys shook his head, you are the queen, and the queen cannot put herself in danger. I will send a ship to Shipbreaker Bay, and Prince Vala will also look for his attendants. No. Rhaenyra said firmly, I am still a mother, and I cannot watch my son floating alone in the sea, whether it is according to the customs of the Targaryen family or the Velaryon family, they will not allow this to happen. She glanced at Rhaena in her arms. The child Rhaena and Xylo grew up together. Even though Xylo lived in Dragon Nest City, they often visited each other and wrote letters. I can't just watch her lose her fiancé without any explanation, Lord Corlys. I also want to find a better home for this child. Prince Ray. Corlys didn't expect the queen to remain calm at this time. Rhaenyra nodded, I will personally fly to Dragon's Nest City to confirm the engagement with Prince Valar and Prince Ray. As for Prince Longzal, I believe he will definitely agree. I will send ravens to the north. Corlys knew that this was the best result, and could firmly tie the Varese family to the Black Party's chariot. But you? I will take a detour to the Storm Lands. Rhaenyra said, I have recovered a lot in the past few days. My lord, you have to believe in my skills in controlling dragons. She was very confident in her skills in controlling dragons. After all, the 7-year-old dragon control dragon Shangtian is also considered an outstanding member of the Targaryen family. Although she is no longer a warrior in the sky, she is still an excellent dragon knight. While I am away, all affairs of the kingdom will be handled by you, Lord Corlys. Queen Rhaenyra understood that Corlys is now one of the 3 most important forces she relies on, and now the Varese's family is no longer here on Dragonstone, Daemon is far away in the Riverlands. She must rely on the power of the sea serpent to maintain her rule. I appoint you as my queen's hand, Lord Corlys. Rhaenyra lowered her head and said, I'm sorry that I don't have the king's hand brooch with me. It doesn't matter, your majesty. Corlys smiled. I'll take care of everything for you, but you still. Your majesty, do you need me to escort you? Rhaenys motioned to her husband to say no more. As a mother, she understood Rhaenyra's thoughts. Rhaenyra shook her head, I can go by myself. The target of the 2 dragons is too big, Syrax is agile enough, Sunfire is not my opponent, and Viagar cannot catch up with me. Rhaenys, thank you for your understanding. This is what a mother should do, Rhaenys sighed, taking Rhaena from Rhaenyra's hand, and watched Rhaenyra resolutely walk towards Dragon Mountain. Syrax roared, fluttered his wings and flew up from under the Dragon Mountain, flying towards the vast sea. Dragon Nest City. Ray stood at the entrance of the dragon's lair, in front of Silverwing. Ray, sister-in-law, get out of the way, I'm going to burn Storm's End. Valar put on his Valyrian steel armor silver shield and stared into the distance with red eyes. The silver wings under his crotch also roared irritably, but they did not dare to face Ray. Diana followed Ray and said loudly, Vala, calm down, we are also heartbroken that Prince Lucilis died in the battle, but burning Storm's End means the beginning of war. Storm's End has not yet announced that it will join the Green Party. We cannot be the ones who end up breaking up and igniting the flames of war. I understand the truth, but Xylo is my servant. Brother, Xylo died as a warrior. Don't you want the real murderer to pay the price? Ray said. And Vala said with a red face, I will definitely make him pay the price. Brother, you can go, but only to find Xylo's body. Ray opened his arms and tried to calm his brother's anger. Duke Boros did not violate the guest rights. A rash attack on Storm's End will cause unrest. Big Brother and Xylo don't want this to happen. I know. Vala exhaled a long breath, I swear in the name of Big Brother, I will not burn Storm's End. Now you can let me go. Ray then opened the cave and let Silverwing fly out. Vala. Diana knew that Vala would not violate what she said, but she was still a little worried that Vala would lose control of his emotions. Don't worry, as long as Emond doesn't hang around Storm's End, I can hold it in. Ray sighed. That's just his temper. As he spoke, Ray's voice choked up a little. To be honest, he also wanted to ride Shadow Nightmare to vent his anger. But in the current situation, Dragon's Nest must have a combat dragon. He had to stay to protect his nephews and nieces, as well as little Aegon and Stormcloud. Chapter 95. Today's harvest is not bad, Old Jack. The fishermen in Broken Boat Bay excitedly raised the big fish that had just emerged from the water. They set sail today with several fishing boats and jointly pulled a large net. Of course. Old Harry checked the catch that had just come out of the water. Although there are many storms in Shipbreaker Bay, every storm will bring a bumper harvest to the fishermen, which can be regarded as a blessing among misfortunes. Have mercy on us, the catch is enough to pay the taxes. Where is your boy? I haven't seen him for several days. Another fisherman asked with some confusion. I sent him and my mother-in-law to the south. Old Harry sighed, the old man is recruiting soldiers. If my boy doesn't leave quickly, he will not be able to escape. There is still some way to survive in the south. It is said that the prince in the south is the workshops and city construction sites are hiring, and skilled workers can earn a lot of coppers a week. The construction sites also provide food, including black bread without stones and strong beer. By the way, did you see the fire last Sunday? I saw it, I saw it. Old Harry still has lingering fears. At that time, in order to raise money for his children and wife to travel south, he set sail in the storm to fish, and happened to encounter the scene of a giant dragon fighting in the storm. I was scared to death, old man. It was like a big mountain and it flew over in a flash. Half of the sky was red. If it hadn't been for my cleverness, I would have rowed away quickly. I'm afraid. Oh no, that's the place where there was a fire that day. Old Harry suddenly realized, this is the sea area. At this moment, the sky gradually became gloomy again. Let's return. Another old fisherman with a grey beard looked at the sky. Today's catch was not bad, so there was no need to risk fishing in the storm. Several boats slowly pulled the big nets to the shore, and several fishermen dragged the big nets ashore with force. The nets were heavy. It's so heavy. It looks like it's another big harvest. Old Harry rubbed his hands happily, everyone, work hard, work hard. Several fishermen groaned and dragged the big net out of the sea. 7 levels of hell, what is this? Several fishermen fell to the ground almost at the same time. Devil, devil! An old fisherman pointed tremblingly at the broken dragon corpse in the net. Old Jack was well informed and had also seen dragons hunting at sea. He immediately rushed over and covered the old fisherman's mouth. Don't talk nonsense, this is a dragon. Before he finished speaking, he heard a terrifying dragon roar coming from behind the hillside. The giant yellow dragon swooped over like lightning and landed steadily next to a few old fishermen who were paralyzed in fear. Rhaenyra wiped the ground. He jumped off the dragon's back and carefully walked towards the broken dragon corpse in the net. Several fishermen were so frightened that they did not dare to come out. Syrinx glanced at a few fishermen and roared to the sky. Another dragon roar responded to its painful roar, and silver wings fell from the sky. A dragon twice as big as Silax landed on the other side. Valair, wearing Valyrian steel armor, rushed forward without stopping. He came over and threw a money bag to a few fishermen. Old Harry opened the bag tremblingly and took a look. The dazzling golden light instantly made him tighten the mouth of the bag. Take it back and divide it yourself. Don't say a word about what you saw today. Vala's voice was low, as if he was speaking through gritted teeth. He watched Rhaenyra kneeling in front of the fishing net and frantically pulling at the dragon corpse. Finally, the little body that was swollen and soaked by sea water was dug out, and Rhaenyra cried loudly while hugging the same broken body. Syrinx was also mourning. Vala walked quietly to Queen Rhaenyra, lowered her head, and mourned for her attendant. After a while, the queen raised her head with tears on her face, and reached out to untie the road. The straps on the saddle of a slither dragon. I want to take him home. Your Majesty, Xylo is a true warrior. Vala gritted his teeth and said, I should have made him a knight immediately. Damn Emond. Prince Valair. Rhaenyra struggled to put Xylo's body on Syrinx's back, wiped her tears, her whole face was stained by seawater and mud. Sorry, I made you laugh. If it were me, I would be more aggressive than you. Valair clenched his fists, when will we break into King's Landing? He couldn't wait to teach Emond a lesson. We have to wait for the news from King's Landing and your brother's return after receiving the news. Queen Rhaenyra said, our people have not sent back the news from King's Landing. Dragonstone now only has 2 dragons that can fight, and the usurper. There is still a big gap. My brother will be back soon. Vala patted his breastplate, there are Ray and Shadow Nightmare in Dragon Nest City, as well as my army, so there won't be any problems for the time being. I will be with your Majesty and my brother fly to King's Landing and make Emond pay. Rhaenyra nodded heavily. What she wanted to say was choked by her own voice, but she finally managed to speak out, Prince Valair, after my discussion with Lord Corlys and Princess Rhaenys, we hope to get Rhaena engaged to Prince Ray. Who is Rhaenyra? Valair touched his head, oh, I remembered, the little fiancée on Xylo, Leela has a very good relationship with her. I have met her several times, she is very cute and obedient. Little girl. But I don't have to say anything about this. You have to tell my brother and third brother, your Majesty. I understand. Rhaenyra nodded, her tears still falling down her cheeks drop by drop. I originally wanted to go to Dragon's Nest City in person, but now that you are here, I will escort you to Dragonstone. Vala turned around and walked towards Silverwing. Let the usurper and Emond pay the price soon. You can come to Dragon's Nest at any time. Our Purple Palace welcomes you at any time. Rhaenyra nodded and returned to the dragon's back of Syrinx. She carefully tied Xylo's body to the front of the dragon saddle, and then drove Syrinx to take off. Silverwing followed closely behind, and the 2 dragons flew away from the beach one after another, leaving only a few fishermen to share the money in the bag. I found the dragon, so I should get more. The young fisherman grabbed the bag and poured the golden dragons in the bag all over the ground. He leaned over the ground and counted the golden dragons while talking in a nagging manner. What did you find? Everyone gets a share. The old fisherman was not happy. He pulled his eldest son to dig the gold dragons towards him. Only old Harry quietly picked up a gold coin and ran away, leaving the remaining fishermen to scramble for the gold coins on the ground like crazy. How dare you rob me? A burly fisherman picked up the harpoon on the boat and shouted. Ah! The scream made old Harry pause, but he continued to run without stopping. The night and dark clouds gradually enveloped the beach, and there were gold coins and bloodstains that were difficult to erase. The north, Wolf Forest. Longzil stabbed a glacier deer with a spear. Watching the giant creature whimpering and falling, Jacaras cut off the antlers neatly, and the venison was cut by several leaders of the mountain clans and handed over to the chefs in the team for grilling. Cregan Stark cut off a piece of venison with a knife, put it in his mouth and chewed it, then continued, Prince, this is probably the largest deer in the wolf forest. Whether it is or not, it is our prey today. Longzir put away his hunting spear with a smile. Their alliance in the north was unusually smooth. Perhaps it was the oppression of the 2 dragons, or perhaps the people of the north really kept their word. The lords of the entire north came to Winterfell in person, ready to wait for the wheat in their territory to be harvested and immediately recruit troops to go south. Longzir promised to continue to organize a fleet in winter to buy cheap food from the east continent for the north and sell it to the lords of the north at a low price. Jacaerys also reiterated Queen Alysanne's promise in the north that the Targaryen family would marry a girl from the Stark family in the future, or marry a princess to the heir of the Stark family. The Manderley family also received a promise of marriage. Lord Roderick Dustin and the elderly predecessor of the Lacewell family, Lord Robb Lacewell, the old warrior immediately passed the position to his grandson when he learned that the Greybeard Wolf army was formed. He put on armor, took his battle axe, long-haired horse and sworn knight to join Roderick's team. The 2,000 grey-bearded veterans led by them had already gone south a few days ago. Everyone in this army was equipped with long-haired horses from the north. They did not take the King's Road, but took the neck and passed the Twins, striving to join the battlefield in the Riverlands as quickly as possible. At this time, Lord Domeric Bolton, who had a pair of amber eyes, rode a fast horse to the camp with a serious face. The young Lord Bolton jumped off the warhorse and rushed to Cregan. "My lord, the letter from Storm's End and the letter from Harrenhal." Cregan opened the two letters and took a look. His expressionless face was instantly stained with a touch of frost. He looked up at Longsel and Prince Jacaerys, who was busy cutting venison, and could only sigh and hand the letter to Longsel. Longsel closed his eyes after reading the letter. Jacaerys took the letter from Longsel with some curiosity. After reading it, he also fell into a long silence. "If you look closely, you can see that the boy's eyes are gradually turning red." "Very good, very good." Longsel opened his eyes, and even Duke Cregan could feel the coldness and murderous intent in Longsel's deep purple eyes. "Good job, Xiaolu, good job, Emond, good job." He stood up immediately. "Xiaja, we are going to fly to Harrenhal, Duke. I'm sorry we can't stay in the north anymore. I sympathize with Prince Luthris's experience." Duke Cregan prayed for Luthris with the gesture of praying to the old gods. "The north will never forget, we will go south to join the war as soon as possible." Longsel nodded gratefully and dragged the motionless Jacaerys to the place where the dragon rested. "My lord, is this true?" "Xiaolu." Xiaja didn't come to his senses until he ran to the somewhat manic dragon. He asked with a sob. "Xiaolu died as a warrior." Longsel climbed onto the dragon saddle of Wur Mysore. "We will use the warrior's method to seek justice for him, Xiaja, let's go." "Yes." Jacaerys wiped his frozen tears vigorously and jumped onto the dragon back of Wurmax. The two dragons took off almost at the same time and flew south. Duskdale Town. Viagar glanced coldly at the burning town, and Yanjian was feasting on the dead cattle and horses on the side. Emond watched Criston Cole press Earl Gunthor Darkland to a wooden stake and force him to kneel. Great Aegon stood in front of Gunthor and spat at him, "Traitor! You are the traitor, the false king, the oath-breaker, and the kinslayer." Gunthor stared at Great Aegon without flinching. "The crown on your head was stolen. Now you don't even want King's Landing? Usurper!" Great Aegon's defense was instantly broken. "Criston, kill this traitor! Come on, Kingmaker!" Gunthor glanced at the captain of the White Knights, and the acting king's hand raised his sword. "You have tarnished your white robes, and the gods will." Before he finished speaking, the blade had already fallen, and the earl's head rolled on the ground for a few times and did not move. The acting king's hand faced the dejected soldiers of the Darkling family. "Now you have another chance to swear allegiance to the Orthodox king." He pointed to Great Aegon. "We can forgive you." Watching the soldiers of Duskendale kneel down one after another, Great Aegon's smile finally returned to his face. "Brother, where are we going next?" Emond, who had been silent all the time, finally broke the silence. "Raven's Rest, Your Majesty, Lord Criston, our plan can begin." Chapter 96. "Lord Larys, what do you say about your informant?" Tyrion Lannister was wearing gold and red armor. He led the guards of the Lannister family. There were only 20 people, but everyone had armor and war horses. In Wagga, after Halpin collapsed the walls of Duskendale, it was he who led the armoured West March cavalry into the town and cut down Lord Gonthor Darkland's city guard. Larys was tied to the horse and rode over staggeringly. Of course, instead of tying his hands, they fixed his lower limbs on the horse. After all, one of Crookedfoot's legs was severely deformed and he couldn't ride a horse at all. Tyrion was worried that there would be problems if he stayed in King's Landing, so he and Jaspie the Earl brought him out together. Earl Jaspie also had a cavalry team belonging to him, which was well equipped. Unfortunately, it was unable to overtake Tyrion's western cavalry. "My eyes saw Rhaenyra's Syrinx flying south," Larys said. "I don't have eyes in the borderlands, but I can guarantee that there are no sighting reports of dragons flying north." The intelligence chief has a weapon faster than a raven. Of course, he never shared with anyone where his information came from. Prince Damon and Korakui left Harrenhal. He was taking Lord Peter Piper, Lord Tristan Vance and Lord Forrest Frey to form the Red Fork defense line. Riverrun did not the people who stopped them, but did not stop me, sent a message. The Derry family, the Bartway family, and the Root family were besieging the king's supporters and did not find Prince Longzell and the Dragon of Jokeris heading south across the neck. Laris said, it is difficult for Vormeister to remain concealed during long-distance flights, just as Viagar is easy to detect without the help of night and clouds. That means there is no problem with our strategy. Emmon said, Sir Kristin, organize the army, and we will set off for Crow Roost immediately. Yes. The acting hand of the king nodded. Although his army was not large in size, it only had 900 people brought from King's Landing, plus the dragons obtained from Roshby City and Stokeworth along the way. 1,000 men and horses, as well as more than 1,700 surrendered troops from Dusk Valley Town, but with the assistance of the 2 dragons, it was more than enough to conquer a small castle. While Kristin was leading this force on a rapid march towards Crow's Roost, 2 giant dragons in the southern Stormlands were returning north to Dragonstone Island. The Yellow Dragon and the Silver Dragon were one behind the other, with a huge forest retreating quickly beneath them. At this moment, Rhaenyra suddenly noticed something. Valar saw Syrax suddenly dive and rush towards the ground, and quickly followed him before he had time to wonder. Sir Davos Creedon and Sir Desmond Cullen were responsible for protecting Miss Cassandra Baratheon and Aemon's dowry. The Stormland army of 6,000 people headed north. Most of these 6,000 people, the soldiers around Storm's End, were contributed by farmers, hired riders, mercenaries, and nobles who supported King Aegon. There were only 200 knights among them. The Stormlands rarely fight such shabby battles. Lord Boros is unwilling to take sides. Desmond Cullen sighed. His family is now in a dilemma. As an enclave of the Stormlands, Nightsong City of the Cullen family is ruled by the princes of the Reach and the Borderlands. It was completely surrounded. After the coronation of Aegon II, he was entrusted by Longzell to the Prince's Pass. He built the Long Sky Castle at the old site of TNG City, and Lyn Vartarkan, who used the dragon-headed griffin as his coat of arms, came to the city. He led his army to garrison at the border of Nightsong City's territory and did not take any action. He just garrisoned, but Earl Royce Cullen understood that this was forcing him to express his stance. But the Cullen family is different from the Tully family. The Tully family and the Ronzell family are not only related by marriage, but also lords and vassals, so the Tully family can ignore his marriage to the Hightower family. After all, Samantha Tully is only the second wife of Lord Mondstadt. And Diana Tully is the matron of the Varese family. The matron of a family that owns 6 dragons. But the Cullen family was different. His family had a very close relationship with the Baratheon family. The Miss Cassandra he was escorting now was Desmond's niece, and he couldn't escape at all. What is that in the sky? Davos Clinton suddenly pointed to the sky, and Desmond couldn't help but look up. Dragon! Run! Desmond turned his horse and ran away without hesitation. While running, he didn't forget to rush to the carriage, pull his niece out of the carriage and throw her on his horse. What happened, uncle? Cassandra was startled. Stop talking and run. Desmond Cullen ignored his niece's doubts at all. He took off his cloak and immediately ran to the forest aside. The knights of the Cullen family were stunned for a moment and immediately followed their second young master. Run towards the dense forest. It wasn't until this moment that Davos Clinton realized what was happening, put away the golden dragon flag and everyone retreat into the woods. Before Davos could finish his words, a stream of yellow dragon flames fell from the sky and swept Davos away. Lien and Aegon's golden dragon banner were burned to ashes. The blazing flames sprayed through the long team like a waterfall. Many soldiers were engulfed by the flames before they had time to react. After Syrax finished spraying a wave, he turned the faucet and sprayed towards the defeated soldiers didn't have time to run into the forest. This army collapsed when Syrax breathed out the first dragon flame, and everyone was taking off as much armor as possible or anything that might hinder their running. Their fear could be felt even by Vala, who hovered above. But Rhaenyra just directed Syrax with a cold face to spray dragon flames over and over again. The entire road suddenly burst into wailing, and even the woods on both sides of the road began to catch fire, with thick smoke billowing. Even Storm's End can be seen. When Boros saw the thick smoke rising into the sky from the north, Duke Stag's legs weakened and he slumped directly on his storm throne. I didn't expect that I would eventually fall into the hands of a woman. His wife Elena Karen cautiously came to her husband, Sir. Shut up, it's all your fault. Bolo slapped his wife to the ground. If you hadn't spoiled Mary's, how could she have said such a thing? It's fine now. My daughter is gone. Bastard strong. Dead too, the bitch on Dragonstone must hate me. If I hadn't just raised King Aegon's banner, she and Vala would have burned Storm's End together. Elena Karen held her stomach in pain. Only then did Bolo sense something was wrong and hurriedly helped his wife up. Bachelor, where is the bachelor? Queen Rhaenyra may not have imagined the consequences of her revenge in the Stormlands. Dragonstone. There was no queen in the Queen's royal council, and Prince Joffrey and Baela Targaryen attended instead of the queen. Although the 11-year-old Prince Joffrey was not as steady and polite as his elder brother, he still sat upright. Sitting on both sides of the table were members of the Queen's Council, Lord Corlys Velaryon, Hand of the Queen, Lord Bartimus Celtigar, Lord Treasurer, Princess Rhaenys, and Sir Alfred Broom. The fat but loyal Sir Robert Canth, and 3 of the Queen's Guardsmen. And Maester Grates. A request for help from Lord Simon Stanton. Maester Gladys placed the letter at the location of Crow's Roost on the map table. Just now, an army of about 1,000 people appeared under the castle of Crow Roost Castle, and a large number of troops continued to come. Crow Roost Castle only has 200 defenders. If we don't rescue Earl Stanton, the castle will fall today. Should we wait until Her Majesty the Queen comes back? Earl Bartimus suggested, there is a high probability that Her Majesty the Queen can bring back a giant dragon from Dragon Nest City. At that time, the 3 of us dragons will attack together, no matter how the usurper plans it. Can be easily solved. Normally speaking, Her Majesty the Queen should have come back by now. Sir Alfred stood up and said, but she still hasn't come back, and we can't even see the dragon shadow of Silaxi. Alfred, sit down. Sir Robert Keynes interrupted his complaint, it is not right for us to criticize the Queen at will. We need to rescue Crow's Roost Castle. Sea Serpent looked at the map for a while and said, if the Queen cannot rescue her vassals, her supporters will think that she is incompetent. So, I'll go. Princess Rhaenys stood up. At this time, everyone realized that the old princess had put on leather armor. She was ready when she got the news. Melias has the fastest speed among the dragons. She is big enough and old enough. No matter which dragon from the Green Party comes over, I will be able to fight. Grandma, I'm going too. Prince Joffrey also stood up, we don't know how many dragons the usurper has, so I'm going too. Prince, you can't go. The sea snake said patiently, Terexiu is too young. If you go, Grandma will have to protect you. Earl Collis sighed in his heart. Rhaenyra hasn't come back yet, which has really delayed too many things. Be obedient, Xiao Qiao. Rhaenys touched her grandson's head, I will definitely come back with victory. After saying that, she immediately walked out the door. Attention, ma'am. Don't worry, Rhaenys said. Even if it's a trap, I will drag their dragon to hell. The old princess said in her heart. She has dreamed of riding a dragon to fight since she was a girl. Unfortunately, the world has been peaceful for a long time. Even though Melias has experienced hundreds of battles, it was of no use, and Rhaenys' dream of Visenya had been dormant for a long time. But today, it's burning again. The Red Queen roared and took off from Dragon Mountain, flying to Ravenroost Castle, which was only a few hours away from Dragonstone. At this time, Queen Rhaenyra was still chasing the fleeing Baratheon soldiers. Vala can neither leave nor stay, he can only follow the Queen to protect her. Castle Crow's Roost. Simon Stanton looked at the soldiers surrounding the castle with a sullen face. In the front row were the soldiers of the Duckling family, then the soldiers of the Roshby and Stokeworth families, and finally the soldiers of King's Landing hiding in the woods. He could only sigh and direct the longbowmen and crossbowmen to throw down arrows, killing the waves of infantry rushing towards the castle on the way forward. However, the enemy was several times larger than the defenders of Crow's Roost Castle. They withstood the rain of arrows and quickly approached the castle with siege weapons. Dragon! The defenders of Crow's Nest suddenly pointed at the sky behind them and shouted. Simon hurriedly looked back and saw the scarlet-spiked dragon passing over their heads like lightning. The blazing dragon flames instantly fell on the heads of the soldiers besieging the castle. The soldiers immediately dispersed and ran towards the woods to avoid the Red Queen. Of dragon flames. Princess Rhaenys sighed and fastened the leash of the dragon saddle. 2 dragon roars sounded from the woods at the same time. As soon as she arrived, she and Melias realized something was wrong. It turns out he was waiting for her here. It doesn't matter, come on. Yang Yan was the first to rush out of the woods. The young one flew much faster than the slow old dragon behind him, and rushed in front of Melias almost in the blink of an eye. Dracarys. Sunfire. Yang Yan sprayed a dragon flame at Melias, but the Red Queen deftly dodged it. Princess Rena screamed excitedly, come on. Old girl, attack. Marius roared and pounced on Yanjian. The scarlet dragon penetrated the dragon flame without slowing down her speed. It bit Yanjian's wings before she could dodge. Yanjian roared in pain and her claws kept waving. Melias was not tolerant of it. The dragon claws tore off. It only took a few claws, and the huge dragon claws almost tore Yanjian's belly. Let Yanjian go, let go. Yanjian, dragon flame, dragon flame. Yanjian spewed dragon flames in pain, but its head was shaking and it couldn't aim at the Red Queen at all. Finally, Yanjian, who was forced to hurry, bit Melias's spikes. Well done, Aegon, hold her back. Emond finally arrived late with the slow Viagar. The huge old dragon pounced on Melias who was biting Yanjian from above. Melias immediately let go of Yanjian's wings and tried to avoid Viagar's attack. But Yanjian immediately bit Melias's spike and dragged it to the ground. Melias, focus on attacking Yanjian. Renis watched Viagar fall from the sky, knowing that it would be difficult for Melias to escape if he was dragged. Then take one away. No, no, what do you want to do? Great Aegon watched in horror as Melias turned his head and tore off the bitten spike, biting Yanjian's neck. Great Aegon could clearly see Melias's dragon teeth biting deeply into Yanjian's neck. Almost instantly, the golden dragon scales shattered and the hot dragon blood poured out. And Viagar, who fell from the sky, also bit Melias's neck, and the huge dragon claws almost tore the body of the scarlet dragon apart in an instant. The 3 dragons rolled and fell from the sky. Simon Stanton widened his eyes and watched Melias's dragon head being torn off by Viagar, and also saw Yanjian's head and flesh being torn off by Viagar's huge force. Until this moment, Melias was still biting Yanjian's dragon head tightly. The 3 dragons fell to the ground, and instantly flames and thick smoke filled the air. The fire swept through the forest where the 3 dragons fell in the blink of an eye, and even the wall of Raven's Roost Castle was collapsed. The thick smoke gradually dissipated, and in the forest, only the flames soared into the sky. Chapter 97. Viagar flew into the air, and Emond looked around before he saw Aegon the Great outside the fire circle. Aegon the Great was also decisive. Seeing that he could not save Yanjian, he directly untied the straps of the dragon saddle. Yanjian jumped down at the critical moment when the dragon was about to fall to the ground. Yanjian was really good. He survived the situation when the Red Queen bit his neck tightly. At the moment when the Red Queen was bitten by Viagar, Yanjian took advantage of the situation to adjust the position of Melias's dragon head and tried to make a buffer for Aegon the Great so that Aegon the Great could land more safely. Aegon the Great rolled and crawled to avoid the crushing of the dragon, and rolled a few times to put out the fire on his body. Even under the protection of armor, Aegon the Great still covered his knees and howled a few times, and the exposed skin was also covered with blood and mud. Emond, you have to compensate me for my sunfire. Great Aegon thrashed on the ground in frustration. Before he could finish his words, Criston Cole rushed over and grabbed him on his warhorse. Your Majesty, we have to retreat quickly. If the Black Party's dragon comes, it will be all over. How to run? Great Aegon roared angrily, my sunfire is gone. But your Majesty is still here, that's enough. Larys chased after him. Sir Criston, His Majesty wants to go with us. The intelligence chief rushed over with the King's Guard and more than 20 armoured cavalrymen. Your large force is too conspicuous. After saying that, Larys nodded to Sir Marson Waters on the side, and the White Knight turned over and dismounted, giving his horse to Great Aegon. He helped the seriously injured king onto the horse and tied the straps. Larys, where do you want to take me? Your Majesty, according to the previous plan. Larys said, Prince Emond and Sir Criston have already started the war. When the eyes of the Black Party are on them, it is our chance. Let's go now. Great Aegon looked at the dragon's fall with hatred, followed Larys's cavalry to evacuate deep into the dense forest, and Criston also led the main cavalry loyal to him to flee in another direction. Viagar flapped his wings above the clouds without hesitation and soon disappeared above the clouds. Earl Simon Stanton finally ordered people to block the collapsed city wall, and then he dared to lead a dozen cavalry to check the situation of the dragon's fall. The flames have gradually extinguished, leaving only 2 huge bodies on the huge open space. The Red Queen's dragon head had been separated from its body, and there were still huge wounds torn by Viagar on the Red Dragon's body. Even at this time, the Red Queen was still biting Yanjian's neck tightly, and a huge wound deep enough to see the bone was torn on the Golden Dragon's neck. This was why Earl Stanton saw that the Golden Dragon's head was almost bitten off, half of its wings were torn, and several huge wounds were torn on its chest and abdomen by the Red Queen. Even so, the Golden Dragon's body was still trembling slightly, and Earl Stanton could clearly see Yanjian's wide-open dragon mouth still breathing hot air. At this moment, a thunderous roar came from the north. 7 layers of hell, run! Earl Stanton immediately turned his horse's head to run back to the castle, but his sworn knight grabbed the Earl's reins. "My lord, it's a golden dragon. 7 gods bless, it's Wormither." Earl Stanton turned his horse's head again and jumped off the horse with a look of relief. "Prince Longzal is finally back. Lord Simon, what happened when Zyja and I went north? Why didn't the queen summon the dragon knights to surround and kill Viagar?" Wamasoil fell from the sky and landed steadily next to the dragon falls. Longzal had just finished asking questions when he saw 2 giant dragons entangled together. "Grandma!" Before Wumax stopped, Jackaris jumped off the dragon's back, but was stopped by Wamasoil's tail. Wamasoil stretched out his dragon neck, pushed aside the corpse of the Red Queen, bit Yanjian's head, and bit hard, completely biting off the head of the golden dragon. After doing all this, Wamasoil let Jackaris go. Longzal watched Jackaris search around the dragon's corpse with red eyes, but only held out a brooch with 3 dragons and sea horses entangled. Longzal sat on the dragon saddle and motioned Wamasoil to lower his head so that he could get closer to Simon Stanton. "Tell me, Lord Simon, what has Her Majesty been doing these weeks? Why didn't she write to us to summon us to go south as soon as possible? Why did a dragon war happen here? Why did she let Princess Renis fall into a trap alone? Your Highness, Her Majesty went to Shipbreaker Bay. She wanted to find Prince Luthrus's body. She also wanted to contact your brother to arrange the engagement between Prince Ray and Princess Renis. We were attacked by Viagar and Sunfire, and Princess Renis died heroically to rescue us. But she also shot down the usurper's dragon and the usurper. Does she know that this has been a war since the moment Xylo was killed?" Longzir frowned and rubbed the gauntlet of the dragon saddle. "The letters we received were actually from Haranil and Storm's End, not Dragonstone? Just because I stand on her side doesn't mean I am responsible for all her actions. Your Highness, this is the will of Her Majesty." Lord Simon did not dare to anger Longzir, nor did he dare to talk behind the Cricket Queen's back. "Your Majesty has not returned to Dragonstone yet. The one in power now is the Queen's hand, Lord Corliss." "Very good, very good." Longzal smiled bitterly and shook his head. "What about the usurper? Have you found the usurper's body?" "Your Highness, it is estimated that the usurper has been with the flames like our heroic Princess Renis." Count Simon replied cautiously, falling to the ground from that distance. "It is difficult to believe that the usurper will survive. If you don't see the body, it doesn't mean he is dead." A dragon's roar sounded like a snake's hissing, and the snake-like Colaxiu emerged from the clouds and landed next to Wormizar. Prince Damon shook his head at Longzell. "Vagar was not found, they ran too fast." "I know." Longzell sighed. "Zyja, cousin Damon, let's go to Dragonstone Island." Jackaris rubbed his face hard to make his expression less distorted, and then carefully the grandma put her brooch in her arms and jumped on the dragon's back. "Earl Simon, take care of the Red Queen's body," Prince Damon ordered. After Count Simon's assurance, Coroxia followed the 2 dragons and flew to Dragonstone. "I personally sent my wife to a dead end." Sea Snake slumped in his seat, unable to see his expression, but he could clearly see the pain and regret in the old man's dull eyes. Ronzal walked over and sat down opposite Collis. "Isn't the Queen back yet?" Sir Robert Canth nodded. Jackaris touched Joffrey's head and sat down in Rhaenyra's seat. "Everyone, I should be able to speak on behalf of my mother. You are the heir to the Iron Throne, so you are naturally qualified," Count Bartimus said respectfully. He always advocated summoning dragon knights to besiege the Green Party dragons immediately, but at first Damon and Rhaenyra did not support him. "I just don't know what Longzell means." "The war has begun," Longzell said. "The war started the moment Xylo died in Iman's hands, and you are still waiting for us to summon our allies? The Green Party did not give us this time. It has only been a few weeks and we have lost 2 dragons and 1 adult dragon. Do you really think that my vermissor can intimidate the Green Party into giving up the crown? Longzell, don't be angry. No matter what, we are bound to win. Damon sighed. If it had been 20 years earlier, he would have been so angry, let alone the delay in getting the information and breaking away from the valley in the north. Longzell in the main line for several weeks. Lack of information is indeed a big problem. Longzell flew to Harenul only to find out that Damon was not there, and then flew to Pink City before meeting Damon. The 3 dragons flew back to Dragonstone together, and they only noticed it when they passed by Crow's Roost on the way. As a result of the dragon battle, not to mention Viagar, Kristen did not know where he had gone. There were only a few hundred royal soldiers left in the dense forest who dropped their weapons and knelt down to surrender. Whether the usurper is dead or not, the fact that he and Viagar appear here only means one thing. Longzell stood up and inserted the silver blood on the location of King's Landing on the map table, looking at Damon and Gladys. His eyes twitched. The Green Party has given up on King's Landing. They want to open multiple battlefields to eliminate our advantage. Cousin Damon, let's go hunt Viagar. Zyja will sit in Dragon's Nest City and defend the eastern continent with Ray. Vala, we are responsible for the battlefield in the south. Since he wants to fight, we will let them know how wrong they are. I agree with Prince Longzell's opinion. Jokeris naturally agreed unconditionally with his knight's decision. Count Bartimus was the second to agree. He was originally a fanatical supporter of Dragon War, and then the sea snake came to his senses. Prince, please avenge my wife. At this moment, 2 dragon roars came from the window. Queen Rhaenyra, who has been offline for a long time, is finally back. The queen came down from the dragon's back with a tired look on her face. She was greeted by Sir Stephen Duckling, the captain of her Queen's Iron Guard. Vala followed the queen with a constipated expression on his face. He had just seen Wamiso. I am taking a rest inside Longshan. Of course you know what happened. Your Majesty, Prince Ronzel and Prince Jokeris are back. Sir Stephen Duckling said in a low voice. Queen Rhaenyra's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. We can gather immediately to let my traitor brother know how powerful I am. The false king and the kinslayer raided Crow's Roost. Princess Rhaenys died heroically to rescue Crow's Roost, as well as her dragon Melias. What did you say? Rhaenyra finally realized what happened and stopped. It was only then that Rhaenyra realized that the problem was with herself. If she had not burned the Stormland army under the Green Party flag, it might have been Silverwing and Melias who had just gone to Crow's Roost, and the result would have been has a mother's impulsiveness and blindness destroyed her own sanity. This Rhaenyra took a deep breath and almost ran all the way to the map hall floor. After a while, she was panting and holding on to the wall. I could only hold on to the handrail and move to the map hall little by little. Seeing his mother appear, Jokeris stood up. Mother, Your Majesty. Seeing her eldest son sitting in the chief position of the meeting instead of her, Rhaenyra was not angry. Instead, she nodded happily, and then slowly walked to Corlys. Lord Corlys, you are mine. Sorry for the mistake. Let Princess Rhaenys. Your Majesty, things have happened. Longzell nodded to Vala. Apologizing is meaningless. We should take action immediately. This is already a war. Only blood and fire can defend you. Crown. Ronzel reiterated his decision. Rhaenyra nodded without hesitation. Prince Longzell, your wisdom is the greatest wealth of the kingdom. I agree with your opinion. Your Majesty, we can occupy King's Landing first. Earl Bard Emos still couldn't forget his plan to occupy King's Landing with a group of dragons descending from the sky. The Iron Throne is the symbol of the kingdom. As long as you sit on it, you will undoubtedly be the legitimate king. Moreover, with Syrax and Tyregzu, the usurper without Viagar can't threaten King's Landing at all. Okay, let's do it. Rhaenyra has never been as decisive as she is now. Chapter 98. King's Landing has fallen into chaos. Ever since the day Aegon the Great's Sunfire and Aemon's Viagar took off from the Dragon's Lair and never returned to King's Landing, the entire city has been plunged into panic and chaos. In particular, the Queen's Dreamfire also flew away from King's Landing. From that moment on, there was an uneasy atmosphere everywhere from the Red Keep to Flea Bottom. Xiome's brothel. This is one of the best brothels in King's Landing. The interior decoration is quite luxurious. Many years ago, this was the place where Prince Daemon lingered. Later, it was also a place where Aegon the Great often visited. Prince Aemond also occasionally came here to relax. The boss here, White Maggot Messalaya, was a beautiful woman with skin as soft as cream when she was young. She started out as a dancing girl in Liss, and had good fortunes between high-ranking officials and the Black and White of King's Landing, and eventually became an important figure in the underground world of King's Landing. Big shot. No one knows who this old woman, who is now troubled by obesity, serves, but they only know that she is never short of money. There is never a shortage of customers, and every day her brothel with its huge bathroom is bustling with people. The new captain of the King's Landing Guard, Ross Loget, was naked and suddenly sat up from the arms of a dancing girl. He dreamed of a dragon falling from the sky and burning King's Landing. The captain was breathing heavily, and it took him a while to remember to pull up the expensive Varese silk velvet quilt to cover his naked body. "Sir, what's wrong?" The dancer was also startled by the captain. Rose Loget scratched her hair irritably and opened the silk curtain beside her bed. "Xiaomei. Xiaomei. Change it. I'll add money." Messalaya quickly walked out from behind the luxurious marble pillars. Although her body was already obese, her pale and moist skin was still the same as when she was young. "Captain, has my girl displeased you again?" Bai Maggot used his eyes to signal the dancer to leave quickly. He sat on the big bed and closed the curtain. "Xiaomei, tell me, who do you belong to?" Ross lay on the curtain and glanced outside, then lowered his voice and asked in Messalaya's ear. "Now Queen Rhaenyra's fleet has blocked the throat, and the road to the south has also been blocked. The civilians of King's Landing can hardly afford bread. Why do you still have perfume from the borderlands and luxuries from the eastern continent here? Who are you loyal to?" Messalaya asked. "Captain, as far as I know, you are one of the warriors who were put on the golden robe by Prince Daemon himself. You know everything." Rose was shocked and directly pressed Messalaya on the bed, and then immediately retracted his hand in panic. "Mrs. Xiaomei, I'm sorry, Before he could finish speaking, Messalaya was interrupted by Messalaya. Ya pressed her fingers to her mouth. "Captain, from the day he sent me away, I swore that I would never love anyone again." There was some sadness in Messalaya's voice, but only a little, and she quickly covered it up well. He walked over and said, "My lord, there are only a few places in King's Landing where I don't have people. But there is no secret that I don't know." Xiaomei smiled lightly and said, "Do you want to hear it? That Peking in Flea Bottom who claims to be a knight, the one you just surrendered his sword to last month, his little attendant is rumored to be the father of the late king, but he is actually yes, he. Xiaomei pointed up and then outside, the little bald man in the Sweet Kiss house, his bitch mother always said that he was the son of the king, but he actually came to King's Landing that year. A white-haired warrior of Prince Longzal, and Tigero Dogarayan, who lived in King's Landing for a while, and is a subordinate and close friend of Prince Longzal. I have seen more than one person claiming to be him. My illegitimate child has a bald head. It's a pity." Messalaya sighed softly, "It's all fake. I'm not interested in these rumors." Rose clearly didn't want to hear it. Okay, why are you so anxious? It's not like I won't tell you." Messalaya finally whispered in Rose's ear, "Queen Rhaenyra is coming back, and the dragon will come when the sun rises tomorrow. In King's Landing." Ross was shocked, but the king and queen, the prince and almost all the royal ministers have left. Queen Mother Alicent is still here, and a few guys from the Hightower family are also here. Messalaya put her arms around the neck of the golden-robed captain. "Prince Daemon will land at the Red Keep. You know what to do." Ross sat up straight immediately, cold sweat dripping from his back. I know. Thank you, Mrs. Xiaomei, I know. The captain babbled, put on his clothes, and immediately ran out of this romantic place. Messalaya suddenly smiled. She hooked her fingers and summoned a boy who shuttled between the curtains to deliver perfume. "You know what to do, take the things to the Cripple's Tavern and tell him this is our last transaction." The boy nodded and ran out quickly. Mess Arya was left alone to look at the silk curtains in the brothel quietly. Maegor's Tower. Alicent had not slept so well for a long time, so that when she woke up, the sun had not risen yet, and she was empty. The King's Guard were all gone, and the one who remained was asked by Sir Criston to disguise himself as a servant. Nor by her side. "I just don't know how the children are doing." Queen Mother Alicent looked out the window and saw the sun slowly rising over the sea. The citizens of King's Landing have already begun to work hard for the day. The Black Party has blocked the sea route, and the melee between the royal family and the nobles of the Reach has led to the interruption of important roads supplying King's Landing. Now the prices of goods in King's Landing are almost the same every day. In the past, 1 copper plate could buy a sausage, but now 1 copper star, 8 copper cents, 16 copper plates, can only buy sausages mixed with rat meat. In the past, 1 copper cent could buy a large piece of black bread with no impurities, but now 1 copper cent can only buy half a piece. Still mixed with sawdust and gravel. The one-armed shepherd walked silently in the empty market. The only places where supplies are abundant in King's Landing are the brothels and taverns with strong backgrounds, as well as the Red Keep and the church sanctuary. However, some are poured out every day in the brothels and taverns. While food was distributed free to the poor and provided to the canteens where brown soup was cooked, the church doors were closed. 7 gods are above. The shepherd closed his eyes. Your lamb has been lost in mind by the devil. They rely on the devil dragon, which is not tolerated by the gods. The devil crawled out of hell to bewitch the good men and women of King's Land. The evil offspring born from incest has indeed brought disaster. 7 gods, please look at your servants, the old shepherd prayed to the slowly rising sun. Dragon! It's Queen Rhaenyra's dragon. A pottery vendor in the market suddenly pointed at the sky and shouted. And Prince Dragonzel's dragon. That's Prince Daemon's dragon. Her Majesty the Queen is back. Her Majesty the Queen has brought us food. Long live Queen Rhaenyra. Long live the Queen. No, no, they are here to burn us to death, they are here to burn us to death. The citizens of King's Landing who were shouting Long live King Aegon a few weeks ago are now shouting Long live the Queen at this moment. The same number of people are frantically running out of the city, or hiding in the cellars and eaves of their homes. Below, only the shepherd squinted his eyes and looked at the growing shadows where the sun shined. O 7 gods, please protect your lamb from being deceived by the devil. The shepherd watched the topaz-colored golden dragon fly past the crowd, followed closely by the blood-red snake-shaped dragon and a horse. A dragon the size of a dragon. 3 giant dragons keep circling around the Red Keep. The dark green Wumax and Prince Joffrey's Terexia flew over the city walls of King's Landing, accurately igniting the unmanned dragon-hunting scorpion crossbows. Vomisaur and Silverwing hovered over the dragon's lair, tightly staring at everything in the city. The sea serpent's fleet raised its sails with the seahorse emblem from the sea level, and thousands of soldiers of the Velaryon family came across the sea. Come, come, close the city gate. The captain in the golden robe hurriedly tied up his golden robe and wanted to close the city gate, but as soon as he walked out of his house, he was stopped by several colleagues. What do you want to do, you traitors, traitors? Before the squad leader could finish speaking, a dagger was wiped across his throat. You are the traitor, bah! A man in a golden robe spat at the squad leader. Our golden robe was given to us by Prince Daemon, the prince of the capital. He is our eternal leader. The same thing happened in the 7 gates of King's Landing. Only the soldiers of the Hightower family wanted to resist, but they unfortunately ran into Wumax and Terexia, and were poured down by the dragon flames of the 2 little dragons. All 13 knights of the Hightower family were burned to ashes by the dragon flames. She's here. Looking at the giant dragon outside the window, Queen Mother Alicent realized that this day had finally come. She sighed and prepared to walk out of her room. But he ran into his younger brother, Sir Galwyn Hightower. Sister, run quickly. Queen Mother Alicent shook her head. I can't run away. She said, only if I stay, that bitch will temporarily divert her attention from my children. No. Galvin grabbed Alicent and started to run away. You are my sister, I can't leave you behind. Gavin, listen. Alicent broke away from Galvin's hand. Run quickly. When you get out, send a raven to tell Father and Earl Mon that the bitch queen has been ushered into King's Landing. Remember, this is your mission. Can. I order you in the name of the Queen Mother. Galwyn then turned around and ran out. As soon as he rushed to the stables of the Red Castle, he bumped into someone. Rose Laged pushed Galvin to the ground. Galvin looked at the captain with disbelief. You traitor, the skin you have is from my sister and the king. Fart. Ra stabbed the Queen Mother's brother in the stomach with a clean sword. Daemon gave me my skin. He tugged on his gold robe, it's gold inside and out. In just a few hours, the bells of King's Landing rang. The giant dragons landed one after another, roaring to the sky, accompanied by the melodious sound of bells. Tell all the people of Junlin. Their queen is back. Queen Rhaenyra slowly walked towards the Iron Throne, gently touched the spikes of the Iron Throne, and slowly sat down. She finally sat in this position as she wished. The soldiers of the Sea Snake family searched the entire Red Castle and did not find Queen Helena and her children. They released the Black Party supporters who were imprisoned by the Green Party from the dungeon. These sallow and skinny people put on new clothes and poured out. Entering the throne room demands loyalty to the Queen who rescued them. Queen Alison was escorted over by Captain Ross. The Queen Mother was not shackled, which was the Queen's request. She is my stepmother after all, and she also loves my father deeply. These were the Queen's original words. Rhaenyra. Alison looked at Rhaenyra, who was wearing armor on the throne, and the Dragon Knights under the Iron Throne, especially Dragonzell and Valar, who were leaning on Valyrian steel. The sword is particularly conspicuous. Let us negotiate. The Queen Mother still tried to negotiate. Let us convene a great council and let the princes decide who owns the throne. Rhaenyra, my son is still outside. There is no better condition than this. Alison, do you think I'm a fool? Rhaenyra said with a smile, your son's dragon is dead. Do you think your son can still live? Alison's expression suddenly changed. This is impossible. Longzell sighed, looked helplessly at the Queen on the Iron Throne, and shook his head. Sunfire has been killed by Princess Rhaenys and Prince Longzell. Its body is outside Crow's Roost Castle. Its wings were broken and the dragon's head was bitten by Vormithor. Rhaenyra smiled and said, Viagar already running away in embarrassment. Alison, you have only two options, or surrender. She opened her arms, or burn to death. Come on, choose one. Chapter 99. Queen Alicent ultimately failed to gain the forgiveness of her stepdaughter. She still stubbornly insisted on maintaining the succession rights of Aegon the Great, and stubbornly believed that Aegon the Great was not dead. In the end, she was imprisoned in Maegor's Tower by the annoyed queen. However, Dragonzor and Vala did not participate in the coronation ceremony held by Queen Rhaenyra for themselves. When Rhaenyra took Alicent away, they left the Red Keep with Daemon, Jacaerys, Baenilla and Rhaena. After kissing Jacaerys goodbye, Baenilla immediately prepared to fly to the Vale to protect the Eyrie as the Queen's promise. Although her moon dancer was only the size of a horse, it could already carry people to the sky. Prince Joffrey's purple dragon Tyrex will protect King's Landing with his mother's Syrax. Vala and Jacaerys flew back to Dragon's Nest with little Viserys. Jacaerys was appointed as the regent prince by his mother, responsible for assisting Dragonzor, the commander of the southern border, to eliminate the Hightower rebels. And Longzir flew to Harrenhal with Daemon. As the core of the entire Three Rivers, Harrenhal's five-fingered towers can radiate the entire central area of Westeros. From here, the two dragons can hunt the fleeing Viagar at any time. The Godswood Forest of Harrenhal, Longzir brought Daemon here almost as soon as he landed. The people of the Riverlands are generally believers of the seven gods, and the old gods only have a slight presence in Raventree. But the Godswood Forest is indeed a kind of architectural form generally loved by southern nobles. Many southern lords will prepare a small forest in the castle. There may not be fish beams, but there must be a few particularly tall trees. The builder of Harrenhal, Blackheart Harren, was an iron man, but he was not enthusiastic about faith. He just blindly pursued the construction of this great castle that could be called a miracle, so he transplanted several ancient fish beams from the Thousand Faces Island to his own courtyard. Unfortunately, with the dragon flame of the Black Death, these fish beams were burned down, and only the largest one survived tenaciously. A huge old man's face that seemed to be formed naturally appeared on the gnarled tree trunk, and the huge roots were like the old man's beard, deeply embedded in the soil. The bright red marks flowed from the old man's eyes, like tears. Longzell walked quickly to the fish beam wood, turned back and said to Daemon, Cousin Daemon, are the things ready? Daemon nodded, you want these? Daemon suddenly had a bad premonition. Mother's blood, father's blood, king's blood. Longzell gently tapped the fish beam wood, and a proper amount of magic creation. Cousin Daemon, you know, I am a blood witch. Vigilance is our nature, Longzell. Daemon smiled and shook his head, just like you doubted our sincerity before. But he still took out two small bottles. Alison's blood was taken by Miss Elinda Marseille. The Queen Mother wanted to commit suicide, but was rescued by Miss Marseille. This is the blood she collected. Longzell pulled out the silver blood, cut off a piece of bark from the fish beam wood, and signaled Daemon to pour Alison's blood on the bark. Mother's blood is connected to her son. As Longzell spoke, Queen Mother Alison's blood just touched the bark of the fish beam wood and merged into it. The pale bark was instantly stained with a trace of blood that was difficult to erase. The second small bottle was Galwin Hightower's blood. Damon got it from Ross. Unfortunately, Galwin was killed by Ross's sword. It took a long time for him to take the blood. Now the blood has basically coagulated. Mother's blood is enough, and the blood of the mother's family is just a supplement. Longzil shook his head. Damon sighed, stretched out his hand and wiped the silver blood, and his blood also dripped into the bark. The blood of the father's family guides the direction of the descendants. Longzir said the spell in High Valley Ryan. The bark of the fish beam wood was dyed blood red, and the bark seemed to be slowly melting. And the blood of the king. Longzir looked at Damon. The blood of the king is the best witchcraft material. Damon hesitated, but finally took out the witchcraft material given to him by Rhaenyra. Don't worry that I will curse the royal family. Don't worry. Longzir smiled and made a round, I also have Targaryen blood in my body. Cursing you is equivalent to cursing myself. Cousin Damon, aren't you curious about what the blood of the king is? Why am I curious about that thing? Damon smiled self-deprecatingly, I am not a blood wizard, nor a magician. This thing is no different from a dragon to me. I'm not afraid of others knowing. Longzir blew a breath on the bark, and the bark suddenly burned with transparent flames, and the entire ancient fish beam wood suddenly made a rustling sound. Longzil looked back and saw a black-haired woman in the corridor of the castle looking at them expressionlessly. The moment she saw Longzil's gaze, the woman suddenly covered her head and disappeared in the shadow of the castle in the blink of an eye. It's not like I won't go to Thousand Faces Island. Longzil muttered, but I didn't expect that the old gods would have some arrangements here. I didn't expect it. What didn't you expect? Damon was about to listen to Longzil's introduction, but was suddenly interrupted and was a little confused. Nothing, let's go back to the topic of the king's blood, cousin Damon. Longzil laughed, the king's blood does not actually represent the blood of the person who sits on the throne. In the family's magic books, this kind of witchcraft material is actually called ancient blood or sacred blood. Of course, the latter is more the self-proclaimed name of these magicians. Its real scientific name is magic blood, which is arranged according to the effect. The blood wizards of Lyria believe that the blood of the royal descendants of the Kingdom of Dawn is the most precious, followed by unspeakable mysterious creatures, such as dragons, demons, and night lions, the king of the dead who rides ice spiders in the myth of Westeros. The son of the forest, and then the blood of the Valyrian dragon king. In terms of effect, it is similar to the blood of those mythical creatures, and then the blood of the kings who ruled various places in ancient times, such as the pure-blooded descendants of the Green Hand King, the pure-blood descendants of the Tucker family, the kings of the Masters, and the monarchs of distant countries that have perished or still exist. Because they are special, they become rulers. Longzil nodded, this is the origin of the concept of king's blood. The colorless flame in his hand gradually extinguished. The original weirwood bark turned into two stone-like objects that were pale and bloodshot. Take this with you. Ronzil threw one of the stones to Damon, when Iman is nearby, it will get hot. If you find Iman, crush it. I will feel it. What about you? Damon noticed that Longzil had no intention of setting off with him. I want to go to Thousand Faces Island to take a look. Longzil looked at the huge, dark tower of Harrenhal, there is someone who has always wanted to see me. Don't worry, I will set off soon. Longzil was already a little confused. Excited. It's exciting to think about facing Viagar. Okay, I will set off immediately. Damon knew that it might be difficult for his dragon to confront Viagar head-on, but marking and tracking the old dragon would not be a problem at all. He would never let Viagar go again. In the distance, a river valley. A village had just been reduced to ashes, Viagar was devouring burnt pigs and sheep, and Imond was gnawing on burnt chicken with a tired look on his face. Gotta think about where to go next. Imond's brain was working rapidly. Chapter 100. Herrenberg. Ali Rivers covered her head and ran to a dark corner. Her face aged rapidly, then quickly regained its youth, but wrinkles appeared again. After repeating this several times, Ali Rivers' face returned to its previous appearance as a young girl. No one knew when this girl appeared in the Strong family. Some said she was the illegitimate daughter of a certain Strong, and some said she had lived in this castle 40 years ago. Perhaps the latter was the truth. I found you. Longzil's voice suddenly came from behind Ali Rivers. Ali was startled and jumped up immediately, looking at Longzil vigilantly. Her figure suddenly became gradually eye-catching, and her eyes rippled like running water. Don't use your inferior magic in front of me. Longzil stretched out his hand, and Ali Rivers immediately strangled her throat as if drowning. She kept struggling, but found herself gradually rising into the air. Tell me, who taught you the black magic? Longzil stretched out his hand and pulled a drop of black blood from Yelai's forehead, and Yelai Rivers' face aged instantly. Let me go, I'll tell you everything. Yelai Rivers' throat suddenly burned with black flames, and she was freed from the drowning pain, but her wrinkled hands still tightly grasped her throat, but she seemed to have another set of vocal organs, and a sharp voice came from her stomach. It was the Green Man of the Thousand Faces Island. My father was a green man, and he taught me magic. Humph. Longzil then bounced the drop of black blood back to Yelai River's head, and her face suddenly became younger. Forest Witch. Yelai River nodded in panic. Tell me, what is your purpose in staying in Harrenhal? Longzil gently turned his wrist, but Yelai River could clearly feel the blood in her body that symbolized magic flowing with his movements. Why don't forest witches go to the Neck, Wolf Forest, and Rain Forest, and stay in such a cursed city with traces of fire magic everywhere? I want the seed of the Dragon King. Did the Green Man ask you to do this? Ali Riverman shook her head, with a trace of fear on her face. It was this castle that made me do this. He asked me to cast a curse on Prince Damon and you, but Prince Damon left too fast, and I had no chance to get close to him. You. The witch showed a trace of horror. To be offensive, it's hard for me to regard you as a person. I am also a mortal, and all mortals have to die. Longzil sighed. This castle? Sorry, do you mean the curse of fire made you do this? No, it's not fire. Ali Riverman's face was instantly occupied by fear. Wet, cold, and quiet. I don't know what it is. My father asked me to stay away from it, but I can't. Longzil looked coldly at the witch, who was suddenly scratching her hair hysterically, and slowly stretched out his hand. River Bend. The army of the Hightower family had rapidly expanded to about 25,000 people, including 7,000 cavalry. Alan Bisberry decisively led Earl Codoin to abandon the Hive City and the Three Castles and retreated to the direction of Horn Hill, and constantly harassed the scouts of the Hightower family on the way. Avoid the possible air raid of the Blue Queen. Earl Mond looked at the wreckage on the ground with a cold face. His scout cavalry was once again killed by Alan Bisberry's cavalry, and even the armor was stripped away. The Blue Queen roared over Mond's head, circled several times before slowly folding her wings and landing next to Earl Mond and Earl Olwine. Durin moved his butt with a tired face and let himself get off the dragon saddle. My lord, my dragon needs to rest. The Blue Queen roared a little like a spoiled child. Seeing that no meat had been delivered, she screamed a little louder, and then the soldiers hurriedly dragged the dead horse to the dragon. Blue Queen Tessarion blew a breath of fire in disgust and cooked the horse meat, then ate it in small bites. Prince, how is the situation? Asked Earl Olwine. Darren shook his head. The traitors chose a marching route that can block the dragon's vision. I can't find the army of the Bisberry and Codoin families. The army of the Rowan family has also entered the forest. They seem to have left the line of the Mead River. You've worked hard. Earl Mon sighed and touched Duren's silver hair. Her Majesty the Queen has arrived in Old Town. My wife and Hobart are preparing to send the little prince and princess away. Earl Adrian Redwine will send a warship to escort the little prince and princess. They will go to the East Continent to avoid the war. My nephews and nieces. Durin frowned. What happened in King's Landing? Why are your Majesty and others in a hurry to send my sister and nephews and nieces away? And how is my mother now? It's bad news, Your Highness. Earl Olwyn sighed. Because Longzil joined the traitors' camp, the traitors' strength has now surpassed ours. According to the news from a few days ago, the traitors have occupied King's Landing. Her Majesty the Queen Mother has become a prisoner. It is said that the Queen, supported by the traitors, ordered the Queen Mother to be stripped of her clothes and thrown into the flea pit. Looking at Prince Durin, whose face was gradually flushing, Olwyn decisively changed the subject. Prince Emond and the ministers of the Royal Council are missing. His Majesty the King and Prince Emond killed the traitor's dragon Melias at Crow's Rest, but His Majesty's dragon also died heroically under the siege of the traitor's dragon. What did you say? Prince Durin suddenly felt that the sky was falling. The Green Party only had 4 dragons that could fight in the sky. This destroyed a big dragon. So what now? Shouldn't the Blue Queen be allowed to deal with Silverwing and Corixiu? Not to mention the two giant dragons, the Blue Queen may not even be able to defeat Wumax and Shadow Nightmare. It would be great if Queen Helena could join the war. Sir John Rockton sighed, with Dreamfire, we don't have to worry about the Black Party's dragon as much as we do now. A woman is a woman. Count Irwin muttered, but immediately continued to participate in the Green Party discussion like no one else. I wonder what's going on with Prime Minister Otto? Lord Mond, Lord Otto has a letter, send it back. Mond shook his head. He also wanted to know how Otto's trip to the eastern continent was going. There was no threat from the east. The Black Party's dragon in the south could attack his army in Old Town at any time. Old Town. Earl Mond suddenly thought of a possibility. Immediately write a letter to Tower and ask Meath and Leonor to pay attention to the sea. Write a letter to Earl Ridwin and ask him to send a ship to protect the port of Old Town. Everyone immediately thought of the same place, Dorne. No, it should be today's Prince of Turbulent River. Prince Alban Dane, the guardian of Turbulent River who was conferred by King Viserys, is ruling a large territory of West Dorne, although he has never none of them admit it, but almost everyone knows that his success in becoming a first-line prince who rules a party depends on the elite soldiers and wealth brought by his cousins from Longzell, as well as his sister's superb skills. Martial arts and excellent troop command skills. My lord, do we want to continue moving forward? Sir John Rockton asked, seeing that something was not quite right. Earl Mond gritted his teeth, continue to go north. We must defeat Rowan's army as soon as possible, occupy Bitterbridge and Tengshi Town, and force Tyrell to send troops. He knew that this was the only way the Green Party could make a comeback on the land battlefield. If there is a chance, as long as the Black Party's ground troops have not yet assembled to lock the food transportation channel in King's Landing, and when the Eastern Continent's fleet, the Redwyn family fleet, and the Iron Fleet arrive, the balance of victory will still tip to them. What's more, the blood of the Green Party is on their side. As long as the two little princes are okay, there is still hope for everything. So Durin was ordered to take off again to protect Lord Ulwyn. Sir John Rockton and Sir Brandon Hightower's 8,000 vanguard continued to advance at full speed, preparing to cross the Valley of Flowers and approach Highgarden and Hornhill. In the woods of the Valley of Flowers, the soldiers covering their armour with smocks woven from leaves prepared their weapons. Alan Bisberry breathed a sigh of relief until he saw Donald Tully and Alan Tully and his son. Alan, how is my grandpa? Has Her Majesty the Queen rescued him, and where is our dragon? Alan Bisberry hugged the already very strong little Alan, and asked his grandpa anxiously situation. The dragon is here. Suddenly a gust of hot wind blew in the dense forest, and Alan Bisberry noticed the huge beast hidden in the woods. Of course, it could be hidden entirely because of the Tully family, and the soldiers of the Keon family kept covering Yunyi's body with leaves, thus covering up Yunyi's pure silver scales that turned black in the sun. Vala walked to Alan Bisberry's side and took a deep breath. I'm sorry, Alan, your grandfather used his loyalty to prove what a true oath is. Earl Linman was killed by the traitor Sir Criston. Jokeris emerged from behind Vala with a sad look on his face. Wumax didn't have the problem of silver wings. It was small in size and had dark green scales. The land blends well with the environment. Prince. Although Alan Bisberry had some guesses about this situation, the moment it was confirmed, the young man's eyes darkened for a moment, but fortunately he stabilized his figure immediately. Prince, I have brought 1,600 warriors who have seen blood. Alan Bisberry suppressed the grief in his heart, regained his strength, and said, they have all seen Hightower's blood with me. Now, our sword is yours. Lord Alan, can you guarantee that Hightower's army will definitely pass through here? Var asked. Alan Bisberry nodded, I promise. Valar and Jokeris looked at each other and returned to the dragon saddle. The sun moved slowly in the sky. Silverwing suddenly looked up to the sky, and Vala squinted his eyes. Is it a dragon? He patted Yunyi's scales. Yunyi nodded slightly and buried his head in the leaves again. Lord Donald Tully immediately signalled the longbowmen and crossbowmen to prepare for battle. The dismounted knights and heavily armoured infantry also raised their war murs, swords, and halberds, preparing to walk out of the woods. Hightower's vanguard unit, which grew into a long straight line, finally entered the Valley of Flowers. Sir Brandon Hightower looked at the surrounding terrain and suddenly raised his hand. Everyone stop moving. Chapter 101. Sir Brandon, what's the matter? Earl Olwyn Peake saw the front army stopped advancing and immediately rushed to Brandon Hightower's side. Something is wrong. Brandon Hightower stared intently into the densely wooded Valley of Flowers. This valley only had a narrow dirt road for the army to pass through, and was surrounded on three sides by highlands covered with dense forests of large trees. It was simply natural. Brendan Hightower could think with his toes that Alan Bisberry, who loved ambushes, would definitely choose this place as his next ambush location. How many people does Alan have in total? 2,000 can support him to death. Count Irwin said confidently, even if the Tully family and the Keon family come to support us, with our current strength, as long as we can withstand the first round of offensive, we will be able to wait for a while. Earl Mon's large army has arrived, and they are also our meat and potatoes. Irwin pointed to the sky. We have Prince Durin, and there are dragons here. If they dare to show up, we will burn them. The Black Party also has dragons. Brendan Hightower couldn't stand Irwin Peake's confidence. The Blue Queen is so small that even Prince Jokeris's dragon can threaten her. The Dragon Knights of the Black Party are probably partying with that slutty bitch in King's Landing. Irwin Peake said this, and suddenly sighed, it's a pity that I don't know about His Majesty's situation, what do you think? You'd better stop talking, Earl, and go to the rear to prepare. Let's evacuate. Brandon Hightower finally couldn't help but said, we try not to take risks, and we should prepare to retreat and wait for Earl Mon's main force. Brandon is very clear that the usurpation of the Green Party has become a truly worthless move after Ronzel officially raised the black flag. The absolute violence that the Targaryen dynasty relies on to maintain is not the army, but the dragon. Whoever has more dragons and bigger dragons can wear the real crown. The only ones the Green Party can rely on are Viagar and Dreamfire, but Dreamfire and the Black Party have more dragons that are good at fighting. With absolute violence at a disadvantage, the only capital the Green Party can use to prove their worth and seek reconciliation is the armies of the Reach and the West. As long as they retain this effective force, and as long as Rhaenyra is not crazy, they will not lose even if they lose. It would be too ugly. Retreat? Why? Before Earl Irwin could finish his words, an extremely sharp neighing sound suddenly came from the sky. I saw Blue Queen Tessarion, who had been scouting in the sky just now, suddenly let out a sharp cry. Darren hurriedly lowered his body. Tessarion, calm down, calm down. From the message sent by his partner, Darren immediately understood what happened. Tessarion discovered that the woods below contained his kind, and they were very dangerous. There is an ambush. The rear team becomes the front team, and the whole army retreats. Brandon Hightower immediately verified his guess. It seemed that not only was there an ambush, but the ambush was not small. There is probably a dragon in the woods. Olwyn, go to the rear immediately and command the retreat. Brandon Hightower gave Irwin's horse a whip, and before Irwin could react, he was rushed to the rear by his own horse. Knights dismount and prepare for foot combat, longbowmen and crossbowmen prepare for cover, and light cavalry flanks prepare. Hat. Vala fastened the straps of the dragon saddle. It seems that we really can't underestimate the dragon's senses. Silver Wing, it's our turn to play. Zyja, I'll fight Teslian, and you can help High. Let's send a fire to Tall. Jokeris nodded, and Wumax shook the leaves on his body excitedly, flapped his wings, and suddenly flew high from the woods. Brandon Hightower immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Wumax was about the same size as Thessalian and was not a big threat. The heavily armored knights wearing plate and chain armor dismounted one after another and formed a simple front line with the heavy armored infantry in the front army, preparing to cover the rear army. Longbowmen and crossbowmen are ready to cover Prince Durin and attack the riders and the dragon's eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a black cloud rose up in the woods, and dense arrows rained down on Hightower's army. Almost everyone in the army was heavily armored and equipped with shields. The dense rain of arrows bounced off the plate armor or stuck on the shields. Hightower's bows and arrows also launched a counterattack. Archers, don't stop. Although Count Vansincon, the chief retainer of the Varese family, is old, he is still an outstanding general. He was entrusted to the East Blemont Valley by Longzel. He built a strong stone fortress, Con Castle, by the river. In the year when the castle was completed, that is, when he was 57 years old, he successfully gave birth to the son of the Con family with his 23-year-old Valyrian wife. Heir, a beautiful boy. Longzel personally named the chief retainer's child Legeng, which is a variant of his eldest son's name Lingal, to show that he attaches great importance to the chief retainer's family. Now 3 years old, Legeng Kaon was taken to Dragon Nest City by Longzel and grew up with Ringer. Now old Fanson no longer has any scruples. The old man is wearing silver heavy armor. The heavy armor almost bends the old man's waist, but the old man still holds his spear and talks to the commander of the Unsullied in the Silver Blood Army. The Silver Scorpions stood together, the Unsullied come out to withstand Hightower's heavy infantry. Earl Tully, your cavalry is on standby. Earl Bisberry, you take the archers to cover the Unsullied's gun array. Donald Tully nodded and returned to his horse. Alan, follow closely. Alan Tully also rode back on his horse and drew his long sword. Darren saw Wumax flying up from the woods and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Tessarion, attack! Tessarion roared, flapped his wings several times, and suddenly increased his speed, approaching Wumax who had just laid flat. The Blue Queen opened her slender dragon head and sprayed a mouthful of deep blue flames at Wumax. Wumax folded his wings without hesitation, dodged the dragon flames with a dive, and took advantage of the moment when Tessarion just shut up and prepared for close combat to suddenly climb up and circled behind Tessarion. Bastard J, get out of my way. Dalen, be careful, your opponent is not me, Wumax, dodge, dragon flame interference. Jackaris looked at Dalen with a flash of pity in his eyes. With his body tightly pressed against the dragon saddle, Wumax flapped his wings and bounced off the arrows flying from below, and a spherical dark green dragon flame sprayed out, exploding in front of Tessarion who had just turned around, and the dragon flames scattered, and Dalen hurriedly raised his arms to block his face. The dragon flames dissipated. Vermax had already dived towards the Hightower army on the ground. The crossbowmen and longbowmen had no time to suppress the unsullied heavy infantry of the Varese family, and hurriedly shot into the sky, but all the arrows were bounced off by Vermax's scales and thick skin. Vermax had such thick skin at this age thanks to Shadowmare. The dragon with a scalp as hard as bone not only grew fast, but also loved to snatch food from Vermax. The two dragons snatched from Shadowmare, which was much smaller than Vermax, to Shadowmare, which was about the same size as Vermax, and even longer than Vermax. Of course, the relationship between the two dragons was not bad. They often stole Silverwing's food together in the dragon cave. They were driven out of the dragon cave by Vermithor several times, and could only fly to the top platform of the Twin Towers to ask their partners to take them in. Tessarion, stop Vermax! Durin waved his hand to clear the smoke and dust in front of him, and suddenly saw Vermax diving towards his own position. The heavy armored infantry and dismounted knights of the family had already faced the spear formation of the Unsullied. The two sides were almost bleeding the moment they collided. The spears of the first row of Unsullied were 20 feet long, which was extremely difficult to hit or poke at the infantry. However, the first row of the Hightower family were all dismounted knights with superb martial arts. The knights either nimbly dodged the spears, sent their swords into the gaps of the Unsullied's heavy armor, or raised their axes and hammers to smash the spears and fight with the Unsullied in close combat. Both sides were wearing heavy armor, and the sound of steel colliding was heard in front of the woods. However, the Unsullied were castrated men after all, and soon they were a little exhausted. But the iron-like discipline and the characteristics of ignoring pain allowed the Unsullied to withstand the attack of the dismounted knights. The Blue Queen roared and swooped down, and at this moment, a huge black shadow finally flew up from the woods. The Blue Queen tried to dodge in panic, but the dragon was bigger and faster. Brandon Hightower opened the spear of the Unsullied, and the warhammer in his left hand hit the spiked helmet of the Unsullied heavily, directly denting the helmet. The Unsullied even wanted to retract the spear to stab. Fortunately, Knight John Rockton rode past the Unsullied on his horse, and his Valyrian steel sword Orphanmaker cut off the head of the Unsullied in one fell swoop. 7 layers of hell. Seeing the silver dragon fiercely pounce on Tessarine, Brandon Hightower felt that his eyes were black and black. Silverwing opened its dragon mouth like an eagle hunting sparrows, and bit the wings of the Blue Queen. The Blue Queen immediately struggled, twisting her slender neck, and sprayed a mouthful of deep blue dragon flames at Silverwing's head. Silverwing closed his eyes, and with a flick of his dragon head, Tessarine screamed and fell to the ground like a rag bag that was thrown out. Tessarion, balance, balance! Durin pulled the gauntlet hard, and Tessarion screamed in pain, but finally stabilized his body and flapped his uninjured wings. The other half of the wing was almost bitten off by Silverwing. He barely flew up. Durin, do you have the courage to come over? Vala roared, come, face me like Luthris. Durin silently pulled down the visor of his helmet. Tessarion, attack! Tessarion roared and rushed towards the swooping Silverwing. The hot dragon blood spilled, and wherever the blood fell, both the soldiers of Hightower and the Unsullied twisted in pain. Tessarion, attack! Durin roared and rushed towards the open dragon mouth of Silverwing. Chapter 102. Dracarys. Vala looked at Tessarion, who was staggering towards him with satisfaction, and pulled the ring on the dragon saddle. "Good boy, you are brave enough, I will give you a quick death." Silverwing raised his head, and a mouthful of dragon flames flooded Tessarion and the young prince on the back of the cobalt blue dragon. Tessarion, who was only 1/3 the size of Silverwing, immediately let out a piercing scream in the burning of Silverwing's dragon flames. The scales of the little dragon can resist bows and crossbows, but they can't withstand the blazing flames of the old dragon. It is almost visible to the naked eye that the beautiful cobalt blue scales of the Blue Queen and the bright copper claws of the dragon horns quickly became charred under this continuous flame. The scales cracked, and the hot blood was instantly evaporated by the dragon flames as soon as it came out. As for Prince Durin, he did get a merciful pleasure. The blazing dragon flames burned the young prince on the dragon saddle into a ball of charcoal in almost the blink of an eye. In order to reduce the pain, Vala deliberately let Silverwing spit fire with all his strength. Try to send away the Valyrian Dragon King with heat resistance in one go. Tessarion roared and fell, and was caught by Silverwing's neck nimbly. Silverwing's dragon fangs bit through the dragon neck, whose scales had been burned in just one bite. The Blue Queen wailed, and her eyes gradually lost their color. The dragon flew over the narrow Green Party army with the Blue Queen in its mouth. Almost all the Green Party soldiers who had not yet withdrawn from the Flower Valley saw their dragon being killed by Vala almost like a massacre. Olwyn Peak opened his mouth wide, but his body reacted faster than his brain. He immediately drove his warhorse to flee out of the valley like crazy, and the entire rear army fled with him. For a time, the entire valley fell into a huge chaos. The entire rear army was fleeing, and the central army formation was broken into pieces by the Borderland army and the Bisberry army that rushed out of the woods. Only the front army that was confronting the Unsullied head-on was still holding on. "The dragon is dead," said Sir John Rockton calmly. Sir Brandon Hightower, who had a broken spear of the Unsullied stabbed into his body, looked at Silverwing triumphantly flying over his army, and then threw the body of the Blue Queen into the center of the crowd like trash. The billowing smoke and dust instantly replaced the blood and shouts of killing. The dragon's hot blood splashed, crushing and scalding a large number of soldiers who had no time to escape. "The Hightower family is finished." Brandon Hightower's eyes gradually became empty. He could foresee the outcome of everything. Prince Durin and the Blue Queen were killed, and Yanjian was also dead. The only dragons that the Green Party could fight were Viagar and Dreamfire. The Black Party's current hunting focus must be Viagar. If Viagar dies, the Green Party will have no chance to turn things around. Although Jaehaerys has silver hair and purple eyes, he was born with 6 fingers, which is not much better than the brown-haired Targaryen in the eyes of the Westeros people. The family must prepare a retreat, but can Mund Hightower and Otto Hightower really realize this? Thinking of this, Brandon Hightower stopped thinking, raised his long sword and warhammer and devoted himself to the battlefield. Most of the foot knights and heavy infantry in the front army were elites of the Hightower family. Their combat effectiveness and morale were still very strong. Even after witnessing the Blue Queen Tessarion being easily killed by Silverwing, they still charged at the Unsullied's line. Vala deliberately looked back at the front army. "My goodness, they are indeed elite troops bought with money. Ha, Zyja, it's up to you." Vala stopped showing off his power, grabbed the handguard of the dragon saddle, and commanded the Silverwings to burn the fleeing Hightower soldiers. And Womax also officially joined the battle. Prince Jaehaerys carefully manipulated Womax to spit out flames, burning the soldiers who replenished the front row of the front army. These Ironcans may have superb martial arts and may have been champions of the competition, but in front of the dragon flame. Sorry, all beings are equal. The longbowmen and crossbowmen of the Hightower family shot into the sky in vain, but they were either burned to death by the dragon flame, shot to death by the archers of the Tully family, or chopped down by the Black Party soldiers who came to kill them. Only one crossbow arrow hit Prince Jaehaerys' shoulder, but it was defended by his shoulder armor. The crossbow arrow only penetrated Jaehaerys' plate shoulder armor without even scratching the skin. However, Jaehaerys was not angry yet. Womax was frightened by the arrow and angrily poured the dragon flame that had lasted for a long time on the heads of the crossbowmen. Silverwing's dragon flame was several times thicker than Womax's. Womax could only accurately kill 1 or 2 Tin-Can soldiers with one blow, but Silverwing's flame could instantly evaporate a row of soldiers into ashes. Brandon Hightower was a little tired, but he was still fighting hard. He used his warhammer to open the helmet of an Unsullied again, and then stabbed the eunuch warrior's eyes with his sword. Unknowingly, Brandon Hightower, with the assistance of his dismounted knight, killed through the unsullied line, revealing the flags behind, the long-bearded old man's head on the purple background of the Caon family, the walking hunter of the Tully family, the silver dragon bay-leaf of the Varazes family, the beeswax of the Bisberry family, and the quarter-grid silver holy grail black rose of the Codoan family. In order to avoid the dragon flames of Vermax, the light cavalry originally arranged to break through the flank of the Unsullied were forced to disperse and were now being surrounded by the heavy cavalry of the Tully family and Vincent Conn. Even John Rockton, who had been protecting him, was gone. The owner of this orphan maker was a rare warrior in the Green Party army of the River Reach. It was also with his Varsteel sword that Brandon finally made it here. But he could no longer kill him. The knights of the Hightower family tiredly dropped their swords and warmers, and allowed Earl Alan Bisberry to draw his longbow and shoot an arrow through the neck of the forward commander. He is a warrior. Vanson Caon touched his long beard. In the early days of Volantis, such a warrior would have been honored by the old lord himself. It's a pity. He is an enemy, Lord Vanson. Alan Bisberry drew his sword and slit the throat of Brandon Hightower, who fell to the ground. Although he was a real warrior, Sir John Lockton did not die in the chaos. He cut an Unsullied in half with great skill, and then faced Lord Donald Tarley, who dismounted and fought. Orphanmaker and Heartbreaker, Longsword and Great Sword collide on the chaotic battlefield. The giant sword dance almost split John Rockton in half, but Donald was old and no longer had the strength of his youth. John Rockton caught the flaw and cut it open with his sword. After losing his plastron and belly, Earl Donald fell on his back somewhat unwillingly, but Alan Tully immediately picked up his father's broken heart. This time John Rockton never had the luck to defeat Earl Tully. Alan jumped up without hesitation, taking advantage of John's opportunity to pull out the sword from his father's belly, and slashed with the sword. John screamed, and his entire arm and shoulder were cut hard by the sword. He came down and with a sword blow, John Rockton's head flew out. Alan hurriedly picked up John's orphan-maker and ran to his father's side. 7 levels of hell. Donald Tully stuffed his intestines back into his stomach with difficulty. Soldiers from the Unsullied and the Tully family rushed over to protect the two of them in a circle. Damn it, it's worth dying on the battlefield. Father, hold on, Prince Vala will be back soon. Before they finished speaking, the silver wings passed over their heads, and after doing a row of dragon flames to eliminate the former army, they landed on the position. Location. Hightower's army had completely collapsed, and the cavalry had poured out of the woods to pursue the fleeing enemy. Wumax also landed next to Silverwing. Put the helmet on, and don't take off the neck armor. Vala seriously put the helmet back on Jokeris's head, who was about to take it off to cool off. In fact, he also wanted to do this, but before that it was Longzil training, and after that, thanks to Layla and Ray's teachings, he no longer wanted to wear it and had developed a habit. My armor is Valyrian steel. I can make waves, but you can't. Seeing Donald Tully lying on the ground dying, Valar and Jokeris hurried over. Where is the maester? Maester. A young man in armor hurried over. He had not yet been approved by the Citadel to wear a choker, but he had already served under Dr. Vesalius, Caesar Shadow Weaver and Maester Evans. He brought along the wholesale Valyrian steel brooches that Ronzil had given to several scholars. Lord Tully's injury is too serious, Your Highness. The Maester quickly took out spirits and vinegar from the medicine chest, as well as a small jar of poppy milk, as well as scissors, catgut, and gauze. We must bring Lord Tarley back to Hornhill as soon as possible. The wound will easily become infected if left here. Come, my lord, drink the poppy milk. No need, Your Highness Vala, we won, right? Donald sighed as he felt his life force gradually draining away. He was getting older, and being able to die on the battlefield was the honor that the Tully family dreamed of. There is no truer victory than this. Var nodded. If it weren't for the fact that Big Brother didn't allow us to attack at will, then I would have flown to Mon's head and sprayed him with fire. Lord Tully, listen to the Maester, yes, otherwise my sister-in-law should be worried. Samantha didn't find a good home, but Diana did. His Highness Vala, please plead with His Highness Ronzil for me and ask him to find a good husband for Samantha and Sansara, and Alan. Alan's marriage should also be put on the agenda. Alan, you will be the Earl of Jiaoling from now on, and you must assist His Highness Longzil. Donald Tully stubbornly pushed away the poppy milk, indicating that this was enough. The lifelong pursuit of the hunters of Hornhill is to die on the battlefield. You won't deprive an old man of his last honor, will you? Is John dead? Alan struggled to hold back his tears and showed the orphan maker to his father. Good boy, my love for you is not in vain. Donald Tully laughed twice. Take care of your mother for me. I saw the stranger, Tisk. I didn't expect it, I didn't expect it. I am more glorious than my father and grandfather too much. Haha. Your Highness Vala, give me a break. Vala sighed and looked at Alan Tully. After Alan nodded, Vala signaled Silverwing to come over. Silverwing stretched his neck and looked lazily at Count Tully, whose breathing was already very weak. It looked nothing like the dragon that had just killed Thessarion in an instant, burned hundreds of people to death, and completely routed Hightower's vanguard. Silverwings, Dracarys. Silverwing looked at his companions, then at Donald Tully and Alan Tully, opened the dragon's mouth, and spit out a mouthful of blazing flames, engulfing Donald Tully in the same instant. In the Battle of Flower Valley, the Green Party suffered a disastrous defeat. Almost all 8,000 forwards were routed. John Rockton and Brandon Hightower were killed in the battle. Prince Durin and his dragon were killed by Valair and Silverwing. The Hightower family lost hundreds of knights and countless heavy armoured infantry that the family spent heavily on. Only Earl Olwyn Peake led hundreds of troops to escape. In this battle, Lord Donald Tarley died, and his son Alan Tarley took over his great sword and killed Sir John Rockton. This is also the origin of Alan Tarley's nicknames Breaker of Chains and Protector of Orphans. But these are all later stories. At the same time as the battle in the Valley of Flowers. Herrenjul. Longzell looked at the black water extracted from the unconscious body of Ali Rivers, which was dark and a little cold, and fell into deep thought. Chapter 103. As soon as Longzell extracted the black water from Ye Lai Huan's blood, it tried to penetrate into Longzell's body. Longzell snorted coldly and threw the black water aside, slightly burnt. On the wall, as soon as the black water touched the wall, it penetrated like water touching soil. The water magic of the Roiner people, the magic of the Fisher Queen of the Silver Sea? No, I don't feel any sign of the God's Eye Lake being mobilized. According to the family's magic book, the magic of the Roiner water mage relies on the strong magic remains in the Roine River, or other major rivers and lakes, and the Silver Sea has long since disappeared, and even the cursed land of the Heartbreak territory does not have such strange pollution. Ronzel thought carefully about Ali River and the source of Herrenjul's pollution. He denied the Roiner's water magic. Although the Valyrians and the Roiner were mortal enemies, the Valyrian magic books did not mention that the Roiner's water magic would appear in this way. This kind of mutation, even the heartbroken territory that was contaminated by Prince Galen's curse, did not have such a situation. As for the local magic of Westeros, Longzell always believed that the seven gods and the drowned god were purely artificial gods, and the light the product of Wong's world consciousness being personified by people is completely different. Maybe only those green people in hiding know what's going on. Thinking of this, Longzell closed his eyes. He could clearly feel that the castle still had traces of dragon flames, as well as the damp, cold, and strange magical residue that was constantly echoing in the castle. Mark. And Ye Lai Huan, who had just been extracted from the black water, had the same pollution in her body, directly acting on the blood. Longzell glanced around with some disgust. Who is so evil? How many sacrifices did it take to create such a magic? It seems that only the green people on the Thousand Faces Isles know what is going on at Herrenjul. Ronzel thought about this and returned to the courtyard. The courtyard of Herrenjul was large enough that even Wormizar was still very comfortable inside. He could even stretch his body and flatten his wings. But Wormizar clearly sensed that something was not right about this castle, and kept tightening his body. Okay, Wamisal, let's go to Thousand Faces Island. Seeing Wamisal's tense body, Longzell gently touched Wamisal's lowered head and felt the warmth from his partner. After feeling uncomfortable, he hurriedly comforted, Okay, I won't come again. Be obedient. As he said that, Longzell gently touched Wamisal's nose with his forehead. Seeing that Wamisal no longer came, he tensed his body before climbing onto its saddle. Seeing the dragon spread its wings and take off, Sir Simon Strong breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Strong family was rich, a large part of the gold was transferred away by Larys, and the remaining part was taken away by Daemon to organize an army. The current Strong family cannot afford to raise a dragon. Sir Simon, 2 more people died in the family. Simon's great-nephew ran over with some fear and said in his uncle's ear. What's going on? Uncle Ward choked on a pie and died. When he was found, the body was already cold. Aunt Arya was stinking when she was found. The grandnephew's voice was trembling. Is it a curse? Don't talk nonsense. Simon Strong covered his grandnephew's mouth. Ask your uncle to reorganize his troops immediately and take the young people in the family to the front line of the Red Fork River. Don't stay at Harrenhal. Simon said that since Leonore Strong and Harwin Strong were in the humid when he was burned to death in the castle, he wondered if it was a curse. Now it seems that the curse of Harrenhal is really possible, so run away. Taking advantage of the chaos in the world, maybe the Strong family can change their territory. Harrenhal is great, so treat it as you like. Chienmian Island. It is said that thousands of ancient weirwood trees were planted on the islands in the God's Eye Lake, and each tree was carved with a human face. It is said that in distant times, the ancestors came across the sea, brandishing bronze weapons, and chopped down the weirwood trees. Killing the children of the forest, the furious children of the forest set off a huge tsunami, shattered the arm of Dorne, the land bridge connecting the mainland, and created today's Stepstone Islands. They brought sea water back to the mainland, creating the neck that today separates the northern and southern countries. But the ancestors had the advantage of numbers and technology. In the end, the exhausted two sides chose to reconcile. The colonists gave up the forest and made a sacred covenant with the children of the forest on Thousand Faces Island. The Green Man organization was formed to protect this covenant land. As time passed, the ancestors were replaced by the Andals, and Thousand Faces Island became the only place south of the neck with large weirwood trees. Wormizar flew around the island quietly without roaring to announce his arrival. The dragon scanned every bird flying over the woods and slowly landed on the edge of the island. Dear Dragon King, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. A slightly shrill voice came from where the dragon landed just as it landed. Longzell curled his lips and looked below the dragon. It was a short old man wearing bark clothes. His skin was full of wrinkles left by the years. He was holding a long weirwood staff, with a huge stag skull hanging on it and 4 or 5 small pieces that were not human at all. Skull. The old man's skin is slightly green and his ears are slightly pointed, but you can still tell that he is a human being and not some weird elf. The old man was riding a white stag. The giant deer looked at the giant dragon and was not afraid at all. A raven sat on the old man's shoulder and pecked its own feathers from time to time. There was also an emerald green snake coiled around it. On a weirwood staff, he buried his head in a stag's skull with some fear. Green seer. No, respected Dragon King. The old man shook his head shyly. There has been no real green seer south of the neck for thousands of years. I just have the blood of the son of the forest and can cast some superficial magic. But you can enter my dream. Longzell said condescendingly without getting off the dragon saddle. Even with the help of Helena Targaryen's dragon dream talent. That was done by the children of the forest in the north with our help, Dragon King. The old man replied in an unassuming tone, the ancient races have withered away, but we still remember the sins of our ancestors. So we still watch forever north of the Great Wall. Until the final chapter of the Song of Ice and Fire, Dragon King, your arrival has made the music chaotic, and we have to offend you to determine your purpose. The old man lowered his head slightly, your brother doesn't know anything, so we just gave it to you. Give them a good dream, but you. Keep talking, I'm listening. Longzell comforted the somewhat uneasy Wormizar, and looked at the elder of the Green Man organization with a smile. He could feel that there were many people in the forest who were also mixed with this kind of strong. The people of the son of the forest bloodline of magical elements are quietly observing themselves in Wormizar. I just didn't expect you to be so peaceful. The old man raised his head and looked into Longzell's eyes. You didn't immediately launch a war to conquer this land 6 years ago, nor did you choose to watch this war. The Targaryens are gone. Do you think the Dragon Kings of Valyria are all brainless war madmen? Longzell pressed his forehead helplessly. The old man smiled and nodded firmly, at least for so many years, the only Dragon Kings we have known with brains are Aegon and Alexa. As for Jaehaerys, he also has a brain, but he is very brainless in some things. Put the mental matters aside for now. Longzell asked Wormizar to lie down a little lower. Even though his whole body was lying down, Wormizar still stood there like a big mountain, which made the Green Man elder have to. He looked up at Longzell. What's the point of sitting on that iron chair? Dragons are important, but they are not everything. When it comes to ruling, people are more important than dragons. My old man once told me that the real way to rule is to build high. We must build city walls, protect our own people, and accumulate supplies so that we can be prosperous. Finally, we can stand up and lead others at the right time, and let others do the work of taking the lead step by step. People's hearts. It took the Targaryen family more than 100 years and several generations to truly become a true king in every sense of the word. How can I rely on my strength as soon as I come here? Tens of thousands of people and 2 adult dragons can secure the throne. Your father is a wise man. The Green Man elder sighed sincerely. The Targaryens have squandered the favor of the gods for this iron chair. The old man told the ancient Asai prophecy, when the end comes, Azor Ahai will rise from the land of smoke and salt. Rebirth, recast the messenger of light, cut off the long night. I have made this prophecy myself. Longzell looked at the Green Man elder. Let's get down to business. How long is the long night you are talking about? In order to urge me to come to Westeros, the gods directly gave me such gifts. It's such a big gift, you can't just let me do nothing. Without you, the dragons would become extinct in a few years. The Green Man elder sighed and looked at Wormizar with a trace of pity. The Song of Ice and Fire will enter a gentle movement, and the dragons will perish. The magic died, accumulating power for the outbreak of the Song of Ice more than 200 years later, but your appearance changed the movement. Although the long night more than 200 years later is still a destined fate, the gods must come at that time. I also hope to see you stabilize the situation step by step like you are now. The Green Man elder looked at Longzell. You are a kind person. You have such good taste. Longzell pointed at himself and laughed at himself. It's not that I don't want to. You don't have to be humble. The Green Man elder laughed, interrupting Longzell's childish self-deprecation. I can see how powerful your magic is, and I can also see that you are not like those ancient Valyrian. The Dragon King uses blood sacrifices to cast spells and replenish life. Okay, it's boring to live for so long. Longzell said with a smile, there are still more than 200 years. It seems that our descendants will be responsible for all this after all. There will be heroes among your descendants. That goes without saying. Longzell smiled. He patted his partner. It's good now, but I still fell into the trap of Daemon and Zyja. It's a pity. You already know. The Green Man elder also sighed, but immediately realized that something was wrong. I said, I have also made prophecies. Longzell pursed his lips. I can also decipher a lot of things. Forget it, do you know what is going on in Herrenberg? The Green Man elder was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said, that ignorant red-hearted heron mistakenly restored the sins of our ancestors, and there is also the black-hearted heron. Their bodies are indeed flowing with impure blackness. Even we can't deal with the cursed power lingering there. It's very difficult for you. I understand. Longzell knew that Herrenyl's situation might be even more special, so he put the matter aside for now. One last thing, you have disturbed my dreams several times. How are you going to compensate me? Chapter 104. I'm afraid that the compensation we can provide you cannot satisfy you. The old man shook his head with some regret. To tell you the truth, the Green Man organization has been in decline for a long time, and Lao Chan is the only one on the island who can control multiple beasts. The remaining shape changers are either too old or too weak. To put it bluntly, they may not even be able to defeat your soldiers. However, the heart tree tells me that a very powerful person will emerge from the swamp soon. Gifted boy, we will send him to your domain to offer you services to make amends for our offense. Longzell shrugged, you can't just pay no price. Tell me the information you know. The Green Man elder thought for a while, and then listened to the raven's shrill scream for a while. Then he raised his head and said carefully, the children saw the green dragon swimming in the swamp and the coast, and it seemed to be preparing to fly to the northeast or southeast. The huge beast destroyed 13 villages and 2 areas forest. I can hear children crying. Wagar is going to the valley. Or the Crab Claw Peninsula. Or the island in the narrow sea. Longzell pondered, but Daemon's search scope was also in that area, and Moondancer was also patrolling the valley. Although Princess Vanilla is old, not much, but the little girl is top-notch in terms of courage and dragon training skills. She probably doesn't need to worry too much about Viagar's sudden attack on the valley, and the valley is unprepared. As for Dragonstone. Wait, Rhaenyra, could it be that he didn't send dragons to stay on Dragonstone Island? But that has nothing to do with him. Even if Viagar raided Dragonstone Island, he wouldn't be able to take away the dragons on the island, and there would be no valuable people on the island. Thinking of this, Longzell couldn't help but rub his fingers. The new Green Seer, our spokesperson, the three-eyed crow, will be born from your bloodline, Your Highness. The Green Man Elder continued, the next 2 green seers will carry your bloodline. Long Zell frowned, my bloodline. The Green Man Elder nodded, of course, respected Dragon King, your bloodline. Long Zell was silent for a while, forget it, children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Anyway, you didn't keep an eye on my son and daughter. The Green Man Elder shook his head, it will take decades for the ancestral tree in the north to complete the magical preparations to cultivate a chief green seer, so you don't have to worry. Ronzel shrugged noncommittally. Lift the gauntlet of the dragon saddle. Let's go, Vermithor, there's nothing to stay here. Thank you for the information, Green Man. After saying that, Vermithor lazily glanced at the entire weirwood forest, spread his wings and flew high. Rise. It wasn't until Wormizar flew away that several similarly short people sneaked out of the woods. It's so scary, so scary. A girl patted her chest. I feel like that dragon can burn our island to the ground in one bite. And that big brother is so scary, I can even smell the blood on him. Another young green man sighed. Okay, don't talk about others behind their backs. The elder watched the giant dragon disappear into the clouds, and raised his cane to give each of the kids behind him a slap. If you don't hurry up and practice your skills, you'll end up with people coming to your door to ask for money. Not even. Your Majesty. Damon took the bread handed over by the saltworks owner who was kneeling on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Kolakiu also devoured the sheep sent by the saltworks. This salt farm belongs to Salt Farm Town, but the Cox family that rules Salt Farm Town is just a relatively wealthy knight family. He does not dare to offend either of the black and green parties, so he can only hide back on the island where his home is built. He prays to the 7 gods every day in his small castle. Let someone who has seen that giant dragon tell you. Seeing that the salt farm owner couldn't hold back a word for a long time, Damon couldn't help it and looked directly at the salt farm boy who said he had seen Viagar. The boy came over tremblingly, and knelt down in front of Damon with a plop. Master, I saw the green dragon burning the village to the north, and then flew into the mountains. Which mountain, which direction? To the south, it went to the southeast. The salt factory boy thought for a while and made another gesture. Then he said firmly. Damon stood up immediately, pulled out a silver button from his armor and quietly put it into the saltworks boy's hand. Take it to buy bread and meat, child. After saying that, the old prince immediately walked towards Coroxia vigorously. The blood-red dragon crushed the bones of the sheep in one bite and ate the last bit of meat with the bones. The neck was transferred to his master. Valley. Longzell rode Vermisol and landed in a fishing village south of Candle Cave Castle. As soon as Vermisol landed, a whole village of civilians knelt down, not even daring to raise their heads. Who knows what's going on in the village to the west? Longzell looked down at the people condescendingly. Sir, are you talking about the village to the west? An old man who looked like the village chief walked cautiously to the dragon. Wormizar glanced at the old man coldly and retracted his neck. The old man immediately stopped and looked far away. Said loudly from a distance, what we saw last night was that the dragon bigger than Candle Cave Castle burned the village to the west. At that time, I asked everyone to hide. Good job. Longzell took out a small piece of gold from his breastplate and threw it to the ground. The piece of gold bounced on Wormiser's scales a few times before falling in front of the old man. The old man hurriedly put the gold into his arms. Naturally, he did not dare to keep it for himself. This piece of gold was enough for the whole village to kill several pigs or sheep for a good meal, or to fill the granary. Did anyone see which direction that dragon went? South. A sturdy and strong woman shouted, I saw it when I went out fishing this morning. Longzell nodded and patted Wormisol's back. The dragon roared and vibrated its wings and flew up. Looking at the dragon going away, the woman was stunned for a while. The village chief walked over leisurely, it's good that these masters are willing to reward things. Go back and call the women in the village. We are going to empty the granary. This piece of gold is enough to buy a lot of oats and rye. Don't you want to buy some wheat, village chief? The woman asked hurriedly, putting aside the sadness of not being rewarded. Wheat is too expensive. The village chief knocked on the woman's head, you really don't know how to live. The 2 dragons flew to the Crab Claw Peninsula and the narrow sea islands one after another, looking for Viagar's traces. And in the Riverlands, a war is about to begin. Northerners, why are you here? Lady Sabithal Valpin stood on the wall of the twins, watching the cavalrymen under the city with the Queen's Quarter banner and the Wolf banner. Each of these cavalrymen had white hair and unshaven beards. Each of them wore old chainmail and tattered fur cloaks, but the eyes of each veteran were full of murderous intent and the will to never return. The old wolves all rode unarmored northern long-haired horses, and the leader was the old Earl Roderick Dustin, and Rob Lacewell. "We are here to die for the Dragon Queen, woman!" The old man roared in dissatisfaction. "Coincidentally, I am also ready to die for the Dragon Queen." Lady Sobithel laughed. "Open the city gate and let these old ghosts cross the bridge." She shouted at the Northern Army, "I will waive your bridge toll, you can keep these silver coins to meet the stranger." Her response was the laughter of the old men. The Northern Army galloped across the Bridge of the Twins. The Lion's army also left the Golden Tooth. Lord Jason Lannister's army finally entered the Three Rivers. He was greeted by the Red Fork River defense line arranged by Daemon. Chapter 105. The Lion has come out of the cave, Lord Piper, Lord Frey. Red Rob panted and opened the cloth door and walked into the commander's camp on the Red Fork River defense line. This sharp archer won the respect of both nobles and commoners through Longzill's strong recommendation and his title of champion at the Summer Hall tourney. Benjacow Blackwood, who had always admired this illegitimate elder, even worshipped him several times. Red Rob refused to offer him a permanent job. Red Rob had always hoped that his surname would come from Longzill, that he would have the benefactor he is today. Lord Peter Piper, Lord Tristan Vance, Lord Forrest Frey, Lord Humphrey Bracken, the young Lord Benjaker Blackwood, and Alexa were sitting around discussing the next tactics in front of the map. This girl also used her archery skills to conquer these nobles and was able to attend the meeting as a warrior. Of course, the most special thing here is Benjacow. Although this 12-year-old child is tall and thin, you can still tell that he is a child standing among the adults. Should we take the initiative? Benjacow looked at the map and suddenly raised his head and asked. "Rob, how many troops do the Lannister have?" Lord Forrest Frey asked, stroking his mustache. "About 13,000 people." Red Rob walked to the edge of the map. "More than we thought. Nearly 9,000 of them had armor. My scouts also saw lions in caged carts and no less than 7,000 horses." "Damn it!" the bastard archer spat. "Seven hells, where did the Western region get so much money? At least 3,000 cavalry." Marquis Forrester Frey immediately made a judgment. "Any more? What are the banners of nobles? The Golden Lion of House Lannister, the Red Lion of House Reyes, the Boar of House Craich, the Rooster of House Swift, the Seven-Pointed Star of House Tarbeck, and the Shell of House Westerling." Although Red Rob was an illegitimate son, everyone in the Blackwood family respected him. Lord Samwell, who died in the battle, also liked him very much. He was not only literate, but also received a bachelor's education, so he naturally knew the banners of many nobles. Basically all the prominent nobles from the western region are here. The Lion has too many cavalry. Peter Piper saw the problem, their equipment is better than ours, and they have more cavalry than us. "Forrest, how is the subsequent army?" "Still on the way." Marquis Frey scratched his head, "But my wife sent a raven to tell me that Duke Stark's 2,000 vanguard cavalry are rushing towards the Red Fork River at full speed. Lord Lister's cavalry has gathered together, and it is estimated that they will be able to reach the battlefield in the next few days. Then we will drag the Northerners' cavalry over." Earl Peter said decisively, "Benjacow, you stay here with our main force. Tristana and I will be in charge of the first layer of defense, and Marquis Frey and Earl Bracken will be in charge. The second line of defense must prevent the Lion from crossing the river." "Why do you want me to stay behind?" Benjacow jumped on the table. "The Blackwood family has more troops than Bracken, and they are more powerful than him. Why don't you let us go?" "Because we are Bracken!" cried Lord Humphrey. "It is precisely because the Blackwood family has a large army that I asked you to keep your hand, Ben," Marquis Frey said patiently. "If we cannot stop the attack of the Western Army, you must support our army in the Northern Territory. The army is here to rescue us at any time." Benjacow then climbed down from the table. "We have agreed that as soon as the Northern Cavalry arrives, my sister and I will set off immediately. You must resist it. If you can't resist it, I will kill them directly." "Okay, okay, okay." Marquis Frey rubbed the little Earl's hair. He looked at each other and got out of the tent with the other counts. The army in the west is still advancing. The surrounding Sanhee nobles have already closed their defense lines and moved the villagers into castles and fortresses. Duke Jason is too lazy to chew these hard bones. The biggest problem now is that he has received Yang Yan and Ters Elian was killed, King Aegon's life and death were unknown, Emond was missing, and news of Durin's death in battle. Plus a secret letter from Talon to him. This made the Duke of the West feel a little uneasy. But the army has already set off, and the battle still has to be fought. As the Western army slowly advanced towards the Red Fork River, the distant eastern continent was dusty, but Otto, still wearing luxurious green silk clothes, finally arrived at the last stop of his journey to the eastern continent. The Kingdom of Three Daughters. This free trade city-state alliance, whose official name is the Three Cities Alliance, is composed of Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh. Now it is the governor representatives of the three cities who are here to meet Otto. The location of the negotiation was a luxurious palace. Dwarf elephants were strolling in the artificial forest outside the palace. A huge fountain stood in the center of the courtyard. Everyone was sitting around under the huge dome. Gorgeous murals were painted on the surrounding walls. Countless silk hangings flaunt the walls. Even Otto's eyelids jumped several times when he saw this scene. Your Majesty, Prime Minister, haven't you received a letter from Westeros? After seeing the note handed over by Otto, the governor of Lys smiled bitterly and shook his head. The king you served died in the battle. His dragon's body is still there. The governor of Tyrosh is a man with a thick voice, crow roost, outside that castle. Otto naturally received the raven from home. He sneered at the news. If Great Aegon really died, Westeros would be even more chaotic now. The Orthodox king only suffered a temporary defeat, so the support of the Three Cities Alliance is even more precious. The Prime Minister said, I have recruited 30,000 mercenaries. We only need ships to take them across the narrow sea, and we can reverse the situation. The Orthodox king still has 2 real dragons, and the hypocritical queen, she will only spread the dragons. We still have a chance. The 3 governor representatives looked at each other. It was obvious that 30,000 mercenaries were more convincing than the dragons far away in the sky. Of course, gold was more convincing. Prime Minister, I can only tell you. The governor of Mill said, we are merchants, not warriors. We can rent you a ship, but it is a rental. Each person on a warship is 50 gold dragons, and an ordinary ship is 50 gold dragons. The governor of Mill said a sky-high price. After all, to transport 30,000 mercenaries and break through the defenses of the Velaryon family, Otto needs at least 150 warships, which will cost him several million gold dragons. One warship costs 100 gold dragons. Otto said, I will give you the Stepstone Islands, and the tax rate for all merchant ships entering the ports of Westeros will be halved for the Three Cities Alliance. The 3 governors looked at each other. This condition was indeed excellent, and they were renting warships, so they had reason to avoid the retaliation of the Black Party. Deal, but what about Varese Silver Fleet? I will rent an additional 50 warships. Otto said, I will pay 3,000 gold dragons for each of these 50 warships. I only ask them to keep harassing the coast of the Dorne Sea. I don't ask how many people they kill or how much they rob, just fight and run. Otto sighed in his heart. Chapter 106. A Prime Minister without a kingdom, haha, it's really hard for him. Watching Otto and the governor representatives of the other 2 city-states leave, Governor Lys sneered and looked back at the drawing of Lys fighting against the Volantis fleet in the Bloody Era. In the mural, 2 men opened the tapestry embroidered with the goddess of lust in Lys and got out of the secret door in the wall. Lysandra Roga, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, also sneered, the Hightower family has been defeated. What he should think about now is how to save his family, rather than grabbing the iron chair. Bombaro is a fool. Or are you more suitable to rule together with me? Lord Logier. The governor's representative stood up and relaxed his painfully crossed legs. Otto brought millions of gold dragons to the eastern continent, and also borrowed millions of gold dragons from the Iron Bank. He looked into Logier's blue eyes and said with a smile, the person who pushed the Iron Bank to complete the loan, there must be your handiwork in it. Isn't it the lifelong pursuit of every banker to damage the Iron Bank? Lysandra laughed, turned to Commander Sarlassi Loha and said with a smile, how about you, do you want to take this job? Take Otto's gold, Commander Roha, you can compete with that sissy Rachelino for the title of Pirate King again. It took Commander Loha many years to get over the shadow of the Varese Silver Fleet that wiped out the fleet he had worked so hard to save for many years. Now he actually doesn't want to touch the Varese family at all. Of mold. You want me to touch the Varese family's Silver Fleet? Commander Loha pointed to himself speechlessly. It took me nearly 7 years to build up 70 ships. You too, don't forget who maintains your maritime trade routes. What good will it do you if I am gone? I didn't say you were asked to send out the 50 ships, Commander Lohar. Lysandra Rohar picked up a gold coin from Lohar's chest and let the gold coin dance between his fingers. Lohar stared at the gold coin, ready to put it back on his necklace at any time. There are too many captains in Mir and Tyrosh who are dissatisfied with the Silver Fleet's rampage on the Summer Sea. We only need to mobilize them and tell them that they don't have to fight hard. We only need to make the Silver Fleet think that the mercenaries brought by Otto will come from just land on the coast of Dorne Sea. What's the difference between you and letting them die? Commander Lohar snatched back his gold coins and carefully stuffed them back into his necklace. 3,000 gold dragons per ship are enough for those idiots to rob and bleed. The three of them laughed for a while before dropping the topic. Have you heard about the situation in King's Landing? The governor's representative sat down again. I heard that the Dragon Queen's life in King's Landing was not as good as she imagined. Commander Lohar looked at the two governors curiously. He did not have the information channels of the governors and did not know this information. Haha, otherwise you think Otto got so much money. Lysandra Roga smiled and poured a glass of wine for each of the governor's representative and Commander Roha. He took a sip from each glass before pushing it to the other side. In front of the two people. The Dragon Queen is now desperate for money and food. She burned the Stormlands army and is said to have killed Lord Baratheon's daughter. The stag blocked both the King's Road and the road to the Reach. The war is still going on in the Gulf, and what she has gained is an empty coffers and 500,000 hungry people. What she needs now is money. Lysandra was well aware of Rhaenyra's current predicament. With the Silver Fleet and Valyrian Sea Serpent Fleet, she didn't have to worry about the sea and food problems. Both were just a matter of time, but she was so empty that she didn't even have a mouse. The treasury is the fatal problem. The Valyrian family is rich but lacks liquidity. The Varese family is not short of gold, but no matter how stupid Rhaenyra is, she will not directly ask for money at the risk of offending Longsel. Then there is only taxation. The Queen's finance minister Bartimus Siddiga reluctantly resumed the horrific tax policy formulated by his ancestor Edwell Siddiga. The port tax was tripled, with 47 types of taxes. A heavy import and export tax was levied on daily necessities. Citizens of King's Landing were required to pay a tax in kind on purchases of cloth, salt, white bread, wine, ale, honey, and fresh meat. All shops, taverns, inns, and builders in King's Landing were taxed. 9 additional taxes were imposed. Along with these taxes, which had been abolished for more than 80 years, were enacted new taxes by the Earl of Sedga. The wine tax and ale tax were doubled based on Edwell's. The port tax was also introduced. After tripling the price, it was tripled again. All shops in the city had to pay a large opening fee, and every hotel and brothel had to pay a tax of 1 silver deer for each of their beds. The city gate tax that had been questioned during the reign of King Jaehaerys was also restored by Earl Celtigar, and the considerable amount of money was also tripled. All citizens of King's Landing, whether they are gentlemen in Uptown or beggars in Flea Bottom, must pay an estate tax based on the land and wealth they occupy. Earl Celtigar even openly declared, this is the price they pay for cheering Aegon the usurper. At the same time, Earl Celtigar also encouraged the citizens of King's Landing to go to the Dragon's Lair to watch the Queen execute the traitor. Each person only needs 3 for a copper cent. You can watch a traitor's head fall to the ground. Relying on this land-grabbing tax collection, Queen Rhaenyra finally filled her treasury slightly. But the price was dissatisfaction throughout King's Landing. Snap! In the Varese's camp in the river bend, Jokeris smashed the letter to the ground angrily. How could Earl Bartimus do this? Isn't there anyone in King's Landing who can advise my mother? Valar picked up the letter and took a look at it. His scalp was instantly numbed by the dense tax collection on the letter, and he decisively handed it to Count Thaddeus Rowan, who was standing aside. This great nobleman of Golden Tree City led an army to join Vala's army 3 days ago. 15,000 people were brought, including 3,000 fully armed plate armor knights. The wealth of the Reach made the mercenary knights and proletarian knights here also have money to buy simple plate armor. The nobles of the entire North Reach and East Reach are basically united around Vala. After all, no one thinks that the Green Party can continue to thrive after losing 2 dragons. They include the Fossoway family of Cider Hall, the Medives family of Long Table Castle, the Caswell family of Bitterbridge, the Ashford family of Ashford, the Oakhart family of Ancient Oak City, etc. Does Count Bartimus want to lose the Queen's heart? Count Thaddeus immediately saw the sinister nature of this move. Of course, it is not aimed at Count Bartimus, because there is really no other way. Your Highness, we should divide our forces to open the King's Road so that the food from the Reach can be transported to King's Landing as soon as possible. My lord, there is no shortage of food in King's Landing. Although Vala didn't like to use his brain, he could see things like this without using his brain at a glance. King's Landing is short of gold. Unless you can turn the food into gold and send it to King's Landing, otherwise, Valar looked at the silent Prince Jocaris with some worry. That letter came from Tigero Dogarayan, the intelligence chief of the Varezes family, or as it is known within the Varezes family, the Finger of Shadows, the blood-sworn brothers of Longzel who make up the advisory group, which he calls my Five Fingers, is Aslan Rondel, the blood finger in charge of the Silver Blood Army, Sebastian Jayan, the gold finger in charge of finance, and Hoffa, the steel finger in charge of law. The law-bearer, a young man with golden eyes and black hair, is also in charge of Longzel's guards and the security of Dragon Nest City, Tigero Dogarayan, the Finger of Shadows, who is in charge of intelligence, and Silver, who is in charge of territorial government affairs. He pointed out that this position will be temporarily taken over by Ray. As for Tigero, this melancholy and gloomy young man never liked to modify his words, so the prince saw the comments made by the people of King's Landing about Rhaenyra. Magur is reincarnated. No wonder Prince Jocaris is so angry. Lord Vala, I'm afraid we need to speed up our march. But under Longzel's careful teachings for so many years, Jocaris is not a person whose mind is easily swayed by anger. You are right. The key to the problem is that the Green Party has transferred all the gold, so we must get the gold back as soon as possible. The prince said firmly. If you guessed it correctly, one of the destinations where the Hightower family transfers their gold is Old Town. Ha, you are indeed a good attendant of my elder brother. Valar stood up excitedly. He was almost numb waiting for Thaddeus' army to come and join him. How could you not be excited now that you can finally ride a dragon to fight? Lord Thaddeus, we need to march at full speed. Defeat Mondstadt's main force and capture Old Town. All problems will be solved. Aren't you waiting for Prince Longzel? Count Thaddeus still felt that it would be better to wait until Vormeister eliminated Viagar and then go south, and then his three-headed dragons would crush him together. It is indeed better for the eldest brother to come here, but the Green Party has at most one dragon in the south now. Vala said, Yunyi and I are enough to deal with Dreamfire, and with Zyja and Wumax here, we don't have to be afraid of the Green Party's army at all. Thaddeus thought the same thing. Waiting for Wormizar to go south was just a way to ensure victory. In fact, their current strength and number of dragons were enough to crush the Green Party. When the Black Party army in the Reach slowly set off. Stormlands, Storm's End. Duke Boros sat on his throne, looking coldly at the man in black who quietly entered the castle from the waterway of Storm's End. The man in black took off his hood, revealing the unshaven face of Otto Hightower. He secretly hid in a Pentos merchant ship and returned to West Eros. Now he comes to his destination. Lord Otto, don't tell me that you are here to mourn for my daughter. Bolos said expressionlessly. Your foolishness cost me a daughter, the reputation of the Baratheon family, and my money. I have already said that until you decide the winner, the Baratheon family will only live for itself. Lord Bolos, I have only one request. Prime Minister Otto calmly handed over the note. When the bachelor leaned into Otto's ear and finished speaking the contents of the branch, Bolos's expression changed. Do you want the Baratheons killed? Hightower scum. No, Duke. Otto said confidently, this is a great opportunity for you to get revenge, and it is also an opportunity for the Baratheon family to gain maximum benefits. The Orthodox king will not treat every hero badly, my lord. Chapter 107. Dragon Nest City. The sun has gradually set in the west, and the entire Midsummer Hall has gradually lit up with lights. Even the construction site has lights to provide lighting for people to work at night. After all, the Varese family gives double wages to craftsmen who can work at night. Shadow Nightmare roared and flew back to the dragon's lair from the east. After gliding at the entrance of the dragon's lair for a while, it slowly climbed into its small lair. The children's 3 young dragons were also raised here. These 3 the little guy is also growing very fast. In little Aegon's words, he is much faster than Bayun. Even Bayun has grown up a lot since he arrived at Dragon Nest City. Stormy Cloud came over shamelessly and rubbed Shadow Nightmare's nose. The skinny black dragon glared at him and obediently retreated back into his cave. Storm Cloud's cave was still where Shadow Nightmare and Wumax helped. It sprayed out. Shadow Nightmare observed the lair of the little dragons below his lair. Hoffa arranged for a special old silver guard to take care of the little dragons. They would be fed cooked meat directly. When their flames were strong enough, they would gradually turn into raw meat and living animals. After confirming that the 3 little dragons were still sleeping soundly, Shadow Nightmare roared with relief, signaling the silver guard to quickly bring the sheep over and telling his friends that they could get off the dragon's back. Ray was so tired that he was about to fall asleep. At this moment, Shadow Nightmare quietly pricked his waist with his tail and he suddenly woke up. He slowly climbed down from the dragon's back. The young man stretched his body and asked the silver guards to remove his armor. "How's it going? You feel good?" Ray took off his shirt that was already soaked in smoke and sweat, took the brush handed over by Silver Guard with his bare arms, and vigorously scrubbed the ashes from Shadow Nightmare's scales. This job is actually quite tiring, and it cannot be completed by one person. In fact, when the 3 brothers and several princes did this job, they only cleaned part of it, cleaning out stains or gravel that were difficult for the dragon to clean by himself, and most of the cleaning is done by the dragon himself by getting into the underground river or sea water. However, this is also an important way for dragon knights to enhance their relationship with dragons, which is why the 3 brothers attach so much importance to the interaction with dragons. Shadow Nightmare chirped softly in comfort, lay down in her little lair and narrowed her eyes. "I didn't expect my second brother to be so tired from patrolling, but it was indeed interesting. I flew a lot during this period." Ray simply cleaned the stains on the scales of the nightmare, then took the bucket handed over by Silver Guard and washed the sweat stains on his body. After changing into a set of clean clothes, I happened to see Baiyun looking pitifully over here, and the horn on his nose scratched the stone wall again. To be honest, Baiyun's horn was really hard and sharp. Only 2 old dragons and Shadow Nightmare in the entire dragon lair could withstand Storm Cloud's one-horned attack. Okay, Aegon will come to visit you before going to bed at night." Ray joked, "It's not like I won't come to see you. My little brother has to run to you 7 times a day. Why do you come here every time? Apparently he never came here once." Baiyun raised his head proudly and snorted, then turned around and went back to the lair. There was half a sheep left from dinner there, which was enough for him to kill time until little Aegon came to visit him. Ray smiled and shook his head, carrying his dirty clothes and walking out of Shadow Nightmare's lair barefoot. Shadow Nightmare was about to eat, but when it breathed fire, the clothes were dirty again. Rena has been waiting beside the lifting platform of the dragon cave for a long time. The silver-haired girl is not tall and thin, but her eyebrows are full of heroic spirit. She has inherited the Valyrian beauty, pure silver. Her long hair was combed into a big braid hanging down the back of her head. "Why are you here, Rena?" Ray looked at Rena, who was dressed in a dragon-taming costume. Although he already knew what she was thinking, he still couldn't help but ask. "Where are the children?" "Aegon is playing with the children." Rena looked up at Ray. Ray was the shortest of the 3 brothers, but he was still 6 feet tall. Rena had to raise her head to see him. Ringle likes Aegon to tell stories very much. Aegon has no stories to tell these days and can only run to the Laurel Leaf Tower every day. "What about you?" Ray stood on the lifting platform. Rena stared blankly at the descending dragon's lair. "I went to see the dragon's lair in Arax." "Ray, was Xylo the same way he played with the dragon in the dragon's lair?" Ray nodded. He knew that according to the current engagement, Rena would become his wife after the war, but after all, she was Lucerys's fiancée, and her relationship with Xylo was also excellent when they were children. "To be honest, I still can't believe that the path is dead." Rena walked down from the lifting platform and said softly. "Xylo died fighting like a warrior." Ray comforted, "He is our pride. I believe that the eldest brother will soon avenge Xylo. I want to avenge him with my own hands." Rena gritted her teeth and said, "Ray, I'm sorry for telling you this. But I must confess this to you." The girl said seriously. "I once loved the trails. This is normal. After all, no one could predict Iman's stupidity and madness." Ray pulled her outside the children's room, looked into the girl's eyes and said, "But you are my fiancé now. Rena, I thank you for your honesty, and I will take the responsibility of protecting you." "Ray, blood and fire don't need protection." Rena suddenly smiled and put one hand on Ray's chest, the other on Ray's waist, and pushed the boy against the wall. "I will be yours. Arms, not birds under your wings. I can feel my dragon eggs about to hatch, Ray, and we will fly together in the sky to provide our power to your big brother and nephews. What are you doing? Diana Tarley's voice suddenly came from the corridor. Rena and Ray loosened their hands at the same time and stood at attention facing the wall. Diana could even clearly see the girl's blushing cheeks. Oh, it's not a big deal. It's better to be open and honest. Diana saw what Ray and Rena were doing at a glance and turned them back neatly. Rena is already half of Varese. It's a good thing for you to get along more. Diana smiled and gave each of the two young people a slap on the head, and then pushed open the children's door amid their embarrassed laughter. Let's say the conqueror said calmly, your walls can't resist dragons, dragons can fly. Black-hearted Heron counterattacked unceremoniously, I built a stone city, stones can't burn, when the sun sets, you will be extinct. The conqueror responded to the arrogance of the Iron King with the same volume. Little Aegon told the story with his hands and feet dancing. Viserys was whining and holding a flying dragon doll, whizzing down and smashing a building block castle to pieces. Samantha and Danella listened with relish, only Ringle had a stern face, listening with relish and muttering something silently. Although the 3-year-old child can already speak, if you ask Dr. Vesalius or Longsel himself to tell you what he is saying, especially such long sentences, you can't understand what the child is saying even if you ask him to come. Aegon, Stormcloud misses you again. Ray walked to the children with a smile. Uncle Ray, what's for dinner? Samantha asked while holding her sister. Whatever is served, we eat. Ringle muttered. Tonight there is milk oatmeal with honey, egg bread and carrot pancakes. Ray kissed each of the children on the face. Patiently said. The two little girls cheered at once, and even Ringle, who had been stern, cheered a little. Lord Ray, you should really suggest that Lord Longsel give Ringle a new teacher. Little Aegon tried to act like an adult and said, Ringle is so similar to Brother Hoffa at such a young age. I'm worried that he will become another Brother Hoffa in the future. Among the blood-sworn brothers of Longsel, what little Aegon feared most was not the gloomy Tigero, nor Aslan who often trained everyone's martial arts violently, but Hoffa who always had a stern face. Everyone knew that he was very reliable, but everyone also knew that this guy followed the rules to the point of being rigid. Everyone likes to have such a piece of stinky and hard steel under their men, who can perfectly execute all their instructions, but it is highly unlikely that anyone would think it is a good thing to have such a piece of stinky iron around them. What's more, he was also the law teacher and spearmanship teacher of little Aegon and Viserys. Only the eldest brother can decide this matter. Ray shrugged, indicating that he was powerless. Brother Hoffa is a good man. He is indeed a bit rigid in doing things, but this is not a bad thing. Little Aegon sighed like a little adult. At this moment, Hoffa knocked on the door with a cold face, and walked in only after Diana signaled that he could come in. Your Highness Ray, there is a special situation from Aslan. What's wrong? Ray realized that the problem might be serious, and hurriedly took the letter brought by Hoffa. What happened? Little Aegon asked. He knew that the kingdom was at war and immediately realized that things might be tricky. The fleet of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters appeared on the Sea of Dorne. Samwell and Adams have set off with the fleet. Ray looked at the people at home seriously. Aslan suspects that the Green Party may try to break through from the sea. When the eldest and second brothers can't come back, I am the only man in the Varese family who can ride a dragon to fight. I need to ride a dragon to escort the fleet. Don't worry, Aslan will soon return with the Silver Blood army to defend. Go, we are in Dragon Nest City. Diana knew the seriousness of the situation. In the north, Lord Randall Carveran's sentries guard the Stormlands, and in the east, Lord Teclia's sentry tower. I have dragons too, Lord Ray. Little Aegon jumped up, pulled out a wooden sword from the pile of toys, waved it a few times, and stood in front of the children. If anyone dares to come, I'll let the storm clouds burn them to death. Don't worry. Ray rubbed little Aegon's head and looked out the window. The Kingdom of the Three Daughters, right? I'll remember you. Riverlands. Benjico Blackwood yelled and chopped off a knight's head. The knight from the west could never have thought that he would die at the hands of a child. He was still staring at his round eyes until his head fell to the ground. Who? The young Benjico tried hard to resist the urge to vomit. A long arrow flew over and shot a soldier from the west who was about to attack the child in the eye. The westerly army was indeed fierce. Their armoured cavalry tore through the first line of defence in almost an instant. Earl Tristan Vance died in the battle. Earl Peter and Lord Forrester reorganised the army at the second line of defence. Benjico also led the remaining troops to come and fought with the Westerly army on the banks of the Red Fork River. The Riverland army soon fell into a disadvantage in front of the well-equipped army of the Westerly. Lord Forrester knocked down a knight of the Crakehall family with a hammer and rushed to Benjico and Ali's Anne. "Take your army to retreat to the other side of the river, and then send a raven to ask for support from the two princes. We will hold on here." Before the voice fell, a desolate horn suddenly sounded from the north, followed by the rumbling of horse hooves. Lord Jason Lannister cut a river cavalryman off his horse with force, and raised his head when he heard the horn. The Queen's quarter flag and the Stark wolf flag fluttered in the wind. "Old men, kill!" Earl Roderick Dustin raised his long-handled battle axe, grinned and let out a deafening roar, and every grey-bearded old soldier was roaring. The long-haired horses under their crotch were also roaring and rushing towards the army of the Westerly. Earl Adrian Tarbeck immediately realized what was happening. "Lancers, Lancers, turn immediately, turn immediately! Unfortunately, the Winter Wolf has arrived." Chapter 108. Before the Winter Wolf army arrived at the battlefield in the Riverlands, Longseer and Daemon flew to the Narrow Sea Islands and the Crab Claw Peninsula separately, preparing to search the two areas according to the intelligence they had obtained before. Daemon found the Whispering Castle and several smoking villages on the Crab Claw Peninsula, but did not find any traces of Aemond and Viagar. However, after searching the Crab Claw Peninsula, Daemon suddenly took off and flew eastward. It was unknown where he was going, while Longseer flew to the Narrow Sea. He wanted to see where Aemond could hide. Aemond was also very upset. Their original plan was indeed for him to ride Viagar to attract the attention of the Black Party Dragon and cover Great Aegon to hide and prepare for a counterattack, but now the Black Party Dragon was indeed attracted by himself. Not only was it attracted, but it could not be shaken off. Viagar flew silently through the clouds. He did burn several castles of the Black Party lords, but those castles were either too small or their owners had already led their troops out to fight. There were not many people in the castles. After burning the castles, Viagar could soon feel that his kind was approaching, so he had to take off again. Longzel felt the temperature from the stone in his arms. Viagar was nearby. He stuck to the dragon saddle and signaled Wormysore to follow his instructions. The bronze dragon roared and turned around, flying westward. Aemond originally planned to ride Viagar to burn Tidehead Island or land directly on Dragonstone Island, but he gave up in the end and could only keep turning around to avoid being tracked. In the end, he flew back to the Riverlands crookedly. Until a heat wave came from Aemond's head. "I found you, Aemond!" Wormysore suddenly spread its huge wings from the clouds, the black clouds rolled, and the dragon rushed out and pounced on Viagar. "Viagar, dodge!" Aemond pulled the handguard of the dragon saddle hard, manipulating the old dragon to dodge the dragon flames spewed by Wormythor. The blazing flames passed by Aemond's side. "Viagar, attack!" Viagar, angered by the flames, did not care that he might not be able to defeat the dragon. He turned around and sprayed a mouthful of dragon flames at Wormythor, who fell from the sky, but did not leave any charred marks on the dragon. Wormythor roared and broke through the waves of fire, biting at Viagar's head. The old dragon turned its head to dodge Wormythor's attack, and grabbed Wormythor, who passed by its side with its claws, but was stopped by Wormythor with the same dragon claws. "Viagar, retreat!" Seeing that Viagar could not gain an advantage and was even slightly at a disadvantage, Aemond hurriedly grabbed the handguard of the dragon saddle and ordered Viagar to evacuate the battlefield. The old dragon roared and spit out a dragon flame. While Wormythor was passing through the dragon flame, he turned his head and flew west with all his strength. Longseer sneered and immediately signaled Wormythor to follow. The two dragons were both huge monsters, chasing each other and throwing fireballs in the sky above the river. From sunrise to sunset, for several consecutive days, Longseer bit Viagar's trail tightly. The two dragons fought 7 times in the sky above the river, and Viagar continued to flee. Red Fork River Battlefield. The joining of the Winter Wolf army almost instantly turned the tide of the battle. The Greybeard cavalry of the north roared and tore through the defense line of the Westerland infantry with battle axes and maces. These veterans dismounted decisively when their horses lost their mobility and impact, and turned into armored infantry to kill the army in the west. The situation of the battle was reversed in an instant. The Westerly army, which had originally had the upper hand, began to slowly retreat, and Duke Jason Lannister also discovered the decline of his army. "Knights, dismount, follow me!" Duke Jason raised his sword, and the well-equipped knights in the Westerly dismounted one after another, forming a formation of heavy armored infantry and slowly advancing towards the Riverland army, while more ordinary soldiers were arranged to resist the hacking of the Winter Wolf army. The moment the Riverland army saw the arrival of the Winter Wolf army, they rushed towards the westerly formation like a chicken blood with the same crazy attitude as the Winter Wolf army, and actually beat the lion to pieces. Even Duke Jason was stabbed in the stomach by a soldier. What is that? Alice Ann had just shot an arrow into the gap of a westerly knight's helmet, and when she looked up, she found that something seemed to be colliding in the sky. Dragon, it's a dragon. Benjiko also noticed the shadow in the sky. Viagar let out a sharp roar, and his huge body fell from the sky like a mountain, followed by another mountain. Under the control of Longzir, Wormither left several huge scars on the old dragon, and the hot dragon blood fell from the sky like rain. Everyone get out of the way, don't be drenched by the dragon blood! Lord Forest Frey shouted. The voices of the generals of the black and green parties who reminded their soldiers at the same time sounded at the same time. Longzir, are you so willing to work for that bitch? Emond was very tired, and he knew that Longzir was also tired. They had been playing this chasing game for several days. If it weren't for Viagar flying too slowly, he thought he would have gotten rid of Longzir long ago. Work for Rhaenyra? Longzir laughed secretly. He didn't answer Emond's question. You don't really think that Daemon didn't follow me just to find you? Longzil shouted. What do you mean? Emond's mind raced immediately, and he thought of many things. Wormthor suddenly rushed towards Viagar, and Viagar turned his body without showing any weakness, revealing his claws, and kept fighting with Wormthor's dragon claws in the sky. From the perspective of people on the ground, they are two big mountains dancing in the air. A green dragon and a bronze dragon. Sometimes they spit out a stream of dragon flames at each other, sometimes they peck at each other's heads and necks, and sometimes they collide with each other. Together, they use their dragon claws to tear off each other's scales. In the end, the two giant dragons became entangled in the air. Vormiser's dragon claw caught Viagar's dragon claw, and the heads of the two giant dragons kept pecking at each other while circling. Aren't you curious how I found you? Longzell said with a smile, I'm not afraid that you know that the blood of my father's family, my mother's blood, and the king's blood can target more than just you. Do you feel satisfied? Who else has the conditions? F.U. Longzell. Vormiser finally caught Val's flaw, and sprayed a dragon flame into Viagar's eyes. While Viagar was struggling with his eyes closed, Vormiser bit Viagar in one bite. Your neck. Do you think we don't know what you are going to do? Longzell pressed the gauntlet hard and signaled Wormiser to use his strength. The bronze dragon used all its strength to pierce the dragon's teeth deeply into Vichar's throat. The old dragon roared in pain. If Rhaenyra hadn't had to play the noble game, and cousin Daemon, whose energy had been worn away by time, causing them to not accept Bartimus's suggestion, we would have gathered the dragons and flown to King's Landing and Old Town. By the way, there are people from us in your imperial meeting. Calculating the time, it's time for Vala and the others to head towards Old Town. Dreamfire is no match for Silver Wings, or do you expect the Third Daughter Kingdom to support you? Whether their fleet can land depends on our attitude. Do you think Varese Silver Fleet has only been fighting pirates and making money at sea for so many years? Or do you think we have no allies? Emond looked at Longzil with a pale face. What do you want? I don't believe you can be satisfied with what Rhaenyra gave you. Rhaenyra. Longzil clicked his tongue twice. I am more satisfied with Zyja and little Aegon. The children she gave birth to are much smarter than him. You can understand, a child that allows me to develop my people safely behind the scenes without becoming a stage. The central position, Emond, you should pay the price. I let you understand to see the stranger, you have to thank me. Longzil, I will curse you and your family. Emond finally broke through the defense, and the two giant dragons spun and fell to the ground. Viagar was the first to fall into the Western Army, almost in the blink of an eye. The entire military formation in the Western Territory was shattered by the falling dragon. Emond was pinned down by the dragon, and the hot dragon's blood instantly poured over Emond from head to toe. Viagar is dead. Lord Roderick Dustin raised his battle axe and shouted, chopping off Lord Creck's head. The grey-bearded veterans of the Winter Wolves' army used the smoke of the dragon to fall to the ground. Another charge was launched, but this time the Western army failed to organize itself. Vormithor stood on Viagar's body, and the dragon continued to bite Viagar's throat coldly. The blazing dragon flames reverberated in the dragon's mouth, assisting the dragon's teeth to roast Viagar. Flesh and blood. Emond closed his one eye. The sparkle in Viagar's eyes gradually faded. The violent struggle swept down a large number of soldiers from the western region. But eventually it slowly fell silent. Wormizar let go of the dragon's mouth and stepped hard on Viagar's head. Dragon flames were sprayed against the dragon's body. The other claw tore at Viagar's body, trying to kill the dragon, which was about the same size as himself. The flames swept over Emond's body, turning him into a completely charred corpse. Longzell sat on the dragon saddle and glanced around at the crumbling western army. Duke Jason, who was stabbed in the stomach by a bullet, smiled bitterly and put down his weapon. Then there are the nobles of the western region. The surviving western soldiers present also put down their weapons and bent their knees in the direction of the dragon. Roderick looked dissatisfied at the western knight who was kneeling under his axe, and snorted, "Coward!" But he still did not chop down the axe. Duke Jason, bending the knee will not solve the problem. Longzell looked at the pale Duke Jason coldly. "I know, Your Highness." Duke Jason said with difficulty, "We have been defeated. The Western Territory cannot bear the anger of you and Her Majesty the Queen. We are willing to accept all your demands. We only ask that you let go of our relatives. We can wear black and go to the wall to atone for our mistakes." Longzell rubbed his gauntlet and signaled Vormeister to continue dismembering Viagar's body. Then he said, "Punishment will have to wait until the end of the war. Your crimes will be judged by Prince Jokeris himself. Now, take off your armor, your army will act together with the army of the Riverlands, and you, Foley's Earl Te will be your guardian until the end of the war. Don't worry, we will abide by the rights of guests." "I can't thank you enough," Duke Jason said with a pale face. Chapter 109. Marquis Forrest Frey happily rode around the Lords of the West. The Frey family was not a big family with a long history. His family rose to prominence when the Storm Kingdom ruled the Riverlands. In order to resist the Ironborn, the Storm King threats and suppression of the Riverland nobles west of the God's Eye Lake, the Frey family was enfeoffed on the western frontier of the Riverlands. Forrest's ancestors spent several generations building stone bridges and earning money from them. A lot of wealth. The lords were jealous of the Frey family's wealth and hated their outsider status, so they attacked the Frey family, calling them upstarts and calling Forrest, who boldly courted Rhaenyra, the fool Frey. But now the idiot Frey has become the guardian of the Lords of the West, including the Duke of the West. This makes Marquis Frey feel very happy. Of course, Marquis Frey is just complacent, he is very alert. The princes of the western region were separated and imprisoned, and a bachelor was found to suture Duke Jason's wounds. Vormeister needed to rest, and so did Longzell. He had been chasing Vagahur for several days without sleep. Now that both Vagahur and Emond were dead, he could take a good rest. But before resting, he had a few more things to do. Ronzel walked into the tent where Duke Jason was imprisoned. The Riverland princes of the Black Party also gathered here, as well as the warriors who performed outstandingly in the battle just now. Count Tristan Vance died in the battle to block the Western Territory. His eldest son, Count Hugo Vance, took over his banner and led the cavalry in Rest City to cover the retreat of the Riverlands army to the second line of defense. Marquis Forrester Frey took over the command and forcibly held the Western army on the west bank of the Red Fork River. Count Benjikar Blackwood showed the courage of a 12-year-old child. He led the heavy armoured infantry of the Blackwood family in an infantry battle, and faced off against the main forces of the Swaver and Reyes families, killing them with his own hands. After beheading 12 knights, Alexa Blackwood and Red Rob shot Lord Reyes, his eldest son, and Sir Tywin Lannister, and captured Lord Swiver. His merits in this battle were second only to Marquis Frey, and equal to Earl Peter, who had stabilized his flanks and lost a grandson. Ronzel generously praised all the Riverland nobles who participated in the war, and officially legalized Red Rob with Benja Cow, changed his name to Rob Blackwood, and assisted Benja Cow with William Blackwood. "Who can stab me with that spear?" The joyful atmosphere was broken by Duke Jason, and the blonde Duke yelled, holding his stomach. "Come out!" "Sir, it's me." A young knight stood up tremblingly. He was also the hero of this battle. As a squire, he continued to fight after the knight died, and pierced Duke Jason's arm with a spear. Abdomen. After hearing this, Lord Peter Piper laughed and knighted him on the spot. "May I have your name?" "Pate, my lord." Pate's voice was trembling. This was the first time in his life that he stood next to such a big man, Pate with leaves. Okay. Duke Jason was not angry. I remember you, boy. Come to the west. If I go to the Great Wall, my son will give you the castle and land. You are the man who let the lion get injured on the battlefield. You are amazing. Duke Jason, he is my vassal. Earl Peter knocked on Jason's bed dissatisfied. Two adults, be gentle. The bachelor shouted dissatisfied, Master Jason needs to rest, his wound is too big. He hurt me. Duke Jason muttered, this proves that he is a warrior, and the western region needs warriors. Duke Jason wanted to say something else, but was frightened by the bachelor's look and held back. Duke Jason, you have to be mentally prepared. Long Zell glanced at Duke Jason on the hospital bed and sighed, you have to thank your brother Tyron for his choice when the usurper decided to give up King's Landing. To contact us, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have let you go. Prince, even if my brother does not act as your internal agent, you will not rush to burn us who have already surrendered. Duke Jason finally felt the pain, but still said with a smile, Prince, please give us a thorough understanding, our children. You really have to thank your brother. Long Zell stood up, he was a little tired, if it weren't for his behavior of subverting his merits, the Lannister family might not even be able to save Casterly Rock City, but your kneeling can't, it's very timely, at least it only requires you to pay. Thank you very much, your highness. Duke Jason lowered his head gratefully. Class. Ronzel continued to arrange the next task, you and Earl Peter go eastward and join our troops east of God's Eye Lake to look for the remnants of Kristen. Benja Cow nodded. Although he was young, his military talents had already been highlighted in the Battle of the Red Fork River. Lord Frey, you lead the remaining main force south and cooperate with our army in the Reach. Yes. Marquis Forrester Frey nodded, turned around and went out to prepare. Duke Jason, you have to write to Casterly Rock and tell them that the war is over and that the West needs to bow its knees to Her Majesty the Queen again, otherwise it will be our dragons who come next time. Yes, Prince. When Viagar fell on the Red Fork River, Long Zell suppressed the Western Army, reorganized the Riverland Army, and divided the troops to set off. Otto's mission failed. Boros refused his request to send troops, saying that the Stormlands were no longer able to organize a large army, and that organizing an army would take time. However, Randall Carverin and Aslan Rondel, who were eyeing the south, would not give Storm's End time to regroup their army. But Boros allowed his mercenaries to land on the coast of the Stormlands, but he would not provide supplies. Boros had completely lost interest in this war, and his only thought now was to make Rhaenyra forget him as soon as possible. Otto could only stand on the Tower of Storm's End every day, looking forward to the fleet of his third daughter. Lecherino. When did you become Varese dog? The one-eyed pirate knelt on the burning warship, and the remaining eye was full of anger and fear. Damn it, call me Narrow Sea. The man opposite the pirate suddenly paused. The Earl of Bloodstone Island. The man opposite the pirate was also a bearded guy, tall and strong, but wearing a luxurious lady's dress, which was embellished with amethysts and gorgeous patterns. This guy wore a purple, feathered turban, dyed his long hair dark purple, and even put on thick eye makeup and lipstick. The Earl of Bloodstone Island wielded two scimitars, cut off the head of the one-eyed pirate, turned around and jumped back to his 400-oared warship Queen Richerino, paddled into the water, and quickly approached the besieged flagship of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Between the islands, fireworks were everywhere. Shadow Nightmare sprayed pale fireballs in the air, which exploded on the warships, and almost effortlessly cooperated with the Silver Fleet and a large pirate fleet to destroy the pirate fleet led by Roja. Roja's flagship has been surrounded by 3 Varese galleons, and can only watch his fleet sink into the sea one by one. Damn, fortunately I didn't bring my own fleet. Roja breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the fleet is still there, he still has a chance to make a comeback. Hello, Roja, long time no see. The pirate in female costume stood on the deck and raised her middle finger to Roja. Richerino. Roja widened his eyes in shock. You betrayed us. Alas, betrayal? How can it be so ugly? Richerino shrugged indifferently. Silver Dragon offered a high price, so I worked for Silver Dragon, it's that simple. By the way, aren't you curious about where the main force of the Silver Fleet went? You really betrayed us, you bastard from Tyroshi. Chapter 110. I told you that I have nothing to do with Tyrosh. Richerino held a flower knife in his arm. But you are right about one thing, Loja. The third daughter is indeed not of the same mind. As soon as the Prime Minister of Westeros left, Lord Tyrosh wrote a letter to my mother. He pointed at Loha mercilessly. Look at how many of the ships you brought here belong to Reese. The other two have long been dissatisfied. Loha gritted his teeth and looked at Rachelino, then threw his scimitar to the ground. Hang the white flag, surrender, I quit. At this moment, the shadow nightmare in the sky swooped down and landed steadily on the flagship of the Silver Fleet, the behemoth Silver Blood Prince with 500 oars. This ship, together with the Silent Lord and Ronzel's Glory, formed the core of Vareze's Silver Fleet. The captain is none other than Samuel Hermosa. This sturdy young man was a knight that Ronzel personally conferred during the war against Dorne. Now he has become the mainstay of the Silver Fleet. Prince Ray, the other party wants to surrender. Samuel was still shirtless, holding his battle axe, only wearing his hard armor. The messy blonde hair looked like it hadn't been taken care of for a long time. The young captain raised his battle axe as a sign of surrender. Let him leave. Ray shook his head. Eldest brother said that the situation in the kingdom of the third daughter is not stable. They are likely to fall apart after the war. Sam, you are familiar with the situation at sea. Master Gonzal and Sebastian Tien and the others have probably arrived at the designated location now. Samuel nodded. If there had not been a storm, Longzel's Glory should have led the Silver Fleet to the predetermined location, and completed the siege of the enemy in the east with the Vilarian family's fleet. Ray understood, and pulled the gauntlet, and Shadow Nightmare took off, flying towards Dragon Nest City. Let Roha go. Richerino looked at the Varese family sailors who came to deliver the message in shock. Immediately he understood what the Varese family wanted to do, and flipped his long hair. I understand, that's right, as promised before. Verses never breaks a contract. Lord Count of Bloodstone Island, said the sailor who sent the message. Seeing that the warships surrounding him did not continue to surround him, Loha understood what the Varese family meant and could only sigh. Lysandra, Lysandra, you underestimated the power of the Varese family. The Lys pirate ship slowly withdrew from the battlefield with the white flag. And Otto Hightower, who had been waiting day after day, finally arrived with his mercenary fleet. Then he saw the sails of the Seahorse and the bay leaves of the Silver Dragon rising from the horizon. The Prime Minister watched in despair as the Third Daughter Kingdom warship escorting the troop transport resisted symbolically, turned around and ran away. He watched as the troop transport ship in the back row hoisted the white flag and fled without looking back. Watching the surrounded troop transport ships being sunk into the sea one by the Silver Fleet and Sea Serpent Fleet, more ships chose to hoist white flags and flee eastward. He saw the White Knight Willie Fell, who was in charge of commanding the mercenary group, being knocked over by the Varese sailors who rushed onto the ship with an axe, and he saw King Aegon's golden dragon flag turn to ashes in the flames one by one. However, the Qingting Island fleet that promised to help defend did not see even a sawdust. Otto Hightower realized something instantly. At this time, Duke Boros also stood behind him, accompanying the Prime Minister of three dynasties to admire the rising fire in Shipbreaker Bay. Lord Otto, if Vareses does not attend, I will be happy to support Aegon. Duke Boros sighed. He was holding back his anger, but he could only hold it in. I have 4 daughters. But I don't even have a son. I love my daughter very much, but I also know that only a son can inherit my position in the Warhammer, but it's a pity. Duke Boros stood next to Otto, who had a dead look on his face. What I want to ensure now is the survival of the Baratheon family. The Duke took the Queen's 4-pointed flag handed over by the knight and planted it firmly beside the battlements of the tower. I understand you, Lord Bolos. Otto closed his eyes, not looking at the burning sea and the troop ships sinking into the sea. But Rhaenyra's rule is not long. The tolerance of the people of King's Landing is limited. Rhaenyra blocked King's Landing for a month and imposed heavy taxes in the following time. It is difficult for the people of King's Landing to tolerate such a king ruling them. The Black Gang is more than Rhaenyra, Otto. Boros shook his head, but what about you? Oh, by the way, you don't know yet, Prince Aemon died in the battle, and he and Viagar were captured together. Prince Longzel rode Vermithor and killed him over the Red Fork River. Tens of thousands of people witnessed the dragon's fall. Then the army of the Riverlands completely defeated Duke Jason's army, and the Western Territory surrendered. Where is the reach? No need to hide it from me. Otto grabbed the wall stack. Count Mondstadt's main force encountered a dragon's surprise attack on the Mead River. Silverwing and Wumax burned thousands of people to death. Count Mondstadt retreated to the gates of Old Town before collecting the remaining troops. Now Lord Rowan and the army led by Lord Kaon has surrounded Old Town. Lord Redwine betrayed you. He led the Arbor fleet and the warships led by Obiadane to surround the port of Old Town. If Sir Hobart hadn't reacted soon enough, the little prince and princess were captured, and now Queen Helena refuses to go to war and wants to stay in the Starry Temple to protect the children. Otto closed his eyes and listened to Duke Boros telling the bad news one by one. Is there no news from His Majesty the King yet? Otto took a deep breath and slowly stood on the battlement. Duke Boros just looked at him, and did not order anyone to take him down to receive the reward, nor did he help him. My ambition has harmed my daughter and my grandchildren. Otto raised his head, but still closed his eyes tightly, and my family. After this war, there will probably be no Hightower family. After the words fell, the king who had experienced 3 dynasties pulled out the dagger from his waist and inserted it into his throat forcefully. The old man's body fell from the high tower of Storm's End like a fallen leaf and sank silently, entering the bottomless sea of Broken Ship Bay. Dragon's Stone. A small boat filled with salted fish slowly docked, and a bald young man wrapped in rags sneezed hard. Laris, is this what you thought of? Your Majesty, there is no other way. The other person wrapped in rags was the intelligence chief, Larry Strong. Your Majesty, you heard on the way here that Rhaenyra's rule has aroused the anger of the people. As long as you can return to King's Landing in glory, they will definitely welcome you with the warmest welcome, Your Majesty. 7 levels of hell. Big Aegon touched his bare head. Does it have to be like this? This is the only way to ensure your safety, Your Majesty. Masanwei Shui whispered, his sword hidden in the pile of salted fish. The White Knight was looking nervously at the empty shore. According to intelligence, the 2 wild dragons of Dragonstone, Hyun and Grey Shadow, often forage in this area. Your Majesty, as long as we tame even one of them, we still have a chance to make a comeback. Ah! Big Aegon sneezed again and muttered, I would rather hatch another sunfire. By the way, is there no news from Emond? Your Majesty, as long as you ride a dragon and take off from Dragonstone, Prince Emond will naturally come to join you. Larry Strong said, still smiling. Okay, okay. Big Aegon threw the rag aside with force, jumped onto the shore with Masanwei Shui, and shook his wet arms vigorously. 7 hells, this cloth has been covered before rotten fish. Big Aegon sniffed his sleeves and couldn't help but vomit. At the same time, on Cheatu Island, Daemon felt the temperature coming from the bloodstone on his chest. He had learned about Viagar's death from the Raven in Climax City. The old prince looked in the direction with the greatest heat. I found you too. Chapter 111. Old Town, River Reach. This huge city has a long history as huge as its size. Legend has it that it was the largest city in Westeros in the era of the First Kings. Even today, it is still above King's Landing and Lannisport. The huge city is protected by multiple layers of walls with beautiful and magnificent buildings. The Starry Cathedral where the Archbishop resides stands in the city. The Sailors' Cathedral, the Lord's Cathedral, the 7 temples, and the House of the Virgin are scattered throughout the Old Town, but they all guard the Starry Cathedral where the Archbishop is located. The glory of the 7 gods always shines on this great city. The exotic temples are distributed near the docks, including the Red Temple of Arhillar, the Lord of Light, the Black Goat Temple, the High Shepherd Temple, the Moonsinger Temple, and even the Temple of the Pale Child and the Blood Temple. But these temples are overshadowed by the light of the 7 gods. Before the war broke out, the docks of Old Town welcomed merchant ships from all over the world. Even merchant ships from Asai and Karth came here to trade, and Varese' silver fleet also brought luxury goods such as silk to sell here. Unlike King's Landing, the whole city has both the beautiful scenery of the harbor and the canals and trickling streams dotted the streets and alleys of the city. Cleanliness and freshness are the first impression of every traveler who arrives in Old Town. The Citadel, a major academic town in Westeros, also stands here. This huge building complex is located beside the Mead River. A huge stone arch bridge connects the towering towers. 2 green sphinx statues are located at the main entrance of the citadel, symbolizing the endless pursuit of knowledge. Once the residence of the Pirate King, it has now become an ancient fortress where scholars raise ravens. Every year, grey-clothed scholars wear necklaces and go to the castles of each lord to provide them with the power of knowledge. The towering tower on the Island of Conquest is the core of the city. This 200-foot-high stone tower rises from the black stone of the vanished ancient people. In the peaceful years, the tower would light a flame that would never go out day and night to illuminate the route for ships. But now, the city is lifeless. On the towering tower, the pale green flames rise to the sky, telling her residents that war is coming. The fleet of Qingting Island has blocked the port. The once bustling merchant ships are now nowhere to be seen. Only the wreckage of the fleet of Old Town is burning in the port. Silverwing and Wumax are flying outside the city. They have just destroyed all the dragon-hunting scorpion crossbows on the city wall. Now, only the Hightower coalition surrounded by 35,000 coalition troops is still struggling to hold on. Earl Mond ordered Old Town to lock the gates. He knew that if he defended to the death, the entire Hightower clan and the entire Old Town would be engulfed in the sea of fire. Only by fighting under the city wall, even if he died, there was still a chance for the city to surrender, and the family could still be saved. Lord Mond, what should we do now? Earl Olwyn Peake galloped to Earl Mond. He was already disappointed with the situation. The 3 castles of the Peake family were conquered by Vareze's army, and Night Song City surrendered to Linvar Tarkin. Even the Tyrell family officially opened the castle, and Lady Janezia Fossoway, holding the still-feeding Lionel Tyrell, led the army to join the crusade. In the Riverlands in the north, the sick Duke Graf Ford Tully died when he learned that Sun and Viagar had fallen one after another, and the life and death of Great Aegon was unknown. Aemon's body was hung on a spear for display. Elmond Tully took over the position of Duke of Riverrun. The young Duke immediately led his sons Kermit Tully and Oscar Tully to the south, and together with Forrest Frey, commanded the Riverlands and the Westerlands to the south of the Reach. The charred head of Aemond was hung on the tip of the spear at the head of the army. Let's charge one last time. Lord Mond drew out the Valyrian steel sword and was alert. Let them see our courage. Then the Queen and the princes and princesses. With the Queen here, everything will be easy. Lord Mond urged his warhorse, and his vassals, as well as the knights of the Hightower family and the cavalry of the Hightower family and the Peake family, took the lead in charging, followed by the infantry and peasant soldiers. On a normal battlefield, this behavior of using cavalry to charge the enemy army head-on is tantamount to suicide. But this kind of charge in desperate situations is always admirable. What a pity, what a pity. Vala shook his head. He arranged for Jacaerys to return to the army to take command. If he was not a dragon knight, he would also like to experience the moment of facing the opponent's desperate charge. But now he can only throw away these knight honors, warrior honors, and other things, swooping down on the silver wings, pouring dragon flames on the infantry group behind. The cavalry of the Hightower family was submerged the moment they rushed into the Black Party coalition. Earl Mond Hightower was stabbed off his horse by a spearman, and he faced Earl Alan Tarley. Earl Mond, who had sparse swordsmanship, was cut off half of his body by Alan's sword almost at the first sight. Alan Tarley looked at Earl Mond's body, sighed, and was about to pick up his vigilance, but a young voice stopped him. Let go of my father's sword. That was a young boy who looked very immature. He was being held down by a knight from the Bixbury family. He looked a bit like Count Mond. Alan searched his memory and signalled the knight to let him go. You are Leonor Hightower. I've heard my sister mention you before. 7 levels of hell. You want to seduce my sister? Your stepmother? Don't look at me. I'll pay for his ransom. Alan glared at the Bixbury knight who was looking at him eagerly, and then looked at Leonor. Leonor broke free from the knight's hands and rushed towards his father's body with red eyes. Before he could pick up his guard, his head rolled together with his father's head. Silly boy, didn't my sister tell you what war is? Alan looked at Leonor's widened eyes with the look of a fool, sighed, and became alert. He threw a bag of gold coins to the knight. Another Hightower. Silver wings swept across the battlefield, and Vala happened to see the 2 heads at Alan's feet. 2 Hightowers, I guess the bards will call you the Hightower killer after the war, little Alan. Varr smiled and pulled up the guard of the silver wing, controlled the dragon to fly into the air again, spraying another wave of flames came out. Suddenly a long dragon roar came from the sky. Wormizar also arrived. As soon as the bronze dragon arrived on the battlefield, it sent a long stream of dragon flames to the infantry of the Hightower family, leaving a long line of ashes on the battlefield in an instant. Martin Hightower, the second son of Earl Mondstadt, and his cousin Myth Hightower met Earl Thaddeus Rowan and Sir Harlan Tyrell. Myth was about to surrender without hesitation. He was beheaded by Martin's sword. Hightower doesn't need traitors. Bah! Then he rushed towards Count Thaddeus. Sir Harlan wiped the warmer in his hand. At his feet, Martin's young body was still steaming. Harlan almost crushed the boy's head with one hammer blow. Lord Rowan, the Hightower family is finished. Yes, Leonor, Martin, and the men of the Hightower family have basically gone to the battlefield. Earl Rowan said with a sigh. For power, the Hightower family paid a heavy price. The last Hightower commander, Harry Hightower, led more than 10 cavalrymen to try to attack the position of the Molly Weiss family. They were shot back by random arrows. Harry rushed out of the siege with more than a dozen arrows and rushed to the place that had just been occupied. The silver-winged dragon flames fell in front of the dismounted Earl of Irwin. Lord Irwin, please return to the towering tower immediately and inform Her Majesty the Queen that the situation is critical and ask her to make a decision as soon as possible. Irwin, what do you want to do? It's better to let the adults make the decision for her. Harry covered his neck in shock. Olwyn held up the long sword and said tiredly, Hightower is over, the old town can't be defended, and my castle can't be defended anymore. Yes, the Baker family will continue to exist. Earl Peake chopped off Harry Hightower's head with another sword, and hung it on the spear tip of the cavalry beside him to signal that he had surrendered. He was given a path. Erwin Peake opened the gates of Old Town. At this time, the Starry Temple. The Archbishop wearing a crystal crown looked at Queen Helena, who was kneeling in front of the statue of the Virgin, praying silently, and the 3 children playing nearby. He wanted to say something, but did not dare to say anything. Your Majesty, Earl Olwyn has opened the city gate, and the Black Party's army has entered the city. A bishop trotted all the way to the Archbishop. Now the 3 giant dragons of the Black Party have flown over the old town. Your Majesty. The Archbishop wanted to say something, but was interrupted by an equally huge dragon roar. In the square of the Starry Cathedral, Menguo let out a deafening roar at its kind in the sky, but did not rush forward. Fight with them. After all, Wormizer and Silverwing are both here. Queen Helena is not on its back either, and Dreamfire can do nothing about it. The school city. Doctor, doctor. A masked doctor stumbled into the room where the cardinal was. Dragon, the dragon has entered the city. Don't panic, don't panic. Dr. Mew Kun from the academy stopped the doctor. Those dragons have entered the city, Silverwing, Wu Max. Which ones are there? Vormiser, doctor. The visitor said nervously, I saw Vormiser flying towards the school city. Relax, relax, no lord would ever choose to destroy the school city. Dr. Mew Kun comforted, but his face hidden under the mask was also full of nervousness. The citadel is indeed doing something that cannot be known by the Targaryen family and the Varese family. They have been committed to shaping a world without magic. Therefore, dragons have also become an important object of their research. Through Brother Bath's research and information provided by the Dragonless One Viagon Targaryen, the citadel has indeed done something through the Maesters of King's Landing. If these things are discovered, Dr. Mew Kun immediately threw these terrible thoughts out of his mind. What he had to consider now was to summon the doctors as soon as possible to welcome the Dragon King who was about to arrive. Towering Tower. Samantha Tully looked out the window quietly. From her room, she could clearly see the Mafia army moving into the city. Madam, please. Hobart Hightower stood in front of her door and begged, Your sister is the wife of Prince Ronzel. Please save the Hightower family. Chapter 112. Lord Hobart, do you think the Hightower family can still survive? Samantha Tarley asked. She was the second wife of Mond Hightower. Before her, Mond Hightower left behind he had 4 children. The eldest son Leonor and the second son Martin have been killed in the battle. The third son Guymond is far away in Highgarden. It is estimated that he has either become a prisoner, has been killed, or has declared rebellion at this time. Of Otto's line, only Queen Alison is left in King's Landing. The sons of the old Earl Hobart are probably all gone, and of his brother's children, only Hobart is left. The Hightowers they arranged in the church and the city are probably in danger. I will accept all punishments from Queen Rhaenyra, whether it is beheading or wearing black clothes. Hobart knew that according to the aristocratic rules of Westeros, Gaemond would basically not be killed, and the Hightower family would there is hope. I just ask you to take good care of Bethany and the girls. You are Prince Longzel's wife and sister, and he will definitely respect your wishes. Samantha Tully watched Hobart Hightower resolutely walk out of the room. She couldn't help but shook her head, turned around and hugged her stepdaughter Bethany, who had woken up. Mom, what happened? Where are Dad and brothers? Nothing, nothing. Samantha Tully said softly, patting the little girl's back. The Queen's Quarter heraldic flag was erected in Old Town. Earl Thaddeus Rowan signalled the trembling Guymond Hightower to move forward. The 13-year-old boy had his legs cut off in front of him, as did the middle-aged man who was still holding an infantry halberd. A Hightower, the fifth son of the old Earl of Hobart and captain of the city guard who guarded the city gates. Child, kill him and you can prove your sincerity. Count Axel Florent, who had a long face with a pointed chin and a pair of huge ears, clapped his hands and said. He led 900 cavalry and 1,800 infantry to join the crusade after the Battle of Flower Valley. Lady Genthea Fossoway and Harlan Tyrell watched this scene with interest. Guymond Hightower was a melancholy and shy boy. Duke Lars Tyrell's cupbearer and attendant are actually Earl Mon's informants. But this boy never actually revealed any information about Duke Loras. After the Battle of Flower Valley, the Tyrell family officially raised the Queen's four-quarter heraldic flag and decided to fight for the Queen. Gaimond was so frightened that he almost committed suicide. Thanks to Sir Haroun's timely discovery of the child who had been sinking in the fountain for a long time, he managed to escape with his life. After thinking about it for a night, Gaimond decided to join the Tyrell army and join them in the crusade against his family. Middle-aged Hightower's eyes shone when he saw Gaimond. Kill me, you brat, idiot, son of a bitch. Is your sword blunt? Give me a hard time. Tears welled up in Gaimond's eyes, and he finally made up his mind to close his eyes, and stabbed the middle-aged Hightower with a spear. The spear slipped on Hightower's breastplate, and suddenly penetrated. He fell onto the cobblestones beside him and almost fell down, including Gaimond Hightower. Are you blind? You son of a bitch! The middle-aged Hightower was still yelling angrily. Open your eyes, my neck is here, stab me in the neck. He raised his finger and pointed at his neck and shouted. Gaimond gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, raised his spear, and stabbed the middle-aged Hightower in the neck again. This time, the puncture was not missed. Blood gushed out from middle-aged Hightower's neck like spring water, and he closed his eyes with satisfaction. Parricide Gaimond, Gaimond has determined his identity in his heart. Gaimond, you have proven your loyalty to Her Majesty the Queen. The voice came from Jokeris flying low above. Fearing that there would be remnants of the Hightower forces waiting for an opportunity, Jokeris would either fly high in the sky, or fly low among the crowd. Avoid the crossbow arrows that may fly at any time. Have faith in the kindness of the Queen. The school city. Dr. Mukin squeezed his thigh hard. His mask hid his expression well. Doctors from the Cardinal Council came to the Crow Island in small boats one after another. Wormizer lay on the ancient tower. On the fortress, the huge body almost makes people think that the fortress will be crushed by the dragon at any time. Even so, the dragon's tail still hangs down in the sea water. Longzell looked at the doctors wearing different masks in front of him. Where are the doctors of Ravenology, Astronomy, and Medicine? Your Highness, the doctors of Ravenology and Astronomy are calculating the arrival time of winter. The doctor of Astrology wearing a bronze mask and holding a bronze scepter said with some trembling, they need detailed and uninterruptible calculations, so, Your Highness, I'm sorry. The two doctors can't be here, but we can convey your order. There is something wrong with the medical doctor. Okay, then you inform all the remaining doctors to seal up all the books, collections, and experimental equipment in the city. In 3 days, my ship will come to pick you up. You did not stop Hightower's treasonous act and you need to go to King's Landing to accept it. Her Majesty's inquiry. Your Highness, this is against the rules. The city never interferes in politics and strictly adheres to neutrality, Your Highness. The Doctor of History and the Doctor of Political Science shouted at the same time, but Longzell didn't even look at them and just said. Either follow the ship in 3 days, or you can follow Vomisal today. My army will take over the school city immediately. After saying that, he patted Vomisal gently, and the dragon roared and flew into the sky again. The doctors stared blankly at the dragon going away, and suddenly they collectively shuddered. The Doctor of Occultism wearing a Valyrian steel mask suddenly jumped up as if he had been burned by fire. Come a few people, the dragon information in the cellar cannot be discovered by the royal family. Dr. Rosen, just discover it if you find it. The Doctor of Military Science wearing an iron mask grabbed the Doctor of Occult Science. As long as we kill the dragon for research, the royal family will not be held accountable. What happened to Dr. Karen? What's wrong? Why don't you come over? Finally, a small boat hurriedly docked, and Dr. Corin hurried over without even having time to bring his silver scepter. Something big happened. What's wrong? Several doctors hurriedly gathered around, and Dr. Mukun first explained the situation just now. Before he finished speaking, Dr. Corin's desperate voice almost resounded throughout the entire Crow Island. The specimens of patients with tremors and dragon pox are missing from the ice cellar. Dr. Karen shouted in horror. According to the condition of the ice cellar door, those specimens have been missing for at least 3 weeks. 7 hells. Wormizer and Wormax met in the air. Silverwing continued to patrol the city. The white flag had been hoisted on the towering tower. Samantha Tully took the few remaining girls of the Hightower family and Hobart Hightower. I walked out of the tower with bare feet. Before deciding the future of the Hightower family, Ronzel's more important thing was Helena and her 3 children. Wormizer landed next to Menguo, and just one look made the blue dragon take a few steps back in fear. Longzell led Jokeris into the huge starry temple. No priest dared to look at the dragon knight wearing Valyrian steel armor and holding the Valyrian steel sword Silver Blood in his hand. Of Ronzel. He just led Jokeris through the corridor and walked to Queen Helena and the Archbishop. Longzell drew a 7-pointed star on his chest to show respect for the Archbishop. Your Highness, the Church has never supported a usurper's act of usurping the throne. The Archbishop breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Longzell drew a 7-pointed star instead of directly drawing his sword. The bishop who participated in the coronation ceremony of the usurper in King's Landing has been excommunicated. The members of the traitor Hightower in the church have been executed by clergy representative warriors loyal to the Orthodox Queen. Their bodies are behind, you can. No need, Your Majesty the Archbishop. Longzell could sense that there were more than a dozen corpses densely packed behind him. They were indeed Hightower's ethnic group. I believe in the sincerity of the Church, but the Church also has to prove its sincerity to Her Majesty the Queen. Longzell looked at the Archbishop coldly, and his deep purple eyes made the Archbishop tingle all over. Please speak. Your Highness, Your Highness. We also invite the Archbishop and the Cardinals to go to King's Landing. Jokeris kissed the Archbishop's finger politely, and then said in a cold voice, My mother's coronation ceremony still needs the Archbishop's supplement. She believes in the 7 gods. The blessing is an indispensable part of a true king. In addition, the people of King's Landing are also eager to see the heroic appearance of the Archbishop. The Archbishop immediately realized what Jokeris meant. The starry cathedral in Old Town might become history. I understand, Your Highness, the Church will fully assist Her Majesty in her rule. While Prince Jokeris was negotiating with the Archbishop, Ronzel walked over to Helena. Cousin Ronzel, I saw Aegon die in the flames. Helena opened her eyes that had lost any look. I saw my mother falling from the tower. I saw the sightless eyes of my children. Cousin, will you kill my children? Their only mistake was that they were born into the wrong family at the wrong time. Ronzel sighed and sat down next to Helena. But the children are indeed innocent. As long as they swear a sacred oath, give up the Targaryen name, and be looked after by me or the royal family for life, they can still survive. Merle and Jaehaerys may become White Knights. Maybe she will become a close minister of the royal family, maybe she will become an excellent bachelor, Jaehaerys will become an excellent nun, the kingdom will tolerate the survival of the children, and so will I. I understand, thank you, cousin. What about the Hightower family? Helena nodded lightly, but she did not ask about her future. Instead, she was worried about the future of her mother's family. The crime of the Hightower family is treason, my little niece. Longzell shook his head. Only Gaemund can survive because of his righteous deeds, and the Hightower family's fiefdom will be deprived of all, including the towering tower. And Old Town, where Lord Hobart will be put on trial to decide whether to be beheaded or clothed in black, and the Hightowers will have to pay a fine for everything they stole from the treasury and the crown, and the girls will be sent to the Silent Sisters. Or serve as a nun. As for Gaemund, I will grant him a piece of land on Grey Horror Island to reward him for bringing order to justice, but I will decide his future wife. I hope the Hightower family's wealth is enough to pay the fine. Otherwise poor Gaemund and his descendants will have to bear this debt. Of course, this is the result of discussions between Zyja and I, and the final decision lies with Queen Rhaenyra. I thank you for your kindness on behalf of my mother's family. Helena understood that Longzell now has the power to influence the situation in the kingdom, and only he can protect his children. Aren't you curious about yourself? Longzell sighed when he asked this question. He could see that the magic pollution on Helena, who frequently used Dragon Dream, was getting worse. The magic of the children of the forest and her own backlash destroyed her vitality. I won't live long, uncle, you told me. Helena smiled and looked at the children who knew nothing and were still playing around. I will use my death to exchange for their lives. In fact, there is no need to do this. This is the last thing a mother can do for her children. Helena was still smiling, but Longzell could see the tears in the girl's eyes. I hope they can forget who their parents are when they grow up. Chapter 113. As Samantha Tarley left the tower with the remaining girls of the Hightower family, the resistance in Old Town came to an end. The main branch of the Hightower family, which had ruled the Whispering Bay from the tower for nearly 10,000 years, was almost completely wiped out. Only the distant branches that had been reduced to civilians and minor nobles escaped because they did not have the right to join the army. Your Highness, please take a look, this is the list of rebels we have compiled. Count Thaddeus Rowan walked into the camp outside the city with the list of Green Party nobles. 3 giant dragons were resting in the open space. Zell, along with Valair, took Jokeris and sat in a circle around Vormiser's tail. Sitting with them were 2 Allans, Count Vansincon, Lady Genthia Fossaway, Count Roland Kodoan, and Guimund Hightower sitting cautiously aside. For his timely return and the killing of important members of the Hightower family, he was awarded the Grey Hold, a stone castle on the Grey Island to maintain the last Hightowers. Vormiser opened his eyes and glanced at Count Thaddeus, raised his tail and let him go. Count Thaddeus couldn't help but gulp when he looked at this huge beast, and then slowly walked into the small circle. The Hightowers are the leaders of the rebel party. Their punishment has basically been determined. It depends on whether Her Majesty the Queen chooses to have Sir Hobart put on black clothes or beheaded directly. Vansincon said, Your Highness, Hato as for the Tall Territory, the Hightower family's vassals, the Mulundal family, the Kui family and the Bulwi family also participated in the rebellion, as well as the Black Bar family of Half Dome and the Peak family. 3 castles, Star Shuttle City, White Garden City, and Dustinberry. Although Irwin Peak was also the core of the rebellion, he was also the hero who dedicated Old Town. They will accept the punishment of the kingdom. Longzell said calmly, if they dare to disobey, I will ride on Vormiser to teach them that there is a price to pay for betrayal. All 4 families will be deprived of their territories and titles. Punishment. As for the Peak family, all 3 castles and affiliated territories of their family were deprived. Irwin Peak's credit saved his head. Longzell looked at Prince Jokeris. Among the 4 rebel families the grown men and Ulwin Peck will be clothed in black and go to serve on the wall, and Kragan will welcome them. As for Ulwin's children, does he have any? He has a son, Titus Peak. And a daughter. Guimund Hightower said timidly, I saw Titus in the barracks. Oh, I remembered. Alan Tully slapped his thigh, he is my prisoner, he is a very brave young man. Since Alan took over his father's broken heart, he seemed to have forgotten that he was less than 10 years old. 9 years old, also a child. I will reserve a piece of land for him. Longzell sighed, but he cannot inherit his father's title and title. From now on, the Peak family can only exist as a wealthy knight family. A very fair punishment. Mrs. Zhengzia nodded. Prince Longzell, according to your request, half of the Hightower family's territory will be divided to you as war compensation, and the other half will be handed over to families loyal to the Queen. Ronzell drew a line on the map. Earl Alan Bisberry will swear allegiance to me, and the Yangguyu city of the Kui family, the Highland city of the Mullendal family and the affiliated territories will be assigned to my family. Count Roland Kodoan and his new territory will be sworn to your son, Lady Gensia. The Half Dome will be taken over by Count Rowan, and part of the Blobber family's territory will be allocated to Count Florent. The town will also do the appropriate zoning. The Old Town is under the king's control. Prince Jokeris took over Longzell's arrangement. The royal family has decided to move the church to King's Landing. The Archbishop will temporarily reside in the Our Lady of Grace Cathedral in King's Landing. My mother will build a cathedral named after my mother for the Archbishop after King's Landing has sufficient finances. It will be larger than the Starry Cathedral, is even more magnificent. Jokeris pointed to the school city on the map. The school city will also be split up, and the cardinals will all move to King's Landing. I plan to allocate the land of the Alchemist Guild to them. The cardinals need to carry out the bachelor's necklace under the supervision of the royal family. The casting and issuance of gold. The Old Town only retains teaching places for several disciplines. History will be moved to King's Landing. The teaching of Ravenology, Metallurgy, Medicine, and Occultism will be transferred to Silver Crown City. Lord Longzell generously donated the Silver Crown. A large piece of land in Mian City was loaned to the school for the construction of new classrooms and a large library. Won't this cause dissatisfaction in the school city? Mrs. Zhengzia asked worriedly. If they are dissatisfied, let them tell the dragon. Longzell smiled, they always misestimate their power. Knowledge is indeed power, but under the dragon's flame, all living beings are equal. The treatment of the rebellious princes in the west has also been temporarily decided before launching the general offensive. The punishment conditions temporarily determined by Longzell include that the Lannister family will be fined 1 million pure gold dragons to punish the Lion family for their actions in the early stages of the war. Rebellion, Westerling, Casterly Rock, Golden Tooth, Nun Keep, Tarbeck Hall, Castamir's gold mines will pay 70% of the gold mined within 10 years to the crown. Lannisport's tax rate will increase. The rebellious princes of the western region were required to pass their titles to their heirs, then put on black clothes and go to the Great Wall to serve. The princes of the Western Territory gratefully accepted this condition. Longzell did not even ask for hostages or reduce the fiefdom. This was a great grace to the princes of the Western Territory. This time, King's Landing. The common people, who were already overwhelmed by high tax rates, suffered another blow. Priest, save my child, save my child. A woman hugged the cold little girl and threw herself next to the shepherd. The shepherd stretched out his hand wrapped in cloth and touched the little girl's face. And her blue lips. Another lamb of the 7 gods was taken away by the devil. The shepherd sighed. My child, it's tremors. The devil from back then is back. The woman with tremors suddenly panicked and threw the child in her arms to the ground. The crowd of people who stood up and watched guiltily dispersed with a roar. How could the citizens of King's Landing forget about the shivers epidemic that killed almost half of King's Landing's population? The shepherd stood in the middle of the crowd, holding up his broken staff with his good arm. Brothers and sisters, don't forget that it was the demon sitting on the Iron Throne who made incest and burned the devout believers of the 7 gods with a dragon. The 7 gods brought that disaster. Now, the disaster has come again. The disaster is coming again. The devil is not in hell, the devil is on the Iron Throne. Brothers and sisters, the dissolute woman on the Iron Throne is also the product of incest and the object of desperation by the gods, so disaster has come again. Everyone, this paragraph over time, I have seen too many brothers and sisters die in the cold and hunger. There is bread in the market, but we can't afford it. Now, the plague has come again. This is the gods' attempt to use demons on us. Replacing the punishment of the gods. The shepherd suddenly opened his tattered clothes, revealing the 7-pointed star pattern tattooed on his chest. Brothers and sisters, do you want to eat bread and drink beer? Do you want to survive the Great Plague? Come on, the 7 gods will guide you. Looking at us, the 7 gods look at us lovingly, and they will protect us as long as we find our way back. He knelt devoutly among the crowd and shouted, 7 gods are above us. The people in Flea Bottom raised their hands one after another. They seemed to be infected by the shepherd. 7 gods are on top, 7 gods are on top. Red Fort, Prime Minister's Tower. Cold, cold. Maester Gladys stopped Rhaenyra, and the Queen looked worriedly at Miss Marsail, who was shaking and coughing in the room. This is already the 7th member of the Red Keep to show similar symptoms. Have you found out what the disease is? Queen Rhaenyra asked nervously. Maester Gladys sighed and closed the door. Shivering syndrome, Your Majesty, this disease develops and worsens very quickly. In the patient in the early stages of the disease, they will be tortured by the chill radiating from the inside out and shiver uncontrollably. This situation will get worse until their teeth chatter and their arms and legs twitch. When the stranger approaches, the seriously ill people will cough up blood uncontrollably, and finally they will die. My lips will turn a hideous blue. The Maester stopped Rhaenyra from getting closer. During the last Tremors epidemic, Princess Daenerys, the daughter of King Jaehaerys, became a victim. Her death also means that your bloodline cannot protect you. Be protected from the shivers, a disease that is almost fatal to the elderly and children, especially if Princess Benilla and Prince Joffrey are still with you. What should we do? Rhaenyra panicked when she heard the children's names. Your Majesty, I know a place to go. A woman's voice came from the stairs, and White Maggot Messaliah walked out of the shadows. She is now serving the Queen. As a hero of the opening of King's Landing, she serves as the Queen's intelligence chief. There is a manor outside King's Landing, located high on the coast. It was bought by Lord Tigero Dogarian, Prince Longzell's subordinate, when he lived in King's Landing. It is secluded enough and can effectively isolate the flow of people in King's Landing. Okay, okay. Rhaenyra's panic was almost written on her face. I will take the children and move over there. Your Majesty, what should we do to prevent the epidemic? Maester Gladys asked. Grand Maester Orville, who was supposed to be his powerful assistant, was arrested and imprisoned by Rhaenyra. Now he can only handle the work of the plague. In addition to the tremors, there are 3 servants in the Red Keep infected with dragonpox. However, the mortality rate of dragonpox is too high and it is difficult to spread on a large scale. Rhaenyra was stunned when she heard about epidemic prevention. Good Maester, I leave this task to you. Chapter 114. Mother, do you want to abandon your people? Joffrey stood on the fence outside his bedroom and shouted to Rhaenyra below, Baela and I are your children, but mother, you now that you are the queen, the people of King's Land are also your children. Benila, who heard the voice, also walked out of her bedroom. Mother, if you give up the people of King's Landing for us, what's the difference between you and a usurper? Benila said. What do you know? Rhaenyra was a little annoyed. That's tremors. My aunt died of tremors. I've already lost a son, and I can't lose any more of my sons or daughters. Your Majesty, there is still dragonpox. Bachelor Grates said in a deep voice. The onset of dragonpox is more rapid, but it is also more contagious. It can be transmitted as long as it comes into contact with patients or infected people who have not yet become ill, and there is no certain cure for these 2 diseases. But there is no Valyrian disease records of people suffering from dragonpox. This although Rhaenyra was very angry just now, as soon as her mind returned to her brain, Rhaenyra realized what her children were doing. If she left King's Landing because of the plague, then she would indeed be no different from Great Aegon, and with her current heavy taxes, it is very likely that she will completely anger the citizens of King's Landing. Xiaomei, no, we can't leave King's Landing. Rhaenyra realized this, and naturally realized that she couldn't leave King's Landing easily. Joffrey, let Terxiu and Moondancer guard the Red Keep. The dragon is not afraid. Disease, Maester Grates, what can be done to prevent the people in the Red Keep from getting sick? The Academy speculates that tremors may be related to rats, and tremors and dragonpox are serious infectious diseases that can be initially prevented through isolation. Your Majesty, I suggest that the entry and exit of the Red Fort can be strictly controlled, and patients who are found to be isolated immediately. Bachelor Grates thought for a while. He had excellent medical results at the time and had also done research on tremors. Understood, Xiaomei, arrange for the rat catchers to search for all the rats in the Red Keep, and control the Red Keep according to the instructions of Maester Grates. Within the city, Rhaenyra gritted her teeth. Starting from tomorrow, all tax policies of Earl Seltija will be temporarily suspended, and some funds will be allocated from the treasury. Only then did Rhaenyra realize that there was not much money left in the treasury, and all the golden dragons she squeezed from heavy taxes were used for so-called the king's dignity and salary were paid, order was maintained in King's Landing, and the sea trade routes in King's Landing were reopened. Anyway, in my name, we will provide free bread to the people of King's Landing starting tomorrow, and open the upper area of the dragon's lair. If there are sick people, they can go to the dragon's lair. Praise your mercy, your Majesty. Bai Maggot praised sincerely, Your Majesty, you must also be careful. Recently, there have been many voices in King's Landing that are not favorable to you. Some fanatics who claim to be the chosen of the 7 gods are arrogantly criticizing you. Your family is the product of demonic incest, and your dragon is a demon in hell. They now have a lot of reputation among the common people of King's Landing, especially after the plague began in King's Landing 2 weeks ago. People's attitude towards you has become worse. It's becoming more and more dangerous. Rhaenyra suddenly frowned. I understand, thank you for reminding me. I will order Captain Rose and my King's Guard to clear out these silverfish in the kingdom tomorrow. Watching Rhaenyra give orders one after another, Joffrey just breathed a sigh of relief, but looking at the increasingly darker sky outside the window of his room, Joffrey suddenly felt something bad. The next day, in King's Landing, Flea Bottom, a man in rags sneaked into a broken house that was still dripping with dirty water. The shepherd was kneeling beside a corpse with blue lips, praying silently. Master, the 7 gods bless your piety. The man revealed the 7-pointed star on his chest. The Demon Queen issued an order this morning, suspending the taxes of the crab minister. Limited black bread began to be distributed in the market. It is said that she opened the upper level of the dragon's cave and asked the sick people to go there for treatment. She is deceiving the lamb of the 7 gods. The shepherd suddenly stood up excitedly. She wants the people of the 7 gods to send themselves into the devil's mouth. Otherwise, why doesn't she open the temple under the light of the 7 gods instead of the dragon's lair where the devil is raised? No, I must punish her evil deeds, show it to the world. Master. The man grabbed the shepherd's one arm. The demon queen has sent her minions to persecute the priests of the 7 gods. You cannot take risks under their swords alone. Alec, you are worthy of being the son of a warrior. The shepherd looked into the man's eyes with relief. Don't worry, the devil's minions cannot harm the believers of the true God. I will definitely reveal the true face of the devil to the lambs. Master. Alec once again grabbed the shepherd who was about to go out. My brothers are ready. Tonight, people will gather in the Bitches Square to discuss whether to send the patient to the dragon's lair. That then you can reveal the demon queen's atrocities to them without any danger. Really? 7 gods are above, and the Holy Father is the witness. Alec drew a 7-pointed star on his chest. The shepherd nodded with relief and continued to kneel in front of the body and pray. While Ronzel was dealing with the spoils of the Reach, Rhaenyra was dealing with the plague in King's Landing. In the Riverlands, Benji Cole and Lord Roderick Dustin found a big fish. They found Tyrion Lannister near the town of Lord Harroway. The Admiral, who secretly passed information to the Black Party after Great Aegon abandoned King's Landing, took advantage of Criston Cole's unpreparedness, raided his remnants, and successfully escaped the pursuit. Criston is nearby. Tyrion guided Benji Cole and Roderick's cavalry to Criston's camp. This King Holder, the captain of the King's Guard, now has only more than 20 people around him. The moment the cavalry from the Riverlands and the north appeared in his sight, Criston Cole knew that his doom had come. Tyrion, the traitor is you. Criston saw Tyrion, whose armor was already tattered, at first sight. I only hate myself for not killing you and Lin Man together. Sorry, Cole. Tyrion said with his head down, but there is one thing I need to remind you, I am not the only traitor. In fact, before me, Larys provided a lot of information to Prince Longzal, but what I don't understand is that he was so loyal to Aegon. Tyrion finally changed his words. He actually remained so loyal. Humph. The captain of the Iron Guard drew his sword. If you have the courage, come with me in a fair night duel. He drew his sword and pointed it at the generals of the Black Party, but when he saw Benjico's face clearly, he was stunned. This is just a child. Sorry, Criston. Benjico shrugged mischievously, I don't think you are a real knight, so. Uncle Rob. Red Rob drew his bow and arrow without hesitation, and the arrow hit Criston's chest. The long arrow broke through the White Knight's grey breastplate and penetrated his chest directly. Then Alisanne's arrow pierced his neck armor, and the long bowmen of the Blackwood family drew their bows and shot arrows, and in the blink of an eye, Criston and his remaining soldiers were shot into hedgehogs. What do you mean you? Roderick Dustin pinched the belly of the long-haired horse, slowly walked to Criston, who was full of arrows and died with his eyes open, and chopped off his head with an axe. I am not a knight, but I also know the code of your southern knights and the glory of the White Knights. Boy, you have tarnished your white robe. The leader of the Winter Wolf army commented. So, the life of the King Holder ended in humiliation. When the plague broke out in King's Landing. On the outskirts of Summer Hall. Adams Lawholder, the brother of Hoffa Lawholder with black hair and golden eyes who loves socializing, joking, and reading, stood anxiously outside a stone house. Amos, come out quickly, my brother is worried and we can't run away. In the stone house, Amos sat quietly by the fireplace, staring at the flames. Blisters slowly grew on his body. These blisters immediately swelled when they came into contact with air, and burst in the blink of an eye. Red blood and yellow water almost burst onto the stone wall and the flames at the same time. The young man endured the severe pain and suffocation. He was only thankful for one thing now. The almost rotten corpse did not touch anyone except himself. Adams, go back and tell your stinky old brother. Amos Fezer shouted while holding back the pain. The thoughtful Adams immediately heard the suppressed pain in Amos' voice. Amos, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Adams was about to touch the door when he was driven back by Amos' suppressed shouting. Don't go near this house. Go back and tell my wife to have all the customs check the incoming goods. Tell the Lord, no, your highness, I can't repay him. I put the steel flame on, my weapon rack. Please, return it to your highness for me. Amos felt his mind becoming more and more blurred, and the pain in his body gradually subsided, replaced by a strange feeling. He staggered and pulled open the fence of the fireplace, and threw the firewood in the fireplace. The flames licked his body instantly. The firelight illuminated Adams's stunned face. Dragon Nest City. Diana Tully sat on the dragon crystal throne of Longzal, frowning at Dr. Vesalius and Zelsar Shadow Weaver. Ray had not returned from his dragon patrol, and now only she and Leela could take charge of the castle. The day before, Dragonzel's blood-sworn brother Amos Fezzle, the holder of the Valyrian steel sword Steel Flame, suddenly did not return to the Dragon Crystal Tower in Dragon Nest City, but ran to a stone house outside the city and did not come out. As a result, the house soon caught fire and Amos died in the flames. "Madam, it's tremor disease," Zersil said in a cold voice. Fortunately, the customs inspection was very strict, and the body was not transported ashore. "I took the apprentices to deal with the ship in time, but unfortunately the body of the patient with dragon pox flowed into the dock. We have to thank Lord Amos for discovering the body in time, but he was unfortunately infected with dragon pox. Is there a way to treat it?" Dr. Vesalius shook his head. "The mortality rate of dragon pox is almost 100%, which is why it can be contagious but rarely causes large-scale plagues." Lord Amos immediately isolated himself after he felt that he was sick. Vesalius didn't know what to say here. Diana understood what Amos Fezzle did. The young man immediately decided that the infectious disease must not be allowed to spread in the city. He set himself on fire and left a will in advance, returning the steel flame to the Varese family. "Amos is my husband's blood-sworn brother, and he is a true warrior." Chapter 115. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of the bronze bells of the Seven Dragons Cathedral in Summer Hall echoed throughout the city. This domed church with 7 towers is one of the 4 landmark buildings in Summer Hall, second only to Valais in terms of luxury. The Purple Summer Palace of Zez is second only in height to the city hall built on a high slope. As the bells of the Seven Dragons Cathedral rang, the bronze bells of the Great City Hall also began to emit layer upon layer of magnificent sounds. Bishop Colin put down the bell hammer in his hand and carefully emerged from the narrow bell tower. He looked at the priests he had summoned. Each priest was just wearing a simple brown robe and each held a long wooden stick, crutches, and a 7-pointed star badge on the chest. There were also dozens of nuns dressed in white holding 7-star Bibles in their arms and praying silently. "Bishop, we are all ready." A handsome young monk saw Bishop Colin coming out of the bell tower and came forward to report. "Very good, Hugo, you are my heir." Bishop Colin looked at Hugo's smooth head and silver sideburns with satisfaction. This young man is Varen with Valyrian blood brought back by Longzal. The Thieves, who were originally believers in the Lord of Light, have now succeeded in becoming fanatical believers in his theory of the 7 gods under Quran's theory, and even changed their names to Andals. His Highness has high hopes for us this time, and we must satisfy His Highness. Bishop Colin emphasized again. Hu Ji nodded vigorously, in order to ensure that the plague would not spread in the Midsummer Hall, especially to prevent the dragon pox patients from entering the border prince territory from the land. Diana Tarley worked with Ray to formulate a strategy upon his return to Dragon's Nest. Count Lando Cavallin immediately blocked the road, and the liquor port also conducted the same blockade and screening. Summer Hall also rarely closed the city gate. Evans led the apprentices and began to go door to door to check whether there was any illness sign. Koran also began to organize priests to provide chanting services for civilians, and opened the cathedral to distribute medicines to civilians for free. Ray generously provided sufficient funds for the Great September. "Bishop, some brothers in brown came from the north recently." Before leaving, Hu Ji suddenly remembered something and reported to Bishop Colin in a low voice. "They told everyone that the Dragon King is the evil creature of incest, and that the giant dragon is the devils in hell, and His Royal Highness and the princes are pagans and unclean devils from the east." The more Hu Ji said, the angrier he became. If it were not for the joint approval of Bishop Kalan and Dragon's Nest City, the priest could not by using force. He had already let those guys know what true dragon people were. Heresy. Bishop Colin was furious when he heard this. "They are heretics." "Hugo, you go first. I will go to the Great Hall. I will not allow such heretics to appear in my parish." Before he finished speaking, Bishop Colin ran even faster than young Hugo. The monks looked at each other in shock, but when they knew these remarks, they all became angry. "Brother Hu Ji, let's talk to everyone." A nun stood up. "We will never allow such heretical remarks to slander His Royal Highness and the princes." Hu Ji thought for a moment. "Let a few priests search for those heresies talking nonsense, and the remaining people will be ready to mobilize believers to clean up the heretics while completing the task." When the great cathedral sent out men, as the bronze bells of the Great Hall and the Great Cathedral rang, the bells distributed in each street also rang. In front of a beautiful stone brick house on Steel Street, a blacksmith and a repairman pulled his wife and daughter into the house who had just returned from the church in the neighborhood. What happened? Xiu Fu's wife looked at her husband in confusion. She had just returned from praying with her daughter. The continuous ringing of bells really startled her, but she really didn't know what happened. Xiu Fu put on his coat and said seriously, "Stay at home with the children. Recently, according to the bachelor's advice, boil all the water for drinking, and be careful not to let mice get into the house." His wife couldn't help but said, "Firewood money. The city hall paid a subsidy." Xiu Fu said, "Don't worry about money." The woman glanced at the child with some fear and nodded obediently. Then Xiaofo left the house with confidence and hurried towards the great hall. As the bells gradually stopped ringing, the Silver Blood Army in silver armor and purple cloaks and the city guards in chainmail and silver cloaks began to move out. Without exception, they all wore Dornish veils and gloves to assist the entire city residents to carry out further epidemic prevention work. Just as Shenxia Hall and Liquor Hall began intensive epidemic prevention work. Dragon's Stone. Big Aegon finally got the big guy he had been waiting for a long time. The bald king lay under the stone, nervously watching the silver-grey gorgeous beast feasting on the fat sheep. He didn't have enough manpower, otherwise he wouldn't want to lurk in this poor place and directly seize the Dragonstone Castle. How good, but it's a pity that the only warrior beside him is Masanwei Shui, without the dragon, and he doesn't even have the leverage to convince the acting city lord and soldiers of Dragonstone Castle. See smoke. The bald king silently recited the name of this gorgeous dragon in his heart. Although this was the harvest he had been looking forward to for a long time, when he saw this dragon, Aegon was still a little uncomfortable. Comfortable, after all, this wild dragon was the dragon of Rhaenyra's former husband, Lananor Velaryon. To tame the dragon of his sworn enemy, Aegon, was still a bit difficult to accept, but when he thought about riding a dragon again, it was the dragon of Rhaenyra's former husband. Then when he flew to Rhaenyra, how wonderful her face would be when she was in front of him. Big Aegon couldn't hold back his excitement. He slowly climbed out of the stone crevice and cautiously approached the sea smoke. The dragon felt someone approaching him, stopped chewing the mutton, and turned to look at Big Aegon. "Sea smoke, calm down," Great Aegon said in High Valyrian with a slight accent. Hyun sniffed the air, glanced at Big Aegon, and continued to lower his head and eat the mutton. Big Aegon slowly approached the dragon, moved step by step to Hai Yan's side, and reached out to try to grab the hanging straps of the dragon's saddle. Hyun immediately turned his head and roared at Big Aegon. "Sea smoke, calm down, I order you to calm down." Great Aegon growled intermittently in High Valyrian. He reached for Hyun's dragon head with one hand, and grabbed the straps of the dragon saddle with the other hand. Hyun was angered by Big Aegon's actions. The dragon suddenly waved its wings and moved its body, knocking Big Aegon away. How is that possible? Big Aegon endured the pain and looked at the flying sea smoke in disbelief. "I am a pure Targaryen, how could sea smoke not accept me?" The silver-grey dragon angrily sprayed a puff of dragon flame in the direction where Big Aegon was knocked away. After spraying, he still felt uneasy and was about to spray a second puff. A hoarse dragon roar came from the east, and Corixiu screamed and emerged from the clouds, twisting and flying towards the location of the sea smoke. Not to be outdone, Hai Yan roared, then waved his wings and flew towards Longshan. Corixiu flew around the position where Hai Yan left a few times, then slowly folded his wings and landed in front of a mass of charred black. Ahem! Big Aegon coughed. Until the moment when the dragon flames burned his body, he couldn't understand why Hyun would reject him. Although there are many family members in the history of the Targaryen family who failed to train dragons and died in the dragon's mouth, but Great Aegon never imagined that that person would be himself. The dragon flames of the sea smoke hit Aegon the Great's legs. His legs were almost burned to a ball of charcoal, and he also suffered multiple burns on his body. Sir Mason Waterbearer leaped from his hiding place and stood between Aegon the Great and Korakui. Larry Strong also limped out with a sigh. "You win." The moment Big Aegon saw his uncle appear, he understood that he had failed. Aegon. Looking at his nephew who was burned and twisted, Daemon couldn't help but sigh for his dead brother. "Do you regret it?" Cough, hiss. Big Aegon pulled his body and found that he really couldn't move. He felt excruciating pain when he moved. He gave up the struggle and tears rolled down his cheeks as if they were free. "I regret it. I regret it to death. Aemond and Viagar are dead," Daemon said, Lonzil drove Wormizar to kill them one-on-one. For a crown, you lost your brothers. Uncle. Big Aegon gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Where are Helena and the children? Daemon shook his head. I haven't received any information from Old Town yet, but it is estimated that the army has captured Old Town now. However, Ronzil and Vala are not cruel people. Helena and the others should be able to survive. That's good, that's good. Big Aegon finally cried. Uncle, give me a break, it hurts too much. Daemon looked at the White Knight and the intelligence director, and Laurie's strong side. Prince, I will die with my king, but you must rush back to King's Landing as soon as possible. If nothing else happens, our arrangements should have already begun. Larys smiled and stood next to Great Aegon. The White Knight stopped in front of the king. Daemon frowned. He knew that what Larys said must not be a good thing, and something must have gone wrong in King's Landing. Go away, my nephew. Daemon regained his composure, and Corixiu spat out a long stream of dragon flames, instantly drowning the three of them. The sixth king of the Targaryen dynasty, Aegon the Disobedient and Aegon the Usurper, died of his uncle's dragon fire 4 months after his coronation. The time he and Queen Rhaenyra ruled together was known as the Year of the Two Kings. Although later Targaryen monarchs did not regard him as a real king, people always added him to the king list when arranging history to indicate his status in the war for the crown. Daemon watched as his nephew's body collapsed into a puddle of ash in the flames. Corixiu was immediately ordered to take off, and he wanted to return to King's Landing. There must be some truth to Larys' warning. It wasn't until he flew to the sea near King's Landing that Daemon finally determined what the problem was. He could even clearly see the looming firelight in the sky. Something must have happened in King's Landing. Chapter 116. There are people everywhere. The streets of King's Landing have never been so lively. There were burning torches and angry people everywhere. At first, it was just a mother wailing and sending the cold body of her little son to the feet of the shepherds, accepting the gaze of hundreds of people together with dozens of rotting corpses. Then the situation got out of hand. During these weeks, countless people died in the cold every day, and some people's bodies were covered with pustules that could burst at any time. In pain, entire families and even people in an alley died together. More and more people gathered in the shoemaker's square, gathering at the shepherd's feet. The heavy taxes have stopped, but the taxes already paid will not be refunded. Although the queen distributed bread, the thick and inedible black bread could not even feed 1,000 people. Even so, people can be patient. But people can't bear the threat of death. Every day, there are people around them who cry out without warning, and then convulse and die. No one knows whether they will be next. But the queen did nothing. She arrested the shepherd's companions and ordered Sir Rose Raget to lead the gold robes to forcibly disperse the gathering crowd. So people were completely outraged. In every alley of Flea Bottom and Linhey Gate, people took to the streets holding torches. They smashed open shop doors and hacked the superior shopkeepers to death. They pried open the door locks of nobles and dragged their delicate daughters to on the street. Chaos spread in the city. Flea Bottom was the first to catch fire, then the docks, all the streets, and then the city gates. The golden robes were running around in the flames, and their already limited manpower became even more stretched. The doomsday has come. The doomsday has come. The one-armed mad prophet looked at the dense crowd with tears. Some of them even suddenly fell to the ground while walking. When people noticed these fallen people again, they discovered in horror they convulsed all over, and soon died with blue lips. The monster queen who bleeds on the Iron Throne is the offspring of demonic incest. The 7 gods will definitely punish her for her evil. She is the one who brought strangers and death. Prophet, please save us. Alec Kegel, who was wearing shabby clothes, tore open his clothes, revealing the 7-pointed star emblem, and shouted sadly. A nun also cried and knelt on the ground, save us, O 7, save your lambs. People shed tears one after another. They stared blankly at the shepherd on the high platform, waiting for the prophet to give them instructions. Only the Holy Mother in heaven can save you, me, all of us, but we were wrong, our greed and short-sightedness drove away the Holy Mother, and now the stranger is coming, riding a dark horse with eyes like burning coals. He is coming, holding a flaming whip, to teach unbelievers, heretics, and devils. Did you hear that? The shepherd's remaining hands covered his ears. Listen, do you hear it? Do you hear the sound of red-hot iron hooves striking the earth? He is coming. He is coming. He's coming. People shouted after the shepherd, and the crowd began to move slowly. No one knew how many people had gathered here, 3,000? 5,000? Or 10,000? But none of this mattered, because as the crowd began to slowly creep toward the hills of Rennes, more and more people joined the shepherd's army. The sound of horse hooves. Alec Cargyle keenly captured the sound of horse hooves hitting the cobblestones and flagstones amid the frantic shouting of "He is coming!" The former king's guard immediately realized something. "Go home! All go home! Fools! You have been deceived!" Sir Ross Laggett was riding on a white horse covered with iron armour, fully armoured and wearing a golden cloak, and behind him was 500 men in gold robes equipped with short swords and spears, each wearing black mail, steel helmets, golden cloaks, and holding shields, advanced neatly into the crowd. Hundreds of people from the periphery immediately ran away, but the crowd was so big that many people could not move at all. They could only follow the large army and squeeze through the golden robe spear array. Ross saw that this was not possible. He could not handle a crowd of this size with hundreds of people. He hurriedly ordered his people to continue beating the war drums and kept the spear formation motionless. He raised his sword towards the crowd and said, "Get back quickly. Home, no one will hurt you if you go home. If you continue to move forward, you will be treason. Go home. We only arrest the traitor shepherd." People were still pushing forward, and finally, a fat man wearing a chef's apron groaned in pain. His stomach was pierced by a spear, and his intestines flowed to the ground. More and more people came up, and along the spearman watched helplessly as a little girl was squeezed onto his spear. The golden robes killed people. They are the devil's servants of the monster queen. Someone shouted, and the crowd instantly became commotion. Stones and bricks were flying everywhere, and people were pouring out of the surrounding houses. They were all stones, and there was even an archer who didn't know where he came from lying on the opposite side of the square and shooting arrows at the golden robe. Ross immediately gave up his plan to persuade the crowd to disperse, catch the shepherd, and the crowd will disperse naturally. He immediately slashed down 2 civilians who rushed to him with his sword, mobilized his war horse to try to trample through the crowd, and formed a spear formation. The white horse that was also following Ross moved slowly, and with every step he took, more than one mob member would be killed on the spot. But there were too many mobs. When a soldier fell, his position was immediately occupied by several mobs. The formation of the golden cloaks was quickly torn to pieces by the mobs coming from all directions. Alec threw a stone with force and hit Sir Ross's head. Ross had no time to react and was knocked off his horse. The mob immediately held down the captain who had fallen to the ground. Almost in the blink of an eye, the captain who had just been showing off his power was torn into pieces by the mob. A leather worker raised the captain's sword and climbed onto his war horse. "Charge, charge!" The leather worker roared like crazy. The golden cloaks were quickly overwhelmed by the mob. They took away the golden cloaks' weapons. The crowd surged like a tide. Wherever they passed, only corpses and flames were left. Queen Mother Alysanne was awakened. Since the news of Prince Durin's death and Prince Aemon's death was successively reported back to King's Landing, Queen Mother Alysanne had been in a trance for a long time. She quietly looked at the city that seemed to be in a sea of fire, and suddenly smiled. The Queen Mother slowly stood on the window, tears flowing unconsciously. She was not stupid, she knew what it meant to kill her 2 sons. Their foolish behavior eventually led to bad consequences. She could already imagine the end of Aegon the Great, and the destruction of the Hightower family. So, whose fault is it? Queen Alysanne's mind flashed her father's face. Forget it, things have come to this point, what's the point of pursuing whose fault? The Queen Mother slowly closed her eyes, not looking at the spikes in the dry moat under her feet. She jumped down. Rhaenyra lay on the window, nervously looking at King's Landing in the sea of fire. "Your Majesty, we can no longer control the situation." Earl Corlys, the sea snake, limped over. "Unfortunately, there is no news from Sir Ross, and there is no news from Sir Laurent Marbrand. With the scale of the mob, I'm afraid they are in danger. Where is little May?" Queen Rhaenyra took a deep breath. How could it be so fast? Lady Messaria doesn't live in the Red Castle. Earl Bart Emos said with some horror. If he hadn't wanted to settle the gold in the treasury, he would probably be in danger now. "I'm afraid she has been killed. Our messenger can't get out. Now there are mobs everywhere in King's Landing. Mom, let's ride the dragon." Joffrey opened the door with Bernilla. The boy wore the leather armor left by Luthras and carried Luthras's sword. He shouted, "This is a rebellion. What is the root of the mob? Queen Rhaenyra gritted her teeth. Earl Bard Emos glanced outside. They dare not come to the Red Castle. As long as the Red Castle closes the gate, these mobs can't get through. I guess. The Earl suddenly shuddered. They're going to the dragon pit. They'll kill the dragon. Benila reacted instantly. Slycos and Mogul are still in the dragon pit. Those were the dragons of Queen Helena's twin children, Jaehaerys' Slycos and Jaehaerys' Mogul. When Helena rode her children away on a dragon, she didn't take the two young dragons with her. Mom, we must put down the rebellion as soon as possible. Joffrey walked to his mother. They'll kill the dragon. Dragon flames can stop them. Queen Rhaenyra gritted her teeth and said, as long as my army comes back, none of these mobs will escape trial. Your Majesty, a group of mice can also bite a lion to death. The big-headed jester Mushroom suddenly said. This jester once served Viserys I. After Viserys' death, Mushroom was imprisoned because he had supported Rhaenyra many times in the past, until Rhaenyra occupied King's Landing. Slycos and Mogul are both little dragons, Mom. Make a decision quickly. Joffrey said anxiously. Benila added at the right time, Mother, if they really kill the dragon, then our dragons will no longer be safe. They will think that slaying dragons is not a myth, and our rule will also be. She said with some concern, Moondance is not much bigger than those two little dragons. The remaining White Knights also gathered together. In fact, the only two Iron Guards around the Queen were Sir Stephen Darklyn and Sir Elric Cargal. Earl Collis looked at his granddaughter and grandson with appreciation, and continued to look at Queen Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra was still hesitant. My son, you are too young. However, the mob would not give Rhaenyra time to think. The shepherd led the mob to gather under the Rennis Hill. The team that passed through half of King's Landing had expanded to be like ants, with corpses and flames everywhere. The hotel was burning, the mansions of the rich were burning, and even the temple was burning. The crazy prophet commanded the mob to drag the priests out of the temple and forced them to join the team, and the monks who did not obey were beaten to death. The shepherd was lifted up by Alec, and his sharp howl reached everyone's ears. Brothers and sisters, do you hear the sound of the stranger's horse hooves? He is coming. He is coming with divine punishment. He is here to punish our sins. Prayers are useless, repentance is useless, there is only blood, your blood, my blood, and the blood of these demons. The shepherd pointed to the huge dragon lair at the top of the hill. The monster queen threw our brothers and sisters there and let the demons devour their flesh and blood. Brothers and sisters, think about it, if the giant dragon flies here, what will happen to us? Our flesh will blister and burn, our wives and children's eyes will melt in the fire, and our flesh and blood will be separated. The devil is here. They are on the mountain. If we don't want to incur the consequences of God's punishment and die in the mouth of the dragon, just kill them. They, blood and fire, fire and blood, can't extinguish the dragon flames, but blood can. Brothers and sisters, kill them and bathe in the dragon's blood, and we can extinguish the anger of hell. Kill them! Kill them! Tens of thousands of mouths roared and tens of thousands of legs ran. The dragon guards guarding the dragon's lair were quickly submerged in the sea of people. As a tall man smashed open a small door with a hammer, more and more people smashed open the side door of the dragon's lair. They could already hear the dragon's roar of awakening. Chapter 117. The mob swarmed into the dragon's lair like ants. At the bottom of the huge dragon's lair, two giant dragons had awakened. Thick iron chains locked the two giant dragons in their respective lairs. When the dragons saw the mob pouring into the dragon's lair, they immediately realized that something was wrong. The big-headed Syracuse immediately sprayed a stream of dragon flames at the crowd, and then Mogul, the purple-black giant. The dragon hung upside down from the roof of its lair, trying to protect its fragile belly. The dragon flames instantly swallowed up the people who came in, and the dragon's lair quickly burned. The first batch of mobs that poured into the dragon's lair fell into the dragon's flames. The people on fire screamed and stumbled out, their flesh and blood from the blackened bones fell off bit by bit, but more people poured into the dragon's lair. A man wearing heavy armor and unable to see his face rushed to Thracos with dragon flames. The dragon had just killed a mob and killed each mob with its claws and tail, but it still ignored it. He hit the man whose whole body was on fire. The man stabbed the young dragon's scales with his spear. Syracuse roared in pain and turned his head to spit out flames, but the man was faster. He struck the dragon's head with an axe. Taking advantage of the pain of the giant dragon, he jumped up on the dragon's head, and the man locked his legs tightly around the dragon's neck. Heavenly Father! An axe hit the giant dragon's head hard, and the scales were torn apart by the axe. Syracuse struggled painfully. The young dragon tried to take off, but the iron chain caught it and even pulled it away. Onto the ground. People with spears and swords gathered around. Kill it! A mob stabbed the dragon in the abdomen with a spear. Kill it! A guy who looked like a hired knight slashed through the dragon's membrane wings with a sword. The spears pierced the dragon's body one after another, and Syracuse roared in pain and kept spitting out dragon flames. But it is too young, and the power and range of the dragon flames cannot protect it. Even the scales are not as thick as those of its older counterparts. Holy Mother! The man in heavy armor struck down with another axe. The battle axe shattered the dragon's scales, revealing the flesh and blood inside. Girl! Hot dragon blood spurted out. Old woman! The dragon's struggle became more and more fierce, but the man never moved, and he struck again with the axe. Blacksmith! The dragon's skull leaked out. Warrior! The dragon roared and tried to throw the man off again, but more spears were inserted into the body of Syracuse, even though their masters had been ignited by the dragon's flames or killed by the dragon's body. Stranger! With the last axe blow, the dragon's skull cracked instantly, and the battle axe was deeply embedded in Syracuse's brain. The giant dragon whined and fell to the ground. Before the man could cheer, the dragon flames came from behind. Mogul cunningly built a wall with the corpses of the mob. It hid behind the wall and spit out a burst of dragon flames. The man who had not yet had time to celebrate his victory was engulfed in the raging fire. Kill that dragon! When the mob was about to continue attacking Mogul, they found that no one came in behind them. Instead, there were screams from outside the dragon's lair. Mogul saw the opportunity and sprayed a burst of dragon flames at the mob who stayed in the dragon's lair. The dragon is coming! The dragon is coming! Alec Cargal stared viciously at the giant dragons taking off one after another from the Red Keep, and stamped his feet unwillingly. The beautiful Yuo Yulong with the crown of thorns took the lead and announced the arrival of the dragon with a slender dragon flame. Joffrey finally made Rhaenyra make up her mind to ride a dragon to quell the rebellion. The children's method was very simple. Bela directly pulled Joffrey and rushed down to Magur's tower, and went to the courtyard to ride a dragon to attack. Rhaenyra, it took the queen a moment to realize what the children were trying to do. What are you doing? Come back quickly, it's too dangerous. Cyrillic, Sir Stephen, bring my sons back quickly. Queen Rhaenyra screamed, trying to stop her sons and daughters from riding dragons to fight. But in the end, several ministers and Fool's Mushroom persuaded the queen. Your Majesty, if the mob is allowed to kill the dragon, the legitimacy and sanctity of the Targaryen family will be gone. My granddaughter and grandson all understand this. This is what Corlys said. Bartimaeus echoed the words of the sea serpent. Your Majesty, the prince and princess's dragons are too small. They need your Syracuse. Your Majesty, if the mice find that they can kill a lion on a chain, we can't guarantee that they won't think about killing a lion in a stone wall. Fool's Mushroom jumped in front of the two white knights and stopped them. Said loudly. Rhaenyra finally made up her mind. She kept up with her children and mounted her companion again. Yuwu flew at the highest point, continuously pouring flames onto the ground. Followed closely was Teraxiu, a young purple dragon lying on the dome of the dragon's lair, constantly breathing fire at the mob trying to pour into the dragon's lair. Finally there is Syrax. The yellow jade behemoth was flying above the crowd. The mob did not have a few crossbows and could not threaten the giant dragons high up. Everyone leave immediately. Joffrey shouted, in the name of Queen Rhaenyra I of the Targaryen family, I order you to leave immediately. As long as you leave, no one will be hurt. Kill them, kill these monsters. The shepherd's voice was still hoarse among the crowd. But what greeted them was the dragon fire of Syrax. Prophet, I'm on fire. It hurts. A mob covered in flames screamed and rushed towards the shepherd, and the flames ignited the mad prophet's clothes. Dragon flames also burned on the mad prophet's body instantly. May the seven gods protect us. The warriors will eventually show up and kill the dragons. The shepherd screamed in the flames, but another seemingly inextinguishable flame also poured down from the sky. Rhaenyra finally breathed a sigh of relief. The blood-red snake-like dragon flapped its wings and flew over, its blood-red flames savagely plowing a long wall of fire in the crowd. Daemon is back. The prince's face seemed to be able to freeze, and he didn't even open his mouth, just letting Koraksha pour the flames on the heads of every mob surrounding the dragon's lair, whether they were squeezed in the crowd or trying to escape. Alec Kegel sighed and walked silently into the wall of fire spewed by Koraksha. Syrinx chirped happily and also spewed dragon flames at the crowd. The shepherd screamed and turned into ashes in the flames. Seeing that no warriors appeared, the shepherd was just a mortal whose flesh and blood fell off in the flames. The mob collapsed. Some people squeezed out like crazy, some knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness, and some simply jumped into the wall of fire. Dawn finally arrived. The dragon cave, which had been noisy all night, finally became empty. The defenders of the gates of King's Landing and the gold cloaks who tried to break through the mob's defense line were greatly encouraged after seeing the dragon, and they cut a bloody path through the mob. The entire dragon cave was full of corpses, and even piled up into a mountain. It smelled foul. Syrinx slowly landed on the charred dragon cave square, and Rhaenyra resisted nausea and walked down the dragon saddle. Korax also landed beside Syrinx. What happened? How could King's Landing be so corrupted? Daemon looked at the pile of corpses in shock. Until now, there were still gold cloaks executing the mob under the Rhenus Hill, and heads fell to the ground one by one with pleas for mercy and wailing. Rhaenyra was silent. She knew that the situation had deteriorated to this point, and she had an unshirkable responsibility. The plague disrupted my plan, otherwise I could have started to gradually cancel taxes and improve the lives of the people. Plague. Prince Daemon's face changed. How could there be a plague? I don't know. Joffrey walked out of the dragon's lair with Bina with a tired face. Father, it was a sudden outbreak of plague. Little Joffrey glanced at his mother with some complaints. Slycos died, and Mogul was slightly injured. What? Daemon covered his face. A dragon was killed by civilians in his own territory. Daemon really didn't know how to describe this matter in words. The usurper is dead. Daemon calmed down and changed the subject. Rhaenyra's eyes lit up, as if the haze of riots was swept away in an instant. Daemon, you are my great hero. Now, what we should worry about is the plague. Daemon looked at the pile of corpses and sighed, with so many people dead, King's Landing may become a poison den. Your Majesty, we need to organize cremation as soon as possible. Joffrey frowned and looked at the corpses at the entrance of the dragon's lair. Most of them had been charred to ashes, but a few were pressed underneath and were relatively intact. The boy saw the corpses with blue lips and scratches all over the body. He was so scared that he quickly retracted his sight. What Joffrey didn't notice was that many of the corpses in the square had similar characteristics, and some even had yellow pus on their bodies. When the riot in King's Landing gradually subsided. Dragon's Nest. Dragon's Lair. Shadow Nightmare and Stormcloud stared at the ragged guys who were brought in by the city guards and Bishop Kylon, revealing their sharp teeth. Prince, I have pulled out the tongues of these heretics. Bishop Kylon stared at the ascetics viciously. Their sinful voices should not exist in this world. The leading ascetic suddenly struggled, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything because his tongue was cut off. I suggest that they be burned at the stake. Bishop Corrin pointed at them and said, let the dragon punish them. Let them know how hateful their heresy is. Ray smiled. He waved his hand to signal Shadow Nightmare to come over and gently scratched the skinny black dragon's chin. Okay. Shadow Nightmare, Dracarys. The pale flames swept across the cave. Bishop Corrin watched in ecstasy as the dragon flames turned the heretics into ashes. This is a miracle. Chapter 118. Have you found out where they came from? Ray pulled away some pools of ashes sprayed out by Shadow Nightmare. What is their purpose? Is there someone behind it? Bishop Collins shook his head, I don't know. The only people in the church who dress up like this are the ascetic monks who walk in various villages, but generally they can only recite scriptures, and there are even many ascetic monks who don't even have the ability to interpret scriptures. Only a very small number of ascetics are true masters, just like the preachers of King Ronrui back then. It sounds like they are also an indispensable part of people's lives. Ray understood Bishop Colrin's explanation. Your Highness, I have some clues. The long-haired Tigero Dogarayan walked out from behind holding a thick notebook. Ray nodded at him, indicating that he could continue. Tigero opened his notes and explained, according to the records at the pass in Yulutun, these heretics claim to be from the royal territory and have no affiliated church. Reference with their remarks, I have every reason to suspect that their target is children's dragons. No, Tigero. Ray scratched the chin where Shadow Nightmare leaned over, and the black dragon purred a few times in comfort. There should be my and young Aegon's dragons, or Stormcloud. I'm worried that something may have gone wrong in King's Landing. Do you need me to write a letter to His Highness the Prince, asking him to come back and take charge of Dragon's Nest City? With Wamisal and Silverwing here, no one can make trouble. Tigero said solemnly. Ray shook his head. No, I guess they can't make a big splash. Xiufu, let the city guard step up patrols during this period, and there will be a temporary curfew in the market area, avenue area, saffron area, silk block, and flower alley. Ray looking at the monk standing at the front of the city guard. This blacksmith is very popular among the blacksmiths of the Varese family where Volantis gather because of his outstanding skills and appearance with obvious Valyrian characteristics. Being popular, he has now become a high-ranking member of the Midsummer Hall Blacksmith Guild. He not only owns his own blacksmith shop, but also serves as a captain of the Silver Robe of the City Guard. Yes, Your Highness. Xiufu glanced at the giant dragon in the dragon's lair with some excitement. The children's dragons lived deep in the dragon's lair and could not be seen from this location, but Shadow Nightmare and Stormcloud were there. Wandering around here. Xiufu couldn't help but secretly regretted not being able to see the two adult dragons. After taking care of various city affairs, Ray could finally take a rest. The young man returned to his room in the Twin Towers tiredly, threw himself on the bed with a plop, and stretched his body vigorously. Listening to the crackling sound coming from inside his body, Ray felt a sense of relief that was difficult to describe in words. The eldest brother and the second brother are not here. They really want to use me as the eldest brother and the second brother. Ray collapsed on the bed and wailed. A knock on the door interrupted Ray's wailing. Please come in. Hoffa, who had black hair and golden eyes, opened the door, stood at the door and said, Princess Rhaenyra wants to come and see you. Ray jumped out of bed with a roar. Invite her in, brother Hoffa. Hoffa stepped aside and let Rhaenyra rush into the room. Ray, my dragon egg is about to hatch. What? Ray didn't hear clearly. I said, my dragon egg is about to hatch. Rhaenyra happily walked around Ray's room. Little Viserys is not happy. Now we have only him in the egg and there is no movement at all. Your dragon egg is about to hatch. Ray then realized what was happening. Take me to see quickly. Rhaenyra grabbed Ray's hand, dragged him and ran out. Hurry up, the children and two sisters are waiting. Ray was also very happy. For their Dragon King family, every giant dragon is precious. The hatching of every dragon egg is a good thing worth celebrating. Although Ray has vaguely heard that the Targaryen family once had a glorious time when dragon eggs hatched every month, but she doesn't know why the Targaryen family now there are only so many dragons left. The boys and girls quickly crossed the covered bridge of the Twin Towers and opened the greenhouse door. Sure enough, Diana Tully and Layla Celtigar were in the greenhouse with their children, as well as little Aegon and Viserys. Surrounded by a faintly cracked dragon egg, he stared at it intently. Staring at the eggs with them were three little dragons. Ringer's black dragon with star patterns had grown very big. In order not to damage the eggs in the greenhouse, the little black dragon could only shrink into a ball. Looking pitifully at the other two little dragons playing with each other. Samantha's ugly little dragon is still ugly. The tentacle-like strips on its body are still there, and they seem to have grown longer as the dragon grows. Although it is still small, the dragon's teeth are already very sharp, especially when they are almost invisible. Its small dark green eyes and bare head and neck, with no scales even visible, make its head particularly strange, but its big wings are still so big that they can even blow up their sister Daniela's white dragon. Covered directly under its wings, the little white dragon's dorsal fin has grown larger and harder, seeming to have replaced the dragon's horns. Little Ringle held the head of the little black dragon and stared at the dragon egg that was gradually showing cracks. Seeing that his partner's energy was concentrated on the egg, the little black dragon groaned with dissatisfaction. But the strange thing is that the little black dragon's humming has a rhythm, as if he is humming a ballad, which is very nice. Mom, when do you think the dragon eggs will hatch? Samantha Varese asked curiously with wide eyes. Diana smiled and shook her head. I don't know either, you should ask Cousin Aegon. Samantha immediately pestered little Aegon. Cousin Aegon, when do you think the little dragon will hatch? Little Aegon touched his fiancée's hair and said with a smile, I don't know either. It depends on the little dragon's mood. Ringle raised his head and said in a baby voice, it's not about the mood, it depends on the little dragon's strength. Okay, strength. Little Aegon reluctantly comforted Ringle's mood until Ray and Rena pushed the door in. Little Aegon breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Ray, look. Ringle pointed at the dragon egg. It's about to hatch. Ray observed the dragon egg, and sure enough, cracks had already appeared on the dragon egg. Only Viserys held his dragon egg dejectedly, without saying a word. Leela walked to his side and gently pinched the little prince's face. Okay, look, Rena's dragon egg is about to hatch, and your dragon egg will hatch soon too. Really? Viserys' eyes lit up. After getting Layla's affirmation, the little prince also happily went back to the group of children watching the dragon egg cracking. It's cracked, it's cracked. Daenala clapped excitedly. The dragon egg finally cracked, and a light pink dragon with a black horn crown came out of the cracked eggshell a little restrainedly. It looked at everyone timidly, and immediately coughed and blew out a puff of black smoke. Ray tilted his head, and Hoffa at the door immediately waved his hand. The silver guard who had been waiting outside the door immediately came in with a basket of cooked meat and poured the meat into the bronze basin in the middle of the greenhouse. Samantha's dragon and Daniela's dragon wanted to pounce on it when they smelled the meat, but were swept back by Ringle's dragon's tail. The black dragon shouted at the two little dragons, indicating that the basin of meat was not for them to eat. The two little dragons then snorted a few times with some dissatisfaction and lay back obediently. Seeing that it was safe, the pale pink dragon stumbled out of the eggshell and pounced into the basin to bite the cooked meat. Have you thought of a name for the dragon? Ray gently poked Rhaenyra with his elbow, and Rhaenyra thought for a while. Let's call it Dawn. The war is about to end, and Dawn is coming. Ray nodded. He leaned over and squatted beside his nephews and nieces. Have you thought of a name for your dragon? Seeing that the dragon had already broken out of the shell, Ringle was no longer fresh, so he turned around and hugged his black dragon's head. Seeing that his partner's attention had returned, the little black dragon rubbed Ringle's arm with satisfaction and hummed a ballad of another tune comfortably. It's called Star Song. Ringle said the dragon's name without thinking, and it was obvious that the little kid had been thinking about it for a long time. Star Song, a very nice name. Diana rubbed her son's face with some surprise. How did you come up with it? There are star patterns on Star Song's body. Ringle explained patiently, and its cry is like singing, very nice, so I named it this. What about the sisters' dragons? Diana asked with a smile. My dragon is called Candlelight. Samantha glanced at her twin brother and raised her hand to answer, Cousin Aegon gave me the name. He said that this word means sparks that can be extended into a fire. Little Aegon nodded. I also thought of the name of Daenerys' dragon. The boy straightened his chest and said confidently like an adult, Aurori, it is very similar to its color. When the children named their dragons. The twins. The 30,000 northern troops led by Lord Cregan Stark finally crossed the neck, crossed the bridge of the Frey family, and came to the river. And the army of the valley was finally ready, and under the leadership of Artus Royce, they rushed out of the Blood Gate, rolling towards the direction of the king's territory. Is the war over? Cregan Stark looked at Lord Frey's wife, Sabeth Valpin, expressionlessly, his grey eyes revealing coldness. The war is not over yet, because the heads of the traitors are still on their necks. Cregan Stark handed the letter back to Lady Sabeth and said coldly. Chapter 119. The war is over, Lord Stark. Mrs. Shabitaire glanced around at the fierce northerners. Most of them were young and strong men wearing tattered fur armor. Mrs. Shabitaire knew that the northerners were gathering. The purpose of building such an army is that winter is coming, and even the Twin River City is feeling the cold wind blowing from the north. This year's harvest has been much worse than before under the influence of the war and the approaching winter, and facing it head-on winter in the north. After learning that the northern army had left Barrow-Tomb, Alexa and Benjiker immediately went north with Roderick to prepare for the arrival of Duke Stark. It was also because of their nearly 7,000 troops that Mrs. Shabitha did not show cowardice in front of this murderous man. The traitor's trial has not yet been completed. I have not received a letter from the traitor in the west to open the castle, nor have I seen the traitor's head on the spear point of King's Landing, Cregan said calmly. Benjicow wanted to say something, but was frightened by Cregan's look. Only then did he realize that he was still a child. The princes of the west have surrendered. Alice Anne looked directly into Cregan Stark's eyes. Prince Longzil is about to lead his army north, and he and Prince Jocaris will preside over the trial at Harrenhal. If you want a just trial, go to Harrenhal and wait for Prince Longzil. Cregan Stark stared at Alexa for a while and said calmly, Okay, then I will go to Harrenhal. I hope the result of the great trial will satisfy the world. Seeing the Duke of Winterfell leave in front of them, several leaders of the Riverlands breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, he is so scary. Benja Cow couldn't help but whisper. Alice Ann looked at the back of Krijan Stark and murmured, he is a leader. I feel the harshness of winter in him. Ben, do you know what the 30,000 troops in the north mean? Benja Cow shook his head, and Roderick Dustin explained, this means that 30,000 men will not return to the north again, and the food they save will feed our next generation. The old man said, from the moment we crossed the neck, we were already dead. Old Town, Citadel, Jaehaerys Statue Square. Dr. Crassus from Occultism, Dr. Lysen from History, Dr. Karen from Medicine, and Dr. Mukin stood nervously in front of Longzal's desk, waiting for the young man in front of them to finish reading the book that impressed them. A masterpiece that makes everyone anxious. There are also several large and thick books on the desk. Finally, Longzal gently put down the book and looked at the doctors in front of him expressionlessly. Come on, everyone, let me explain it now while Zijah is away. Long Zi picked up a brilliant masterpiece titled The Fertility and Breeding of Dragons, Speculations on Dragon Taming Technology in Ancient Valyria, and read it to several people. The doctor wavered in front of him, then threw it directly at the feet of several doctors with a snap. What is the city doing to study this thing? Dr. Crassus knelt down tremblingly. He clearly saw Vermisser lying behind Longzal. His mountain-like body almost occupied the entire square. The dragon head alone was like a hill. There is no need to breathe fire, just breathe and the old guys will fly. And this one? Longzal grabbed another book and glanced at the title. Detailed records of the hatching patterns of dragon eggs. You have done a very comprehensive study. It was thrown in front of the doctors with a snap. And this one, why are you compiling the royal family's birth records? Your Highness, I can explain the birth records. Dr. Colleran of Medicine said anxiously. The royal family is the focus of the city's services. The manuscripts and diaries of each Grand Bachelor will be collected and organized by the cardinals so that the next Grand Bachelor can understand the situation and write history books. Therefore, we not only retain the medical and birth records of the royal family, but also records of imperial meetings and so on were kept. Longzal looked at Dr. Karen quietly. Dr. Karen was a little shy and did not dare to look into Longzal's eyes. Of course, more importantly, he did not dare to look at the giant dragon above his head. Then let me explain why patient specimens were lost in the citadel, and there were epidemics of tremors and dragon pox in my territory and around King's Landing. Longzal hooked his hands, and Wormizer slowly lowered his head, looking coldly at the doctors who almost peed out of fear. My friend died of dragon pox, and the disease you revealed left King's Landing in ruins. Come on, explain this first. Wormizer slowly let his dragon's kiss pass over the heads of several doctors. The occult Dr. Crassus could even see the dragon's red neck, which was a sign that the dragon was brewing flames. This matter has nothing to do with us, Your Highness. Dr. Corin knelt down and rolled around trying to get closer to Ronzal, but was knocked down by Vermisser's nose and snorts. The old doctor didn't care about arranging his clothes, and tried to lie down on the ground, and said tremblingly, we also found out when we were inspecting the ice cellar. Normal ice cellars are inspected every 3 months. We don't know why this happened. Situation. Your Highness, the research on dragons is something that Dr. Vagan is involved in. Dr. Lysen, a historian, suppressed his fear and tried hard to explain. Brother Base, Prime Minister of His Majesty Jaehaerys I, wrote Dragons, Saurus, and Dragons after the book Long-Winged Dragon. The unnatural evolution of the dragon clan was returned to the Academy. Scholars in the Academy naturally conducted research on this work, and Dr. Wei Gang also participated. When Longzal heard the name Wei Gang, he couldn't help but press his temples. Dragonless One Wei Gang. In terms of biological relationship, this is his uncle, the son of Jaehaerys I, the famous Dragonless One. Dragon Lord, he volunteered to become a maester and eventually became a member of the Citadel's Cardinal Council. The Targaryens really know how to play. Longzal couldn't help but sigh. They should really be glad that these scholars were misled by Base's seemingly absurd theory, and that the Targaryen family really didn't seem to inherit much knowledge of Valyrian dragons, which led to Vagan. The information provided is not very reliable, otherwise these scholars would really have researched something incredible. Okay, the more you explain, the more you seem to have a problem. Longzal finally stopped talking nonsense and motioned to the Dothraki Boyago on the side to get a cup filled with wine. He stretched out his hand and gently cut his finger and dripped it. A few drops of blood into the wine. The finger healed quickly, and Longzell pushed the wine glass in front of several doctors. Come on, let each of you take a sip, and then swear in front of Wormizer that you have never had any negative thoughts towards the Dragon King family. Come on. The doctors looked at each other. In the end, Dr. Lysen of History sighed and stood up. Your Highness, what the Academy wants is a world without magic. He picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. The Academy is thirsty for knowledge and spreads knowledge. For thousands of years, the Academy has always adhered to neutrality and served every lord. We have a clear conscience about this. We have indeed studied magic, and we have indeed had many magicians, but Your Highness, have you ever thought that this world does not actually need magic? He looked at Dr. Crassus, the occultist. Crassus knew that there had always been a small group of people in the city who hated magic and rejected magic. They had even influenced several great bachelors and archbishops. It was also under their influence that the original Ravenology with traces of magic is completely out of the category of magic. Thousands of years ago, the children of the forest and the wizards of the ancestors could understand the language of ravens, but now, the bachelors who tame ravens only know how to make them know the roads and how to make them deliver messages accurately. Only a few students could pass the Valyrian steel necklace links of the occult science, and the magical elements in medicine had also been completely eliminated, but he did not expect that this group of people would actually dare to do such a thing. So it was your people who stole my specimen. Dr. Karen's old face turned pale all of a sudden, and he almost choked to death. 7 hells, you killed us all. Dr. Mu-kun looked desperate. He knew that there was a problem with history, which meant that there was a problem with the education in the city in recent years, because history is one of the 3 most important subjects in the city, and all bachelors need it. Take a course in history. Don't worry. Dr. Lysen looked at Longzell. I know how powerful your blood magic is, and I won't hide it. I just ask that you let go of the other innocent bachelors, who have no idea of our plan. Ronzel didn't speak, just looked at him quietly. Dr. Lysen slowly said the names one by one. In fact, there were not many names, but there were several dead names that made the other doctors take a breath. Chi, those were several former maesters from Dragonstone, as well as Magur's Grand Maester Desmond, and Jahari's Grand Maester Errol. Grand Maester Elisa is not one of ours. That stubborn guy didn't understand our plan and almost failed our plan. Dr. Lysen said, the world we long for only has knowledge, no magic, and no place for dragons. Their existence makes military science worthless. The existence of magic also makes countless disciplines worthless, so we don't need magic, and the world will be better than it is now. Longzell shook his head, you guys. He looked at several doctors, if you want the city to continue to exist in the future, I want to see those people Lysen mentioned before leaving for Harrenhal. Their heads, as for this doctor. Longzell suddenly clenched his hands, who told you that I used blood magic in the wine? Now this is blood magic. Dr. Lysen's expression changed, and he suddenly screamed, clutching his heart and slowly falling to the ground. Wormizer opened his mouth, and a small mouthful of dragon flame engulfed the old doctor. The bronze mask melted in the blink of an eye. The molten copper slowly eroded the old man's gradually blackened face, and finally merged with his face. Cousin, cousin. Just when Longzell was about to have Dr. Lysen's ashes cleaned up, Helena suddenly ran over. She was already weak and still holding Jaharis in her arms. Paler. What's wrong? Longzell stood up. He would not allow anything to happen to Helena and her son now. Jaharis suddenly complained that he had a headache last night. Helena said incoherently, he suddenly started having a fever early this morning. The maesters tried several methods but couldn't reduce the fever. What? Dr. Koren didn't care that he was still kneeling. He took a few steps and rushed to Helena's side, and touched Jahari's head. Why is it so hot? How did those boys learn how to reduce fever? Longzell suddenly frowned. Just when Jahari started to have a high fever. King's Landing. Damon and Joffrey stood nervously outside the door of the Queen's bedroom. Bela blocked the door and refused to let them in. The girl put on her veil and said loudly to the man and boy, my mother won't let you in. She said she is afraid of being infected and doesn't want to infect us. This is impossible. We are all here. Why is it only Mom? Joffrey found it hard to accept this fact. They all came back from the dragon pit, but why did Rhaenyra suddenly feel cold after waking up from a nap? The disease progressed extremely rapidly. After only a few hours, Rhaenyra went from feeling cold to trembling all over and coughing constantly. The queen was unusually decisive. She called all those who had been close to her after returning to the Red Castle to her bedroom, and then sealed the door, not allowing anyone to approach, including her children. Only Maester Gladys was allowed to enter the room because he prepared a medicine drink for Rhaenyra after her return, which was considered close to her. Daemon held his stepson's hand tightly. Chapter 120. Let me go in and take a look. Everyone knows the power of the tremor, and Queen Rhaenyra directly ordered people to block the door, so no one could get close. Just when several people were at a loss, the old voice of Sea Snake Earl Corlys came from behind them. "Grandpa, you." Joffrey saw his grandfather slowly coming over, and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to stop the old man, but the old man waved his hand. "When I was young, I was infected with the tremor in the Basilisk Islands, but I survived." The sea snake said firmly, "Maester Gladys has not been infected with the tremor. He is old. Once infected, it will be difficult for him to survive these days. Someone must bring out the Queen's will." The sea snake looked at everyone. "We can't let the mistakes of the previous king's death repeat themselves." Daemon wanted to say something, but was stopped by Joffrey. The brown black-haired boy shook his head and signaled his stepfather not to stop Corlys. Corlys looked at his grandson with satisfaction, knocked on the door gently, signaled others to step back immediately, and then pushed open the first door and walked in. Daemon looked at Joffrey with some doubts. It was not that he did not believe in Lord Corlys's loyalty, but that Corlys did have his own little calculations. Under his painstaking efforts, the Velaryon family, which was originally attached to the Targaryen family, became a first-class family in Westeros in terms of power and wealth. The Velaryon family, which had never even touched the edge of the dragon, not only got Melias, one of the most ferocious dragons of the Targaryen family for a long time through the marriage of Rhaenys, but also earned dragons for the two Velaryons by taking advantage of Jaehaerys' guilt after the Great Council, and even Vhagar, the largest dragon after the death of the Black Death. During that time, the dragons of the Velaryon family overwhelmed the Targaryen family in both quantity and quality. But it all ended. The accidental death of Laenor made Hyn a wild dragon, and the death of Laenor made Vhagar be taken back by the Targaryens. This war also caused Princess Rhaenys and Melias to die on the battlefield together. The Velaryon family lost all their dragons, and they even lost their own bloodline. The rise of the Varese family replaced the Velaryon family's transcendent status. Fleet, Varese also has it, and the Silver Fleet is stronger. The Silver Fleet can even form a fleet with 400 and 500 oars, while the Velaryon fleet only has one 500-oared ship and 9 400-oared ships. As for the ocean-going sailing ships, the purple sailing ships of the Varese's family are famous in the seas, and even Corlys is very envious. He also ordered 3 sailing ships when he sailed that year, and they are still the core of the Velaryon fleet. Wealth, Varese's has more, and it is still expanding. Dragons, there is no doubt that Varese's dragons are the best in the world in terms of quantity and quality. Dragon blood is also much purer and nobler than that of Velaryon. Even more tragically, Corlys acquiesced to the heavy blows of the Targaryen family when Wyman's brothers and sons fought for the right of succession, killing some of them and leaving some disabled. The remaining inheritance rights were not even higher than those of Daemon and Laena's 2 daughters-in-law, which directly prevented the branch of the Velaryon family from inheriting Drifthead. After Lucerys' death, in order to win over the Varese's family and make Longsel completely stand on the side of the Black Party, Rhaenyra presided over the betrothal of Rhaena, whose engagement was automatically invalid, to Rhae. This meant that Corlys' original plan to let Jaehaerys sit on the Iron Throne, Baenilla become the queen, maintain the status of the Velaryon bloodline in the royal family, and then let Lucerys marry Rhaena so that the Velaryon bloodline could continue to stay on Drifthead through marriage was completely unsuccessful. Because now, the first heir of Tidehead Island is Joffrey Velaryon, and even he knows that he has almost no Velaryon blood in him. Oh no, if you look back, you can still find Velaryon blood. After all, the mother of Aegon the Conqueror was a Velaryon, and Queen Alysanne's mother, Queen Mother Alyssa, was also a Velaryon. Rhaenyra herself has Velaryon blood, so her children naturally have Velaryon blood. The most important problem is that none of the 3 children have the appearance of Valyria, and they do not have the blood of Laenor. This is the most important reason why Corlys always has a thorn in his heart even though he likes the children very much. I looked for Grandpa after my brother died. Joffrey looked into his stepfather's eyes. Slowly told Daemon about the previous conversation with Corlys. That was after the news of Luthris's death was passed back to Dragonstone, and Joffrey found Corlys and Princess Rhaenys. Joffrey still remembers his timidity and embarrassment at that time. It was his grandmother who gave him the courage to speak his mind to his grandfather. At that time, the Queen's ministers, including Corlys, supported the marriage between Rhaena and the Varese family. It was not until the decision was made that Corlys remembered the embarrassing issue of his bloodline, but Joffrey was already engaged to Alexandra Martell, which gave Corlys a headache. Until Joffrey took the initiative to come to him. He promised Earl Corlys that his children, including the child who would inherit Son's pair, would marry Valyrian's people, so that Valyrian's bloodline would be back on track, and he would ride Tyrex to stay on Tidehead Island. After receiving Joffrey's promise, Corlys and Rhaenys, who were already very fond of these three people who were sensible, filial, and capable at a young age, with no faults except their doubtful bloodline, immediately agreed to Joffrey's proposal. Arrangement, and this also means that Valyrian's bloodline will be integrated into Martell's bloodline in the future. This was actually not a big loss for the Valyrian family, which could still ensure that a dragon would stay on Tidehead Island after the war, so Earl Corlys quickly accepted Joffrey's suggestion. After listening to Joffrey's story, Daemon couldn't help but touch his stepson's head. He didn't know what to say. Was he complaining about his wife's irresponsibility? Still praise the children for their sense of responsibility and wisdom. Daemon can no longer think so much. He is also older. The 47-year-old prince no longer has the impulse, passion, and ambition of his youth. Although a warrior is still a warrior even if he is old, what he is thinking about now, what is more important, is to restore peace to the kingdom as soon as possible and watch their children grow up and have children in peace and contentment. In the queen's chamber, Rhaenyra's lips had slowly turned blue, and her body was no longer trembling so violently, not even as much as Maester Great's trembling beside her. The old bachelor used scalding potions, potions with fire dragon pepper, and even flames and scalding hot water, but they all failed to save the queen and he himself fell down. But even so, the old bachelor still trembled and made the preparation. Take the potion and pray for a miracle to happen. Master Cocolis, my lord, you can't. Bachelor Grates trembled and tried to stop Earl Cocolis, who had opened the last door and walked in, but his condition was still deteriorating rapidly, and he could not. As for falling to the ground just after leaving the chair. Maester Grates, I have survived the shivers and the Red Death. You also know that people who have been infected with shivers or grayscale once will never get it again in their lives. Earl Corlys, while the old maester helped himself to the chair, stood beside the queen, and watched the weak Rhaenyra open her eyes. Slowly said, Your Majesty. I understand what you mean, Lord Corlys. Queen Rhaenyra seemed to have regained some strength, although her lips were still turning blue at a speed visible to the naked eye. Please convey all the words I say below to Daemon and Prince Longzal. I am listening, Your Majesty. Count Corlys took the pen and paper from the table of Bachelor Grates and prepared to start writing. The Queen spoke slowly in High Valyrian. After my death, my heir, Prince Jocaris Targaryen, Prince of Dragonstone, will succeed me as King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. The ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and the position of Lord of the Iron Throne. His fiancée Princess Baela Targaryen will be crowned Queen. Prince Daemon Targaryen will continue to serve as Warden of the Realm and Regent until Jocaris comes of age. Appointing Prince Ronzal as my son's hand of the king, and requesting that he be the foster father of Aegon and Viserys until they come of age. Rhaenyra looked at Lord Corlys and said, Tidehead Island. Tidehead Island will be inherited by Prince Joffrey. Earl Corlys smiled and said, My grandson has already negotiated with me, and I will support his unquestionable right to inheritance. Rhaenyra tried her best to smile and continued, Until my son and Princess Benela have an heir, Aegon will temporarily act as Prince of Dragonstone and heir to the Iron Throne. Lord Corlys, please inform the Dragon Prince Zell and my son are prohibited from returning to King's Landing until the epidemic in King's Landing is over. I understand, Your Majesty. Earl Corlys said. He will continue to serve as the Sea Minister of Jocaris. He recognized Ronzal's ability, especially his pivotal role in the war. It can be said that without Ronzal participating in the war, this war, which later generations called the Dance of Blood Dragons, could not have lasted only more than 4 months, nor could it have ended with the death of only 5 giant dragons. No one dared to question the force of this fierce god whose family killed Viagar and the Blue Queen. What's more, the main force of the Silver Blood army hardly appeared on the battlefield. Even when attacking the southern border, the Varese family only sent 1,000 unsullied silver-blooded troops instead of the main force led by Aslan Rondel. After Rena finished dictating all this, she closed her eyes with satisfaction. Corliss could clearly see that the queen's lips finally turned dark blue, and her body slowly stopped shaking and twitching, and the last trace of blood on the queen's face gradually faded. Lord Corliss. Bachelor Great stretched out his hand tremblingly, "Can I check your majesty's will?" Corliss nodded and handed the parchment in his hand to the old bachelor. The old bachelor opened his eyes. After looking at it with big eyes, he felt relieved and relaxed all over. Corliss sighed and took back the will, watching the queen and the old maester gradually stop breathing. On the eve of victory in the war, Queen Rhaenyra I of the Targaryen family, the light of the kingdom, Magur reborn, the orthodox queen, and the queen of 10,000 taxes among the people of King's Landing, died of tremors. The era of two kings coexisting is over.